Recorded Books presents Baby and Solo by Elizabeth Postuma, narrated by Nick Walther. Part 1. Prologue. Royal Oak, Michigan, August 1996. I think Joel is ready, Dr. Singh concluded. I was on the couch, sitting up because it was only my brain and not my whole body being examined. There weren't enough chairs for us all to have one, and since I was technically still the patient, I followed rank. I don't know how I feel about this, Dr. Singh, my mom said. It doesn't sound like there are safeguards in case of a relapse. I hated that word, relapse. It made me sound like a druggie. There haven't been any occurrences in almost 2 years. He glanced at my chart to confirm this timeline, but he was right. I hadn't had a major flare-up of what was wrong with me since I was 15. I think it's time we let him try life out, Mrs. Teague. Mom scowled. Shouldn't we try another medication? I'm ready, Mom, I assured her, though she wasn't asking me. I was used to that, being discussed instead of participating in the discussion. My dad said nothing, but he squeezed Mom's hand. She sighed. What does it mean to try life out exactly? She asked. We're not talking about backpacking across Europe, are we? Is that something that would interest you, Joel? Dr. Singh mistook my mother's absurdity for a legitimate suggestion. An adventure could be highly beneficial to Joel's recovery. Both of my parents looked horror-struck. I thought about making light of things and pretending that I'd always dreamed of running with the bulls in Pamplona, but Mom and Dad had already been through enough. The bad thing that happened had happened to them, too. Besides, I disagreed with Dr. Singh. What was wrong with me had been adventure enough. I'm good to experience life on a smaller scale before becoming a world traveler, I said, to my parents' obvious relief. How so? My dad asked. If anyone invited my opinion in discussions about my mental health, it was always him. What sounds fun to you? Would you maybe want to join a sports team? The genericness of his suggestion proved how little my dad knew about me. Maybe, I answered. We'll see. It's important to set concrete goals as you fully integrate into normal life, Dr. Singh cautioned. We need to have a plan in place before you all leave here today. And I'll be following up to make sure you actually take whatever we decide the first step is. Then he recited the words printed on the motivational poster hanging on the wall behind him. It's never too late to become what you might have been. Motivational posters were staples in child psychiatrists' offices. These posters typically featured cheesy advice splashed across scenic mountain photographs, puppies and/or kittens, or, for reasons I will never understand, Charlie Brown. Charlie Brown. The kid so mercilessly bullied by his so-called friends that he couldn't even grow hair was somehow the literal poster child meant to rally the mentally ill youth of this world. His picture was usually paired with such pandering catchphrases as, anything is possible with determination, and success is up to you, and worst of all, never give up. The Never Give Up poster featured that heartless bitch Lucy yanking the football away from Charlie just as he's about to kick it. In the history of Peanuts, Charlie Brown has never gotten to kick that goddamn ball because Lucy always pulls it away. But, never give up. My father turned to Dr. Singh. What do you think of him getting a job? Something part-time with other kids his age? That's a great idea, my mom agreed, shockingly. Without consulting me, the doctor said, that sounds perfect. Let's aim for it. Okay, I shrugged, climbing onto the bandwagon. A job did appeal to me more than sports. For one thing, I'd be getting paid. Plus, a job felt like less of a commitment. If you quit a sports team, you were considered a wuss. But people quit jobs all the time, and no one cared. That was normal. And let's be honest, normal was the ultimate goal. I used to be normal, after all. Maybe all that remained between me and being normal again was providing goods or services to my peers for minimum wage for a while. It was worth a try. I'll spiff up my resume. Everyone was all smiles after this, though I knew my mom's was forced. The doctor gave me a 2-week deadline to set up an interview. He wrote this on a prescription pad and handed it to me like it was an antibiotic for a bacterial infection. I thanked him, and we left his office. It was the first time in 7 years that I thought that someday I might not have to come back anymore. Chapter 1. So, what makes you want to be a part of the Royo video team? Jessica Morrison, the manager of a video store, read from a form. It had been roughly a week since my appointment with Dr. Singh, and I'd already landed an interview. Well, technically, my mom landed me the interview through my cousin Devin. He was Jessica's live-in boyfriend, and when Mom told him I was looking for a job, he hooked me up. I like movies seemed like the best answer, since I wasn't planning to disclose that my shrink had prescribed that I enter the workforce. Jessica jotted down my answer. What sort of movies are you into? I fixed my eyes on her hands as she wrote, since any other part of her would have blown my concentration. Jessica was curvy, doe-eyed, and centerfold worthy, and I, a 17-year-old just coming off medication that had suppressed his sex drive for his entire adolescence, was not at all immune to her allure. But since ogling my potential boss was probably not going to help me get this job, I kept my eyes to myself. I like all movies, action, horror, comedies. I've moved my eyes to the floor and then back to her hands. Jessica wrote all on her form. Cool, she said. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? I plan to graduate in the spring, then maybe college. Higher education wasn't exactly on the docket for me, but I said it anyway. After all, it was never too late to become what I might have been. Oh, okay, great. She jotted some more notes. You know what? Why don't you just fill the rest of this out for me? Devin said you're cool and you can work nights and weekends. That's all I need to know. She offered me a stack of paperwork, but before I could accept it, she paused. Wait, you're not still sick, are you? Sick? I had a feeling I knew where this was going. Yeah, Dev said you had leukemia or something when you were younger, she explained. Is that still going on? Anemia. I corrected her honest mistake with my go-to lie. And no, it's all cleared up. Mom had decided on anemia as the ruse for what was wrong with me. She needed a serious but not too serious disease to blame my hospitalizations and school absences on, and alphabetically, it was the first one in the medical dictionary that seemed believable. Jessica nodded and handed off the paperwork. Then she pulled out a plastic name badge strung on a lanyard. You can start tomorrow, right? Come in at 5 o'clock. She popped the cap off a black Sharpie and poised it beneath the "Hi, my name is" heading on the name tag. What do you want to be called? My name is Joel, I reminded her, unoffended that she'd forgotten it. Girls as hot as her couldn't be expected to remember names. Jessica shook her head, and the lace of her bra peeked above the neckline of her tank top. It was green. The bra, not the tank top. I don't remember what color the tank top was. No, we don't use our actual names at work, she clarified. My parents rule. I knew from Devin that the Morrisons owned the entire city block of businesses that Royo Video was on, but that was all I really knew about them. It seemed weird that they made their employees take on aliases just to work at a video store, but whatever. This was my first job, and what the hell did I know? Well, I've always liked the name Mike. Mike was a normal guy name. I could be a Mike. What? No. Jessica laughed. You have to choose a movie character name. It sets the mood for renting videos. Subliminal advertising. Oh. I guessed this made sense. So does that mean you aren't Jessica here? On the clock, I'm Scarlet. She pointed to her own name badge, which I'd been avoiding looking at because of its proximity to her breasts. As in Scarlett O'Hara. I'd never watched Gone with the Wind. We've also got but now Dirty Harry, my stupid little brother Scott. Then there's The Godfather, Mary Poppins, Hannibal, and Baby. Baby? It's from Dirty Dancing. Jessica Scarlett looked disgusted, the way all girls did when you didn't know something about Dirty Dancing. Oh, never seen it. You're missing out. I doubted it. So, is there like a list of names to pick from? No. You just can't have one someone else is using, she said impatiently, indicating the Sharpie. So, what'll it be? I tried to think fast. James Bond, Rocky Balboa, and RoboCop flew through my head, but they all seemed too audacious for a guy like me, fresh out of the psych ward. Jack Nicholson's character from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was maybe more apropos, but I couldn't remember his name. What's your favorite movie? Jessica Scarlett helped me along. Star Wars. She was unimpressed. So what? Like Luke Skywalker? No. I suddenly had a strong opinion on the subject. Han Solo. Okay. She wrote Hands Solo in wet black letters, then waved the badge in the air to dry it. But Skywalker sounds way sexier. I would have corrected her spelling, but the word sex had derailed my thoughts. Welcome to Royo Video, Hans, Scarlett said, handing me my name tag. Come in tomorrow. Look for Baby. She'll be training you. I'll be here. Chapter 2. The next day, when I arrived for my shift, I was greeted by Mary Poppins. Just Poppins is fine. She made sure to let me know when she shook my hand. She smiled what I interpreted as a flirty smile. Poppins was tanning bed tan and had bleach blonde hair. She also wore a lot of makeup, enough that I couldn't tell what she would look like without it. From my experience, this amount of eyeliner and lipstick signaled insecurity, and also from experience, it was a bad idea to pursue anything beyond pleasantries with insecure girls. I smiled back, but just to be nice. I guess you can call me Han Solo. Poppins laughed. Don't you mean Hans? She pointed to the superfluous S on my name tag. Jessica wrote it that way. I didn't want to offend her by fixing it. Jessica? Poppins raised an eyebrow. You're on a first-name basis with the boss lady? Oh, sorry. I mean, Scarlett wrote it. I thought the fake names were just for customers. She shrugged. You can do what you want, but most of us like not having to be ourselves at work. When she put it that way, I liked the idea of the pseudonyms. A lot. Poppins pulled out a bottle of nail polish remover and some cotton balls from a cabinet. So, Han Solo, where do you go to school? She reached for my badge. I'm at Kimball. I live in Dondero District. This was true, though I didn't bother telling her that I didn't attend high school. My string of hospitalizations meant I was years behind in school, so I had quit going to avoid the public humiliation of being the only 15-year-old in 7th grade. Instead, the school district sent a tutor to my house, a recent college grad named Mr. Moser. I called him Tim. Academics weren't as hard for me as other things in life, though, so I didn't really need much instruction. Usually, Tim just watched me take tests, and then we'd talk about Seinfeld and play Tekken. Over the last 2 years, I'd caught up on enough credits to be the senior I was supposed to be, which meant I technically could have gone back to school in the fall if I'd wanted to. I didn't, though. Isn't Dondero's mascot an oak tree? Poppins asked. I actually didn't know this, but I didn't want to explain why I didn't, so I just said, sure. That's super lame. I didn't disagree and handed her my name tag. From the back of the store, a door slammed. It was followed by the unmistakable sound of someone puking their guts out. Her guts out, I decided. It sounded like a girl's guts. Poppins poured the acetone onto a cotton ball. Don't worry about it. It's just Baby. How do you know? This seemed like an odd talent, identifying someone by the noises they made while throwing up. Because it always is hands. She rubbed the cotton ball over my name tag until the Sharpie disappeared. There, clean slate. We heard the door slam again, and the puker emerged from the hallway. Hey, Poppins, a pale girl with flushed cheeks said as she approached the counter. Hey, new guy. Before I could introduce myself, Poppins lowered her voice and said, We could totally hear you, you know. She trailed off and mimed sticking her finger down her throat. The girl glanced at me. So what? Eating disorders are all the rage right now, and you know how I like to be hip to the times. This girl wasn't wrong. I knew from years of group therapy that eating disorders were indeed in vogue. Most people I knew who had them didn't brag about it, though. Baby, I'm starting to worry about you. You really are thin enough already, Poppins assured her. You should really just be happy with the body you have. This was the typical supporting actress in an after-school special advice you'd expect from someone who knew nothing about the complexities of eating disorders. The puker, now confirmed to be Baby, replied with a sarcastic, Gee, thanks, Poppins. I never thought about it that way. I guess I'll go eat a sheet cake, and started scanning in videos from the returns bin. Poppins shrugged and dropped the subject. Have you been formally introduced to Hans yet? Baby narrowed her eyes. They were green, which was a noteworthy detail. To me, at least. Hans? As in Alan Rickman's character from Die Hard? She asked. I shot Poppins a sideways look. No, Han Solo, actually. His name is not Hans, Baby scoffed. It's Han. H-A-N. We know that, Baby. Scarlett spelled it wrong on his name tag. This information was met with a dramatic eye roll. Oh, you mean Scarlett O'Hara, who misspells her own name? Doesn't surprise me. Poppins whispered, FYI, Baby hates Scarlett. What's to like? Baby grabbed a lanyard from a cupboard and slipped it over her head. The name Baby was written in slanted bold capitals across her name tag. Seriously, if she's going to claim Scarlett O'Hara is her favorite movie character, she should have the decency to spell her name with both T's. This was a valid point, though maybe a weak justification for hating someone. I doubt Scarlett's ever even watched Gone with the Wind, Baby went on. It's based on a book that has no pictures in it, and you know she's not a reader. She probably just saw Vivian Lee's tits busting out of her corset on the movie poster one day and thought, she looks like me. Poppins looked at me. See what I mean, Hans? Baby hates her. Oh my God, enough with the hands! Baby snatched my freshly blank name badge from my hand. In the empty space, she printed Solo in capitals and tossed it back to me. Solo? I liked it. It was better than Hans. And Han. Also Mike. Hey, thanks, I told her. Solo, Poppins frowned. Sounds lonely. Yeah, well, Poppins sounds like one of those strippers who jumps out of a cake, was Baby's answer to that. Poppins smiled passive-aggressively. Your name makes you sound like an infant. Baby didn't look up from her scan pile. Ouch! I'll be feeling that burn for weeks. Poppins sighed. Her shift officially over, she collected her things to leave. Good luck tonight. Baby's always unpleasant after a purge. Baby let Poppins have the last word and waved her off. Poppins left, and then the store was quiet, save for a scowling Baby slamming movies around on the shelves. I waited for her to talk to me, but she didn't. She just worked around me like I wasn't even there. So, anything in particular I need to know about video clerking? Was my attempt to remind her I existed. In response, Baby rummaged through a cabinet, pulled out a worn 3-ring binder labeled New Employee Orientation in Scarlett's handwriting, and set it on the counter in front of me. Read this, she instructed me. I waited to see if she'd direct me further, but she didn't. So that's it? I just read what's in the binder and I'll know all there is to know about the world of video rentals? She took a deep breath and blew it out. Listen, Solo, I'm not in the mood to hold anyone's hand today. This job is a fucking walk in the park. You'd actually have to work harder to fuck it up than to do it right. She returned to shelving. Heads up, I swear a lot. It's fine, I told her. Then to prove it, I said, I mean, it's fucking fine. I thought she might smile at this, but she didn't.
Honestly,
She did,
the
however,
biggest
relent
challenge
a
of this
little.
job is how boring it can be. With the exception of weekends and bad weather, we're usually pretty dead.
Great. I'll finally have time to write my novel. That joke fell flat too. Baby untied her brown hair from the knot it had been sitting in on top of her head, and it fell down her back, ending just below her waist when she shook it out. She ran her fingers through it a few times before tying it back up on her head, just as it had been before. Most people I knew who binged and purged didn't have old time religion long hair, because when your body is starving, your hair is one of the first things it gives up on. No joke, I'd seen kids with bulimia lose it by the handful. To have hair like that, Baby must have been new to the world of eating disorders. I considered warning her about the potential hair loss in her future. Maybe if Baby realized she could barf herself bald, it would be the deterrent she needed to get her life right before it was too late. But on the other hand, it probably wasn't a normal thing to tell a girl you just met about the side effects of eating disorders. Normal guys didn't know about that stuff, probably, so I decided to stay out of it. I guess I'll get to it then, is what I said instead, flipping to the first page in the binder. All right. Baby paused a few beats before adding, I'm gonna go throw up some more, and when we're both done, maybe I'll show you around the store. Okay. She stepped by me, and a few seconds later, the back door slammed for a third time, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone puking her guts out. The employee training binder was stupid long. Normally, I had a unique appreciation for the mind numbing slog of reading fine print, thanks to the bad thing that happened. In fact, I'd once read the entire quality assurance manual for my car to distract myself from what was wrong with me when no other deterrent was available, and that shit was record breakingly boring. But since my mind wasn't already idle and the last encounter of what was wrong with me was 2 years deep in my past, it was hard to focus on things like late fee reports and inventory procedures. Still, while Baby alternated between waiting on customers and bathroom barf breaks, I soldiered on. The first section of the manual was basic safety info I already knew: numbers to call in an emergency, where the nearest hospital was located, etc. Since Royo Video was only a few miles from my house, I was already familiar with the area. I'd driven by here hundreds of times while coming and going from other places. I just never set foot inside the store until my interview. It's not like I didn't rent movies, but I just always gone to Blockbuster. Downtown Royal Oak wasn't really my scene. Royal Oak, or Royo, as everyone called it, was where groups of kids my age hung out, usually at Coney Island or the main art theater. Since I was currently between friends, a dry spell spanning more than a decade now, I had little reason to be there. I could tell right away that Royo Video was a different kind of store than Blockbuster. I mean, yeah, there were shelves of VHS boxes, movie posters plastered to the walls, racks of candy, and a Coke fridge, your basic video store staples, but it had a different vibe. More hometown, less corporation, I guess. There were handwritten signs, community advertising bulletin boards, and even a Dondero football schedule posted by the door. Their mascot really was an oak tree. Amazing. The floors and walls of the store were cluttered, but I liked that. I was at home in tight spaces. Until the bad thing, my family lived in a small Sears bungalow in one of those mostly white, like us, middle class, also us, neighborhoods in Fairfax, Virginia. After the bad thing, we moved into a similar house in the same kind of neighborhood in Michigan. I ended up skimming most of the manual. As I pretended to read, I kept an eye on Baby, hoping to learn what I really needed to know about the job from watching her. From what I could tell, when she wasn't puking, she was pretty good at it.
Hi, Mr. Jansen. Oh, you're going to love 7. The ending totally freaked me out. I'm sorry, Ashley. Toy Story isn't out on video until October. Do you want me to call you when it comes in? So, Wayne, isn't this like your 5th time renting Jumanji this month? Do you want me to just order you your own personal copy? It might save you money. I'm really sorry, Mrs. Schwartz. You have a $15 late fee from your husband keeping heat an extra week. Do you want me to remove him from your account? Baby knew everyone who came into the store that night, and they all seemed to like her, even Mrs. Schwartz, who did end up kicking her husband off her account after she paid the fine. First impression, I wouldn't have guessed customer relations would be Baby's strong suit. She was a natural, though, despite throwing up for half her shift. Strangely, Baby's puking gave me hope for myself. If she could be a successful video clerk when she had something wrong with her, I should be able to hack it now that I didn't. How's it going? Baby checked in with me during a lull between customers. Bored to death yet? Actually, I have a concern. I held up the binder. It says in here that employees should be clean cut and dress in business casual attire. I shook some long brown strands of hair into my eyes and indicated my grunge inspired ensemble of faded t shirt and holy corduroys. That might be an issue for me. Baby sat on a stool. Oh, nobody enforces the dress code. You can wear or not wear whatever you want here. You've met the boss, right? She comes in half naked most days. So I had noticed. I closed the binder. I appreciate you waiting until after I read it all to tell me it doesn't matter. You're welcome, she said, and then sat there quietly with her eyes closed. Just like I wasn't sure I'd recognize Poppins without the inch-thick makeup she wore, I imagined that Baby would look different on a day she wasn't puking every 20 minutes. Like, maybe she wasn't usually so pale, and maybe she didn't typically wear tank tops with sweatpants cut off at the knees. Or maybe she did. It really didn't matter to me. Just like I wasn't interested in insecure girls, I was done hooking up with girls with eating disorders. Baby perked up again when the bells on the door announced a customer, and after waiting on him, she gave me a rundown of Royo Video's computer system and rental procedures. By the end of the night, I was waiting on customers myself and using the in-store database to locate movies on the shelves without her help. I recognize that in the grand scheme of life, these are small feats to master, but given what was wrong with me had prevented me from mastering a lot of small feats, I was proud of myself, even if the job was a fucking walk in the park. My shift ended at 10 o'clock that night, which on Sundays was also when the store closed. Around a quarter to 10, Baby grabbed a checklist of closing procedures, and together we completed it. Hey, Baby? I started to thank her for showing me the ropes, then stopped. Sorry, but isn't it weird being called that? It feels like I'm hitting on you. She made a face. I know. In hindsight, I shouldn't have settled for that name. I'm so fucking sick of being told nobody puts Baby in a corner. That's random. Why do people say that? She looked surprised. You know, from the movie, Dirty Dancing. Oh, right, I said. I've never seen it. Unlike with Scarlett, this impressed Baby. Really? Me neither. Wait, you've never seen Dirty Dancing, yet you still named yourself Baby? She pulled her hair down again and this time left it loose after running her fingers through it a few times. Hardly. Indiana Jones named me. I waited for her to elaborate. She didn't. What an honor, I told her. I wasn't given the option of being christened by a bona fide action hero. Congratulations. Indiana Jones was the manager before Scarlett. That makes a lot more sense. Does it? Baby asked. When I got hired, Indy told me to pick the name of a character from my favorite movie. How can someone have just one favorite movie? She dug her hand into the quarter section of the register and divided the coins into dollars. Anyway, we fought about it, and he told me to stop being a baby and just pick a name. So I said, maybe I want to be a baby about it, because I don't know which hills are worth dying on. Then he wrote baby on my name tag and said, fine, be a baby. She made a face. I had no idea about the Dirty Dancing baby because I'd never seen the stupid movie, and after everyone started up with the corner crap, I lost any desire to. Yeah, I said. Then, not wanting to kill the conversation, I added, it was hard to pick a name. Scarlett said I should be Luke Skywalker. Why? Baby asked as she dropped the coins back into the drawer. It's not like that would have been any easier for her to spell. I laughed. I could have gone with Darth Vader. It's spelled how it sounds. Ugh, I'm so glad you didn't pick Darth Vader. When people name themselves after villains, it's usually only to compensate for how uninteresting they truly are. I can see how it would be a letdown to work with a boring guy named Freddy Krueger who doesn't actually try to murder you in your sleep. The nerve of some people. Baby smirked, but then her eyes narrowed. Hold on a sec. You aren't the guy who's supposedly related to Scarlett's boyfriend, are you? Why? Baby shrugged. I've met Scarlett's boyfriend. It's hard to imagine anyone in that meathead's gene pool walking upright. If I dug deep enough, this felt like a compliment. Oh, well then, supposedly that's me. Oh, sorry for insulting your gene pool. No worries. Devin's my cousin on my mom's side. I take after my dad more. His gene pool is relatively meathead free. Baby huffed a small laugh and smiled, and it felt like my greatest achievement of the night. I should probably explain here that while what was wrong with me was psychological, there wasn't anything so fucked up about my personality that I couldn't have had traditional teenage friendships had it not been for the bad thing that happened. Therefore, I was proud of making Baby laugh the way any normal guy would have been proud of it. Not the way a pariah of society like Frankenstein's monster might have been, feeling the first glint of human acceptance after a lifetime of being ostracized, if that's what you're thinking. I'd worked hard for that laugh, and Baby had a good smile, crescent-shaped with satisfyingly sharp corners, so I was going to enjoy it. After Baby finished counting up the money, we locked it in the safe in Scarlett's office. Then we punched our time cards and killed the lights, thus ending my first official shift at Royo Video. Our cars were parked a few spaces apart in the employee lot behind the store. Baby unlocked the driver's side of a black Accord while I did the same to my LeBaron. I felt really good at that moment. One of the side effects of being on meds to help you cope with the lows in life is that they also dull the highs. I'd been off my medication for a few months, and every emotion I felt was pure again. I was downright giddy that I'd made it through my first day on the job like a real, live, normal person. As I pulled out of the parking space, I started to wave at Baby, but then I realized she wasn't in her car. Instead, I saw her in front of it, facing the wild shrubbery that lined the edge of the lot. I rolled down my window. Everything all right? Instead of answering, Baby bent over at the waist and threw up into the bushes. I put the car back into park. It wouldn't have been normal to just abandon someone in a situation like this, but it also probably wasn't normal to do what I did, which was to get out of the car and jog up behind Baby while she finished heaving. When she was done, Baby collapsed onto a cement parking stopper and said what every person says when they vomit in front of someone else. I'm sorry. I replied with what everyone wants to be told by the person they've puked in front of. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. I thought I could make it home before throwing up again. Baby wiped her mouth with her sleeve. You were super wrong. It was a long shot, but I was hoping she'd smile at this. She didn't. Neither of us had anything else to say, so I thought about taking off, but it didn't feel right to leave Baby alone yet. Plus, she seemed like the kind of person who would tell me to go away if she wanted to be alone. I ruined my tabula rasa, she eventually said. Did you get puke on it? I asked. I have it on good authority that ammonia can get out even the toughest vomit stain. What? No. Tabula rasa means blank slate. Baby pulled a bottle of water out of her purse and took a drink. You know how it is when you first meet someone and they know nothing about you? There's only a short window of time before they start filling in all the blanks. She screwed the cap back on and sighed. I just met you a few hours ago and you've probably already written puking psychopath all over my tabula. I don't think you're a psychopath, I told her truthfully. I'd met a few psychopaths in my day, and as far as I knew, vomiting was not a symptom of that particular mental illness. Thanks. Baby looked at me. We sat in silence for a few minutes more, during which a normal person might have asked Baby some follow up questions about why she was throwing up so much. However, I understood that just because I knew one thing about Baby, it didn't entitle me to everything else. Which was fine with me, honestly. It's a lot of responsibility knowing the entire truth about a person, and I was too busy trying to become what I might have been to get involved in what was wrong with someone else. She took a few more sips of water and kept them down, and we both got up to leave. I watched Baby get into her car and successfully exit the parking lot without getting sick again. I was going to leave too, but something stopped me. I suddenly got the feeling I wasn't alone, which was not an unfamiliar feeling. As I checked to make sure no one was hiding between the cars or in the dumpsters or within the now puke-sodden shrubbery, I thought about the idea of tabula rasas. I sometimes forgot that the bad thing that happened wasn't written all over my face, that what was wrong with me wasn't visible to the naked eye. It occurred to me that I really did have a blank slate at this job. No one at Royo Video knew a damn thing about my past, and if I played my cards right, I could keep it that way. I really could be someone else at work. This realization was thrilling. I got back into my car and started the engine. Of course, there was no one else in the lot. Why would there be? There was nothing wrong with me. Not anymore. I was Han Solo, and my tabula was rasa. I adjusted my rearview mirror and drove home. Chapter 3. At my mom's request, I waited until after my first day of work to tell Dr. Singh about the job. "There's no sense in celebrating too early," were her words. "Something could go wrong, and we'll be back at the drawing board trying to figure out what to do with you." When I finally told my doctor, he was overly congratulatory the way people are when someone they have no expectations of manages the smallest achievement. After a long string of accolades, he turned to my parents and issued a warning. "The video store is off limits to you," he decreed. "If you want Joel to build independence, he'll need space. No helicoptering, no checking up on him there, understand?" Before Mom could protest, Dad said, "Whatever it takes to keep Joel healthy." Mom reluctantly agreed that Royo Video would be a no-fly zone as long as I kept her reasonably informed about the small part of my life she and Dad weren't at the center of. Since I wasn't scheduled to work again until Friday, I passed the days as I always did. Video games, homework, Tim the tutor. Things felt a little different, though, now that I had work to look forward to. I'd like Sunday night at Royo Video with its steady trickle of renters, the soothing hum of the Coke fridge, and the movies playing on the in-store televisions for background noise. It was calming. As I soon learned, though, Fridays at a video store weren't anything like Sundays. From the moment I clocked in, the store was packed. We were so busy that Poppins barely had enough time between customers to introduce me to the rest of my coworkers. They were busy too, but I noticed some things. First of all, the Godfather was a girl. She was Asian and had bluntly cut short black hair and dark eyes. She looked like Tia Carrera from Wayne's World, though the Godfather's beauty wasn't what I found intimidating about her. She wore all black in a luxe, not goth way, and made zero facial expressions throughout our introduction. Instead of shaking my hand, she just squeezed it and stared straight into my soul. Right away, it was clear that the Godfather had presence in the way someone ballsy enough to call herself the Godfather should. On the other hand, I wasn't at all intimidated by Hannibal. Baby's assertion about people who name themselves after villains applied to him exactly. Since I had Wayne's World on my mind, at first glance, Hannibal reminded me of a heavier version of the guy riding bitch in the AMC Pacer during the Bohemian Rhapsody scene. He had to be at least 25 and wore a ponytail and a metal band t-shirt, Pantera, all of which seemed to confirm that his choice of Hannibal was an overcompensation for something. His real name was probably something much less intimidating, like Glenn. Dirty Harry was more like what I was expecting. Not because he looked anything like Clint Eastwood, but because Scarlett had called him her stupid little brother. He had the same basic elements that made up Scarlett: hair, height, profile, but repackaged in a scrawny 15-year-old dude body. He was dressed head to toe in Nike clothing, presumably because he was rich and spoiled, not because he was athletic. When he greeted me with "Sup," I kind of wanted to punch his face. After the introductions, Poppins thrust a fishbowl full of plastic tags into my hands. She pointed to the racks of movies. "Good luck, Solo. Customers are crazy tonight." I knew from Sunday that the way the movies were arranged was twice as confusing as the Dewey Decimal System, and numbered, and they hung on little hooks beneath the corresponding VHS boxes, signaling to customers which movies were available at any given time. The colors differentiated between new releases and older movies, and the number assignment was for the computer database. Despite these overcomplications, I'd managed to put out a handful of tags correctly on Sunday after Baby showed me how. But it bears repeating that this wasn't Sunday. The moment I stepped out from behind the counter, a dozen customers descended on me. "Hey, do you have a 4589 tag in there?" a mustache man asked, indicating the fishbowl. "I called dibs." I don't know. "I need 4676, a woman with a ponytail interrupted, "and I also want 4589. If you just let me sort through." "He's not going to have two 4589s. The mustache glared at the ponytail. "It just came out on Tuesday. Sorry, lady." A third voice joined in, an indignant pair of sunglasses. "Why should you get 4589? I was here first." "You snooze, you lose," Mustache said. Then to me, "Here, let me see what's in there." He reached for the fishbowl. Ponytail grabbed for it too. "I think I see a 4589 in there." I held the bowl tightly and swatted hands away. These people were crazy. Luckily, crazy was in my wheelhouse. "Hey," I yelled, "everybody step the hell back or you'll all be getting late fees." My assertiveness surprised even me. However, 24 eyebrows raised in unison, and the crowd dissipated. I liked being Solo. People respected him. I put out the tags, and in the second bowlful of returns, I discovered a 4589. It turned out that number represented The Juror, starring Demi Moore and Alec Baldwin, the hottest ticket of the night. Instead of hanging it on a hook, I offered it to a customer with no mustache, ponytail, or sunglasses. She was thrilled. The abuse of power was invigorating. I stayed on the floor until my dinner break a few hours later, and afterward I returned to a thinned crowd and a trashed store. There were candy wrappers on the floor and half-drunk fast food cups abandoned randomly throughout the shelves. The displays were askew, VHS boxes were out of order, and there was a handful of popcorn ground into the carpet, which was weird since we only sold it in its unpopped state. "Did we get looted?" I asked Hannibal. "It's the weekend, my friend," was his response. "Nice job fending off the tag grabbers earlier," Poppins chimed in. "Yeah, dude," Hannibal agreed. "Someone tackled me for Dumb and Dumber once. I don't go out there during rush anymore. You're a natural, though." I enjoyed these accolades, even if they'd only been given so I'd continue doing the crap work no one else wanted to do. The Godfathers and Dirty's shift ended first that evening. Then it was just Hannibal, Poppins, and me. Since there were fewer customers as it got later, Poppins stayed on the register while Hannibal put on a pair of headphones and started up the vacuum cleaner. I was given an empty trash bag, and I began collecting the garbage strewn about the store. I really enjoyed this, which might sound weird, so let me explain. In the heyday of what was wrong with me, I was party to much less desirable messes. Party to some, victim of some, and responsible for one, I should say. Messes happen pretty often in a psych hospital. Tantrum messes were the most common, since many of my peers were dealing with rage issues. These were usually limited to throwing things or knocking over tables, and were typically resolved quickly with a sedative and some sweeping up. Accidental messes, like someone pulling out an IV and spurting blood across the room, were unfortunate but easily forgivable. Premeditated messes were the worst kind. Since psych patients are absent traditional weaponry, they sometimes resort to using their own body byproducts to enact vengeance. Pissing all over the chairs before group therapy, for example, smearing shit on the bathroom stalls, throwing up mop and glow all over my room. More on that later. The kicker was that most messes were on us patients to clean up, a punishment meant to deter such behaviors from recurring. As a result, over the years, I built up a pretty high tolerance to bodily fluids. The mess in the video store wasn't caused by a tantrum or an accident or revenge, and I found that refreshing. Sure, the place was a disaster zone, but in an animal house post-frat rager way. People made this mess while looking to score a flick for the weekend. They were enjoying the spoils of normal life, a little soda, some Skittles, and so what if they left some trash behind? So what if I had to scrape gum out of the carpet? It was a normal people mess, the kind that normal people have to clean up. Normal people like me. By the time Royo Video was back in order, my perspective on my job had evolved a bit. I felt less like a video store clerk and more like a party host. The store was my living room. Come on in, everybody, and make yourself at home. Grab a movie and have a good time, courtesy of everyone's favorite video guy, Han Solo. With about half an hour until closing, I gathered the garbage bags and headed out to the dumpster in the employee parking lot. All that was left to do for the night was to count the money in the registers, so I chucked the bags in and took my time walking back to the store. It was one of those hot summer nights people complained were swampy, even though Michigan is hardly a swamp. I happened to like this kind of humidity because it equated to warmer weather, and I hated the cold. In Michigan, the winters seemed 7 months long, and that's a crime against humanity. Virginia winters were warmer and shorter, and technically swampier. Not that I wanted to move back there. Another reason I liked humidity is because it's a warning that rain is coming. Humidity tells you that change is imminent, and a guy like me appreciates a heads up when something's about to happen. Which is why I jumped a mile high when, without warning, I heard someone whisper, "Hey!" I turned my head, but I didn't see anyone. The moisture in the air made halos around the streetlights. I rubbed my eyes, but it didn't help. The back lot was long and narrow, and there were many cars parked in it, but I couldn't see anyone inside them. It was unsettling. "Hey!" The whisper was louder this time, and the hair on my arms pricked up. I own that I'm paranoid. What was wrong with me had really done a number on my nerves over the years, and my fight or flight response had a sensitive trigger. So when I heard that third, "Hey!" and there was still no one in sight, you can understand why I wanted to book it out of there like a track and field Olympian. After all, a situation like this would scare even a normal person. Of course, a normal person would have been scared that the voice belonged to a kidnapper or murderer, whereas I was afraid that the voice meant I was having a relapse of what was wrong with me. I should explain that what was wrong with me could talk. It had a mouth, and curly brown hair, and green eyes, and all the other parts that make up a 16-year-old girl. It also had a name, Crystal. But I wasn't supposed to call her that. I wasn't supposed to engage with what was wrong with me. There wasn't supposed to be something wrong with me anymore. Evidently, the whisperer hadn't gotten that memo. "Wait a minute," the voice called out to me. The command was followed by the sound of footsteps approaching fast. You might expect that by this point I'd be running back toward the store with superhuman speed, but instead my body did the most counterproductive thing it could do when needing to escape danger, which was to freeze completely fucking still. I figure there are 3 reasons this happened. The first was shock. You see, I never thought I would actually relapse. I was sure I was cured, healed, and delivered from what was wrong with me. Several doctors had given me the all clear. Besides, Crystal had promised me that if I ever wanted to see her again, I would have to find her. Crazy as that may sound, she'd always kept her word, so I was fairly stunned that she was showing up now, just when I was finally normal. So stunned that my goddamn feet simply wouldn't move. The second reason I didn't run was that I knew it wouldn't matter. Space did not confine Crystal. She could hide from me, but that road didn't go both ways. If she was coming back, there wasn't anything I could do to stop it. The third reason made up only about 1% of why I didn't run, but it's still worth mentioning. I missed Crystal. At least 1% of me did. This all sounds crazy because it is crazy, but it's also true, and those aren't mutually exclusive. Crystal was what was wrong with me, and she and
So
I
when the
had a
footsteps drew
complicated
closer
history, and a hand touched my shoulder. Only 99% of me dreaded turning around and seeing her face. And that's why when I turned around and the person standing there wasn't Crystal, only 99% of me was completely relieved. "You're not Crystal," was how I greeted the guy in a t-shirt and camouflage pants. The vast majority of me was so happy to see a dude I didn't recognize that I had to stop myself from hugging him. He pointed at the video store door and, no longer whispering, asked, "Do you work here?" "Yeah," I told him. "It's only my second day, just getting ready to close up shop." I added these details because I lose all discernment when I'm spooked, including what personal information I should be giving to a guy lurking in the shadows of a parking lot. Had he taken any longer to reply, I might have given him a key to my house and volunteered my social security number. "Oh, yeah?" The guy nodded. "Is Nikki working tonight?" "The Godfather?" I guessed. Because of the back alley and the cloak of darkness, he struck me as her bird of a feather. "She got off a few hours ago." "No, not her. Nikki. Baby," he clarified. "She in there?" "Oh, baby. No, she's not here." I pulled out a copy of the work schedule that was folded in my wallet and checked the lineup for Saturday. "She'll be in tomorrow, though. We're opening together." "Damn." The guy rubbed his face and closed his eyes before asking, How, how is she?" My wits were coming back enough for me to hesitate before answering. "What do you mean?" "I don't know." He scratched his head. "I heard she might be unwell." This question aroused some suspicion. "Who are you exactly?" He answered me with air quotes. "Indiana Jones. Indy. I used to work here." Oh, this was the guy who had named Baby. I eased up a little. "Han Solo." I pointed at myself. "Solo." "Right." Indy dug into his pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He hit it against the palm of his hand before taking two out and offering one to me. I shook my head. "So she's been okay then? Baby?" he asked before lighting up. "She said something was going on, but sometimes people exaggerate." He took a drag and blew it out. He could have been referring to Baby's eating disorder, but I didn't see how it was any of his business. "I just worked with her the one time." "Yeah, all right." He seemed disappointed. "You want to come in? Poppins and Hannibal are inside. Do you know them?" "I can't." He took a few more drags off his cigarette in silence before flicking it onto the ground. We both watched it burn out. "Look, I know you don't know me, but I need a favor." He reached into his back pocket. "I need to get this to Nikki, but I'm leaving town." He handed me an envelope. It was the standard letter size with Baby's apparent name scrawled across the front. "It's really important." I took it. "Yeah, sure. I'll leave it for her." "Actually, you need to hand it to her," Indy said firmly. "Oh, okay. Is she expecting it?" He shrugged. "She's expecting something." A rumble in the distance told me that the humidity was about to make good on its warning. "I should get back to work," I said. "Sure you don't want to come in for a minute?" "I really can't." He glanced at the back door and shook his head. "And don't mention that you saw me out here. Cool?" "Sure." I waited for him to explain, but he didn't. Thanks, man, Indy said before turning away. He only made it a few steps across the lot before the rain started. It ended up being a hard rain. I stood under an awning, breathing in the ozone smell of a summer storm. Then, as I expected them to once Indiana Jones was out of sight, my thoughts returned to Crystal. Crystal was like Pandora's box. Once she made her way to the forefront of my mind, it was hard to stuff her back where she belonged. Into a diagnosis, into a label, into what was wrong with me. This time I knew it would be especially hard to forget her because I'd been scared shitless that she was back, and fear like that tended to linger. As I watched the rain, I decided that if Crystal were going to reappear, this would be a great setting for it. She could just show up as a shadowy silhouette, materializing in the storm, clouds of steam rising up around her from the cold rain beating against the hot pavement. She'd be wearing her green dress, probably belting out a Bon Jovi song I hated. But that kind of entrance wasn't really her style. If Crystal came back, she'd just show up somewhere acting all normal, as if she'd never left in the first place. I waited until the rain let up, and then, because I knew I'd get no peace otherwise, I ran out to the dumpster. I mean, I knew Crystal wasn't in there, but I had to make sure. If I didn't do it now, I'd obsess about it all night and end up driving back here at 4 in the morning to check. Given those two options, it was less crazy to check now, and the less crazy option is always the right one. I opened the lid and looked inside. There was nothing there but wet garbage. I also looked underneath my car for good measure, and then 4 others, and then around a stack of wooden pallets behind the pizza place next door. "Hey, what are you doing?" Poppins called out to me as I climbed down off the pallets. She was under the awning, watching me. I squeezed the rain out of my hair. "I saw a stray cat. I thought it might be hurt, but I can't find it now," was my ready reply. In terms of covering up what was wrong with me, this was not my first rodeo. It must have run off. Poppins smiled at me the way girls do when they think you care about animals. "Well, come back inside. You look like an insane person out there." I took one last look around the pallets and then followed Poppins back into the store. The last thing I wanted was to look like an insane person. Chapter 4. Sure, I wanted to know what was in the envelope. Of course I did. If some stranger shrouded in the night asked you to deliver a message, you'd wonder what it said too. That's just plain normal. There was no way in hell I was going to open it, though. Privacy is sacred to me. After spending so much time in psych hospitals, where even your shits are subject to monitoring, you learn to appreciate receiving your mail unopened. I wasn't going to rob anyone of that luxury, even if most people took that sort of thing for granted. Still, I wondered about the envelope, and why Indiana Jones hadn't just left it for Baby at the Royal Video counter, and what it was she'd been expecting from him. Despite wanting to keep my distance, I found that I was beginning to wonder a lot of things about Baby. "You're being quiet," Mom observed the next morning at breakfast. "What are you thinking about?" Another reason I respected other people's privacy so much was because at home, I couldn't even keep my thoughts to myself. "Work," was my answer. "Work?" she repeated, then assumed the worst. "Is there a problem? Do you want to quit? Is it too overwhelming?" My dad looked up from his newspaper, and they both waited. "I was just thinking about last night. It was busy." This was the truth, but not the whole truth. A good busy, though. Fun busy. I'm just the right amount of whelmed. "No unexpected visitors?" Mom asked, lighting a cigarette. She meant Crystal. She never used her name. "No," I said in between bites of cereal. Indiana Jones had been unexpected, but since I knew what she was really asking, it didn't feel like a lie. That was enough for Dad to go back to his paper. "I was thinking," Mom inhaled and blew smoke out her nose. "Maybe you should tell all your coworkers about having anemia, just in case something happens at work. Let them know that if you start acting weird, someone should call me." I stared at my mother.
This was the last thing I wanted to do. If my tabula was truly rasa at Royo Video, I didn't want to spoil it by announcing I had a proclivity for freaking out and needing my mommy. Devin's girlfriend kind of knows, I revealed, hoping that would satisfy her, but she thinks I had leukemia. Even better, Mom said. She'll probably be a nicer boss if she thinks you were that sick. You might think she was joking, but she wasn't. I shot her an annoyed look. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, Joel. People are usually nicer to cancer kids. Translation? Nicer than they are to the kind of sick I'd been. I might have taken exception to this comment had I not known it to be true. How lucky am I to have survived not one, but two fake childhood illnesses? I asked sarcastically. Why don't we say I beat polio, too? I'd be a triple threat. I'm sure
Mom
that would
exhaled
impress the
some
girls.
smoke.
I finished my cereal, grabbed my car keys, and humored my mother. It's like I have the Tom Cruise of immune systems. Mom smiled. Go get him, honey. Baby's Accord wasn't in the lot when I got to work. Since I didn't yet have a store key, I listened to a CD in my car while I waited for her. I'd been playing REM's Monster nonstop for the past month, mostly the first 6 tracks because I rarely drove anywhere that took longer than that, and my CD player always started over with track 1 when I turned the car on. I often got on kicks where I'd listen to an album ad nauseum. Lately, I'd done this with Aerosmith's Get a Grip, Stone Temple Pilots' Core, and, in a brief R&B stint, Boys to Men's too. I listened to half a song before I turned down the music and pulled Baby's envelope out of the glove compartment. Nikki. It occurred to me that Indy had probably never intended to hand this to Baby himself. If he had, why would he have written her name on it? He must have been waiting in the lot, hoping to run into someone who could deliver it. And if that was the case, I couldn't imagine the envelope contained good news. People like to give good news in person, not via an intermediary. I started getting nervous. I was literally going to be the bearer of bad news, and nobody wants to be that guy. When it was time to open the store, there was still no sign of Baby. There was a red Volkswagen parked a few spaces down from me, though, so I decided to try the door in case she was here and had just driven a different car. The door was locked, but I could see a light on inside, so I knocked. Moments later, a shadowy someone emerged from the break room, and then Scarlett, not Baby, stepped into the light, walking toward me barefoot with a toothbrush in her mouth. Also noteworthy was that she was in her underwear. Okay, so maybe not just underwear. It was some sort of pajamas that might as well have been underwear, but were probably technically shorts and a tank top. Semantics aside, I wasn't prepared for it and immediately broke out in a sweat. Hey, she said after she opened the door. Sorry, I overslept. Her words were garbled by a mouthful of toothpaste. That's okay. I fixed my eyes on her ankles and followed them down the hallway and back into the break room. Are you covering Baby's shift? Scarlett spat into the break room sink. You think I came to work looking like this? She pointed to her bare stomach and thighs, 2 regions of her body I'd been willing myself not to ogle. I spent the night here. You did? I thought you saw me, actually. She cupped her hand under the faucet and rinsed out her mouth. I passed you leaving on my way in last night. I didn't see you, I said, then followed Scarlett to a couch in the corner of the break room. She took a change of clothes out of a dresser that a TV sat on. So, I'm guessing you crash here a lot? I sat down on the arm of the couch. Only when your cousin's being an asshole, she answered. So yeah, all the time. This was news to me. I mean, Devin could definitely be an asshole sometimes. I just didn't know he was one to Scarlett. I'm sorry. Scarlett dropped the clothes onto the table where employees ate their lunch and began finger combing her hair. What the hell is his problem anyway? I literally knew nothing about Devin's problems. We weren't that close. Our moms were, but not us so much. As far as I was concerned, Devin had 0 problems and 1 very hot girlfriend. I wish I knew, I offered. And then, to my complete horror and utter delight, Scarlett took her shirt off.
This time, I'm not exaggerating at all. She seriously completely removed her top and stood before me in only her bra. Words, 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 Scarlett said as she lifted a fresh t-shirt off the pile of clothing. More words. She slipped the shirt over her head, and I regained language comprehension skills. I mean, I just don't know what to do about him anymore, Scarlett concluded. What do you think? What did I think? Was she kidding? She had to know what I was thinking about right then. While she waited for me to answer, Scarlett took off her shorts. No joke. She exchanged them for a skirt, which she seemed to pull up over her legs in slow motion as that "Oh Yeah" song from the Twix commercial blared in my brain. Now, I was not quite an authority on things normal people did, but this did not feel normal. Why would a girl who was my boss, who was my cousin's girlfriend, who was a real life version of Jessica Rabbit, strip her clothes off in front of me, some dude she barely knew? Was it some kind of power move? Was it an invitation? Was she just really proud of her body and liked to show it off? If our roles were reversed, a guy stripping down to his underwear in front of a girl that way would have been at the very least obnoxious and at most sexual harassment. When Scarlett did it, though, it didn't feel like either of those things. It felt like she was daring me to do something. Or not to. Regardless, Scarlett's question still hung in the air. The problem was there was a sudden blood drought in my brain, so instead of coming up with any solid relationship advice, I blurted out the first thing that popped into my head. I think it's never too late for you to become what you might have been. Scarlett paused, and then her forehead creased. Huh? I scrambled for what to say next. It's true. I nodded slowly, the way therapists always do when they want you to agree with them. The only person in control of your happiness is you, I added. This was advice I'd borrowed from a second poster that hung in my doctor's office. This one featured a photo of a young man with a mullet staring pensively into a mirror. Scarlett blinked at me. There was no going back at this point. My mind had become a spinning carousel, except in place of horses, there was a herd of shitty motivational posters and half-naked Scarletts careening in circles. I just started babbling. Today is the first day of the rest of your life, Scarlett. A picture of feet standing on a paved road lined with trees. Life's greatest fulfillments often begin with a drastic change. A photograph of a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. Tough times seem to last long, but tough people last longer. Garfield, for some reason. Hang in there. Cat on a clothesline. Scarlett stared at me with a factory-setting non-expression. What are you talking about? I really don't know. I'm an idiot. Scarlett didn't disagree with me. Instead, she scooped up her pajamas and slipped her feet into a pair of sandals. Well, whatever. Thanks for listening, at least. Then, in one continuous motion, she bent down, kissed me on the cheek, and walked out the door. In her wake lingered the scent of Victoria's Secret, a compilation of fruit and flowers and sex pheromones, which I swear was the best goddamn smell on the planet, and I just sat there breathing it in and waiting to be able to stand up again. Too soon after Scarlett exited the store, Baby entered and replaced the air's sexually charged energy with an altogether different one. Hello? She called out frantically. I met her in the hallway. Hey. Why are you back here? Why didn't you open the store? It's 10 after 10. It is? I glanced at a clock. I almost panicked, but then I remembered I wasn't the one who was late. I've never opened before. I didn't know what to do. Shit! She yelled and pushed past me. Get the lights. I'll unlock the doors. Shit, shit, shit! I flipped some switches and the store lit up. I don't think we missed out on any customers if that's what you're worried about. It's not. Baby turned the deadbolts on the front door. I just fucking hate being late. She pushed open the door and looked up and down the street. No one will know, I told her. I refrained from mentioning that Scarlett had just left and hadn't seemed to care that Baby was late, just in case she didn't want Baby knowing she'd been crashing at the store. Someone is supposed to come by today. We have unfinished business, Baby explained. It took me a beat, but I put two and two together. Oh, I felt for the envelope in my pocket. Are you talking about Indiana Jones? Baby's mouth dropped open. How did you know that? I ran into him last night in the parking lot. I handed her the envelope. He asked me to give you this. She stared first at me, then at the envelope. What is it? I shrugged and walked away. She deserved privacy, and besides, my curiosity about the envelope was suddenly dwarfed by my desire not to get involved in Baby's drama. I heard the envelope tear, and then there was silence. And then there was shouting. What the hell? She stormed the register that I was now standing behind. What is this, Solo? She threw the envelope down on the counter. Some money slid out of it. Money was my matter-of-fact, don't drag me into whatever's going on answer. Beats me. He didn't say. Somehow this was enough information for Baby to figure out the answer, because a few seconds later she said, "Oh." It was a sad little word, and despite wanting to keep my distance, I instantly felt bad for Baby. There was silence for a few more seconds before Baby grabbed the cordless telephone from its port by the computer, clicked it on, and disappeared down the hallway. She left the money on the counter and me in charge of the store on this, my third day of employment. Baby was gone for a long time. I hid the money out of sight and tried to keep busy putting away returns from the overnight bin, but I ran out of things I knew how to do pretty quickly. Considering Baby was going through some shit, it seemed petty to complain that I was bored, but I hadn't worked at the store long enough yet to know how to kill time productively, and we've already established that an idle mind wasn't good for me. In the cabinets under the register, I found a roll of paper towels and a can of Pledge. Appearance-wise, the store was still in pretty good shape from the night before, but even in a clean room, there's at least a little dust. I set out to bust it. I headed to the classics shelves first. Sure enough, there were thick layers of gray fuzz covering the entire collection of rarely rented 1940s musicals, so I shook up the Pledge and got to work. That is to say, I walked up and down every aisle to assure myself that I was truly alone, and then I got to work. You may be noticing a pattern with this behavior, but I promise you I don't have OCD. The doctors thought I did for a while, but it turned out what was wrong with me didn't include that specific diagnosis because, according to the DSM-3R, constantly casing your surroundings in search of the girl you sometimes hallucinate is more in line with a schizoaffective disorder, which, clinically speaking, was what they thought I had. I didn't agree with that diagnosis, but when you're a kid and your greatest line of defense against getting thrown in a psych hospital is, "I'm not crazy," you might as well pack your bags because no one is going to believe you. I'll admit, at times it seemed like maybe I was losing my mind. But honestly, it would have been normal to after the bad thing that happened. The bad thing was an atomic bomb that went off right in the center of my world, vaporizing everything. Things like normalcy, stability, and predictability all vanished without a trace. From dust they were formed, and to dust they returned, and there I was at ground zero, covered in fucking dust. In the fallout after the bad thing, amidst the scrutiny, the abandonment, the pity, the finger pointing, and the questions, a lot of things got ignored. Things that mattered, like dentist appointments, I ended up with 3 cavities, and home repairs. We never did fix that leak in the roof. And a lot of other things that didn't seem to matter at all, like, for instance, the mail. As is proper etiquette after an event like the bad thing that happened, there was an influx of cards and letters sent to the house by the community of Fairfax, Virginia. My parents never opened them, so they just collected in stacks that occupied the countertops and the kitchen table we'd stopped eating at. My parents probably planned to deal with them eventually, but after enough time passed, the piles went from being in the way to being just the way things were. The 3 of us stopped noticing them until it was time for us to move. One thing unique to our Fairfax home was the old kiln in our backyard. It was a large brick oven shaped like a teepee, built by a previous owner. Since there were no Potters in the Teague family, it mostly got used as a play space when I was young. But eventually, like the piles of mail in the house, the kiln became visual white noise. Then one day, while packing for the move to Michigan, 10-year-old Joel had the bright idea of using the kiln to burn all the condolences cluttering the counters rather than boxing them up to schlep to our new house. I remember filling a laundry basket full of that mail, dragging it outside into the deepest part of the yard, and chucking it into the kiln handfuls at a time. Then I found a book of matches in the garage, lit 3 of them, and tossed them at the pile. Just before the flames grabbed hold, though, I noticed a shoebox wedged under a brick inside the kiln, and I dislodged it with my foot. It had been a long time since I'd stored any of my toys out there. I assumed whatever was in the box wasn't very important if I hadn't missed it after all that time, but that was no reason to set it on fire without checking first. I removed the rubber bands holding the box closed. Nothing about it seemed familiar, and when I got the lid off, the same held true for what was inside: a cassette tape called Slippery When Wet, a Bon Bell bubblegum lip smacker, Wet and Wild nail polish, a rolled up Teen Beat magazine, and, wadded into a dense ball, a green dress. There was also a page of Lisa Frank's stationery with a list of names written in cursive, which I've since memorized: Brianne, Ricky, Carol, Belinda, Tara, Gina, Christine, Crystal. It was all girl stuff. I examined it, trying to figure out who it belonged to and how it had wound up there. It seemed like it could be important to someone, and for that reason, it became important to me. It was then, as I was trying to solve the mystery of the kiln box, that I first experienced what was wrong with me. There she was, plain as day. A girl cowering against the wall of the kiln behind the burning piles of mail. My heart practically stopped. Then I screamed, "I'm sorry! I didn't see you in there!" I had 2 years of Cub Scouts under my belt, and I was prepared in case the fire got out of hand, so I grabbed the nearby bucket of water and used it to douse the flames. When the smoke cleared, no one was there. As I was crawling around in the wet ashes, looking for loose bricks or a false wall or really any explanation for how a girl could have secretly entered and escaped the mail inferno, I heard rustling behind me. I emerged from the kiln covered in soggy filth and called out, "Hello?" I looked around but saw no one. I also didn't see the shoebox. The list of names, however, was sitting on the ground, exactly where I'd dropped it. Just then I heard my dad calling to me from the back porch. He was facing my direction and shielding his eyes against the sun. "Joel!" he yelled, but not angrily. "What the hell are you doing out there?" Then, after a pause, "Where's all the mail?" My mom was none too pleased. She stripped me down to my underoos and turned on the hose, muttering about how I'd ruined a pair of perfectly good blue jeans and how she wouldn't know who to write thank you cards to since I'd destroyed the notes people had so thoughtfully sent. "Everybody already believes we're horrible people. This'll be more proof." There were tears rolling down her cheeks as she puffed on one of those long cigarettes marketed to women, of which she'd smoked 3 packs a day since the bad thing. "What possessed you to do such a thing, Joel?" "He was doing us a favor," my dad defended me. He was sitting cross-legged on the driveway with a scrubbing brush and a box of Tide powdered detergent, trying to salvage the knees of my pants. "Joel knew if we'd wanted to read any of those cards or letters, we'd have done it by now. Isn't that right?" I nodded, even though Dad was giving me more credit than I deserved. "See?" Dad assured Mom. "And trust me, Maureen, no one is expecting anything from us right now, least of all goddamn thank you cards." Mom wouldn't acknowledge Dad's point. "But fire, Joel? How many times have we told you not to play with fire?" The honest answer to this question was none. All I had ever learned about fire safety came from Cub Scouts, Smokey Bear PSAs, and school during Fire Prevention Month. From what I could recall, my parents had never even told me not to play with matches, despite my access to them in a house with a smoker. I guess they believe that not playing with fire was just one of those things kids are supposed to know without being taught. I'm sorry. Mom turned the hose back on. Are you sure you didn't burn yourself? My dad asked, looking up from my Levi's. My mom paused her spraying so I could answer. No, I'm fine, I said through chattering teeth. Then water blasted me again, and sooty trickles flowed down my legs like black rivers on a map.
What were you thinking crawling around in there anyway?
Mom demanded.
I've told you a million times not to go in that dirty old kiln.
No, she hadn't actually. Not even once. I thought I saw one of my old toys, I lied. It felt more believable than the truth, so it didn't feel wrong.
This is why I always say not to leave your toys lying around, Joel. I knew something like this would eventually happen.
Obviously, no one would ever have predicted a scenario wherein I'd ruin a pair of jeans by burning months of unanswered cards we'd received because of the bad thing that happened. But there was no sense in arguing about any of this because we all knew, even the youngest of us, that Mom rewrote the past however she needed
Calm
to
down,
in order to
Maureen.
keep herself
Dad
together.
said gently.
He got rid of a couple stacks of paper. Let's have some perspective. It's not like anybody He stopped himself. Mom glared at Dad. I'm sorry. What I meant to say was, Joel is fine. We don't need to get worked up about a little thing like this. But it was too late.
A little thing? Try a warning sign, Craig. Try a cry for help. Your son just lit a bonfire and then rolled around in it. Open your goddamn eyes.
Mom threw the hose down and stormed inside. The walls of the Virginia house were thin, so we could have easily heard Mom stomp up the stairs and slam her bedroom door from the driveway, even if she hadn't done so extra loudly for our benefit. I crouched down and hugged my knees to my chest in an effort to keep my ass from completely freezing off. Dad fetched a towel from the beach stuff in the garage we hadn't gotten around to packing. He wrapped me up in it like I was a little boy. I mean, I kind of still was one, but it hadn't felt like it in a while. The towel he'd picked was my favorite because it was big and hadn't been washed too many times. I'd last used it in Virginia Beach a few months before the bad thing. The day we ate so many hot dogs after swimming in the ocean. The towel was primary colors, ketchup, mustard, and sky. I loved that memory, but I was afraid to think about it too often, lest I wear it out. I'm sorry, Dad, I told him. It wasn't an apology for the mail, though. Neither one of us cared about the mail, but we were both sorry. Me too, Joel, he said. Then he took his finger, pruny from the detergent, wiped it across my forehead, and showed me that it was black. What happened is hard for you and me, but it's even harder for your mom. It doesn't seem like that's possible, but it is, okay? She's doing the best she can. I know, I said, though I didn't. Dad crossed his legs again to make a lap and pulled me onto it, cradling me like a baby. The impulse to resist him was there, but it wasn't nearly as strong as my need for his comfort. So I just sat there and let him hold me for as long as he would. Later, cleaned up and ready for bed, I pulled the piece of stationery out of the pocket of my dirty, but not ruined, thanks to my dad and the tide, blue jeans, and slipped it under my pillow. The next day, I decided I would find the girl from the fire, the owner of the shoebox, and give her back the list. I would ask her to tell my mom she had been in the kiln and that I wasn't crazy. That was my plan, at least. As it turned out, she had another one. 3 hours and 2 rolls of bounty later, Royo Video's entire inventory had a coat of furniture polish, and I dare say the store looked and smelled much fresher. Meanwhile, at some point during my cleaning mission, Baby had returned. I'd almost forgotten she was in the store, quite possibly because of my contact high from all the lemony aerosol fumes. You know, she said as I dumped the final load of dirty paper towels into the garbage, the whole time I've worked here, no one has ever waxed the movies. What can I say? I'm a visionary. Her mood seemed lighter than before, and I took that as a sign that she'd worked out her problem. Baby glanced at the clock. Our shift ends in half an hour. Big plans this afternoon? I had none to speak of. My social calendar consisted only of doctor's appointments and meetups with Tim the tutor, and neither of those things happened on Saturdays. I don't know. I might rent a movie, I guess. Oh, yeah, me too. I still haven't gotten around to watching Get Shorty. She trailed off. Fuck it, Solo. I can't do small talk right now. She ran her fingers through her hair and sighed. I need a favor. A ride, actually, right after work. Can you help me out? What? Listen, I know we hardly know each other, but I can't find anyone else to take me, she explained. Trust me, if I could think of literally anyone, I wouldn't be asking you. I'm stuck. I was immediately hesitant to help her. Where did she need to go, and why couldn't she take herself there? Obviously, this was about Indiana Jones and the envelope full of money, and I'd already been drawn into that shady situation way more than I wanted to be. Willingly inserting myself further into whatever was wrong with Baby seemed counterproductive to my overall goal of having a normal life. Is something wrong with your car? Because you could just borrow mine. This seemed like a compromise that a very generous normal person would suggest. One who didn't care what happened to his LeBaron if it meant keeping a healthy distance from the not normal goings on of his coworker, that is. No, it's not like that, she sighed. I have an appointment. The kind they don't let you drive yourself home from. Baby tossed a wadded up business card onto the counter between us. I reluctantly smoothed it out and read it. Women's Health and Family Planning Center, 1398 Southfield Road, Southfield, Michigan. Oh. Oh. I don't have an eating disorder, Solo, she said. I'm knocked up. I was surprised. Probably more so because I hadn't considered this as a possibility. Like, at all. I mean, it made sense. If I'd tried, I probably could have connected the dots. I'd watched enough movies to know that when a female character threw up, it usually meant we were in for a pregnancy story arc. In real life, though, especially my real life in a psych hospital, habitually vomiting almost always pointed to an eating disorder, which was probably why I'd latched onto that theory even when the clues didn't necessarily add up. God, pregnant. That was heavy. I didn't know what to say to Baby. This didn't seem like a congratulations situation, but I had to say something. After a minute, I ended up going with a casual, I had no idea. She looked at me like I was a moron, because I was one. Well, it's a good thing I don't need a detective solo, she said. Just the taxi service. Oh, yeah. Suddenly, I wasn't as concerned with keeping my distance. What was wrong with Baby was isolated to her. Baby, and Indy, I presumed, might have been dealing with some major drama, but I didn't see how her being pregnant could affect me and my quest for normal at all. Yeah, I'll give you a ride, no problem. Thanks, Baby faked a smile. You're my hero. I knew she was kidding, but it felt good to be the one giving help for once instead of the one needing it. Chapter 5. We made it through the first 6 tracks of REM's Monster before pulling up at the clinic, ending the drive as strange currencies faded out. Even though Baby hadn't talked to me the entire ride there, she had adjusted her seat, the stereo volume, and the temperature controls to her liking. This let me know up front that she didn't require my hospitality. Baby could take care of herself, except for this one thing. By the time I parked, Baby was already getting out of the car. They said it should take about 2 hours. I think there's a bookstore around the corner, but I don't know if you like to read. I'm sorry. I watched her in the rearview mirror as she jogged up to the cinder block building, pushed open the glass door, and disappeared inside. I punched the button with the 2 left-facing triangles on my stereo 6 times, and What's the Frequency, Kenneth began playing through the speakers once again. I'd never personally gotten anyone pregnant, but I thought I had once. Sex between crazy teens is a pretty common coping mechanism, even though medication usually prevents them from enjoying promiscuity to its fullest potential. Doctors say this is an unfortunate side effect, but that in order to hamper whatever chemicals in our brains are causing our craziness, our sex chemicals need to be unplugged too. This sounds like a convenient attempt to prevent unstable youths from procreating, but I also have a history of paranoia, so take that conspiracy theory for what it's worth. Anyway, I was at a psych hospital just after a flare up of what was wrong with me. Several of my previous stays had been on pediatric floors, where kids only jonesed for things like sugar or video games to take the edge off their issues. Once puberty set in, though, Mario Kart and Mars bars couldn't alleviate the type of blues we got, so we turned to more carnal pick me ups to distract us from all the shit we were going through. Adolescent floors weren't co ed, but where there were wills, there were ways, and many of us knew how to hook up on the sly. It was going great for a while, but in a psych hospital, there really is no fury like a woman scorned, and all the fun ended when I scorned a girl named Valerie. She was getting treated for anorexia, and we had a pretty steady thing going for about a month, twice a week in the broom closet while her roommate played lookout, until Valerie caught wind that I hadn't been entirely faithful to her. I was also fooling around with the roommate and freaked the hell out. To punish me for my infidelity, she drank half a bottle of Mop and Glow from the janitor's cart. While I was at a group therapy session, a nurse found her in my bed, surrounded by puddles of vomited up floor cleaner and a note stating that I'd gotten her pregnant and dumped her. For added fun, she also accused me of stealing pain medications from the pharmacy and selling them to other patients. The next 48 hours were complete hell, though I'll spare you the details. Basically, after her stomach was pumped and she was stabilized, Valerie was put on suicide watch while I got interrogated like a serial killer until all parties involved, doctors, parents, police officers, lawyers, were convinced that all the claims in her note were false. Eventually, Valerie admitted to everyone that I wasn't a pill pusher and that she had never been pregnant, but the damage was done. Valerie's near death triggered a lot of shit for me, which ended up extending my hospital stay the nightmare that was Valerie. The passenger door to my LeBaron suddenly flew open and snapped me back to reality. Baby had returned. You need to come inside. I do? Yeah, they have to make sure I'm not alone, and they don't believe that Han Solo is waiting in the parking lot for me. Then she turned around and walked back toward the building. Okay, I said, even though she was already too far away to hear me. Baby had taken a chair in the waiting area by the time I got inside. A woman motioned to me from behind a thin pane of plexiglass. Han Solo, I presume? Yeah, that's me. I mean, that's not my real name. I don't need your life story, honey. Just need to see you with my own eyes to make sure the patient is accompanied. Oh, okay, I said. Well, she is. The woman nodded and waved me off. I sat down next to Baby. Now that I was inside, it felt insensitive to leave unless she asked me to. Baby didn't acknowledge me, but since waiting rooms were something of an old stomping ground for me, I wasn't uncomfortable sitting in silence. I took in the surroundings. The most notable difference between the Women's Health and Family Planning Center and the waiting rooms I was used to was that this one was significantly pinker. The linoleum floor was pink. The plastic bucket seats that lined the perimeter of the room were also pink. The wallpaper was a pink and mauve plaid, and I'm pretty sure that before the years of foot traffic, the sad gray rug in front of the door had also been pink. Shrinks' offices tended to be shades of tan and blue, probably because of some cutting edge psychology about earth tones cutting psychosis. I wondered what the science was behind all the damn pink. I picked up a nearby Entertainment Weekly with Liv Tyler on the cover and pretended to read it. I couldn't tell them who was driving me home because I don't know your real name, Baby finally said. Since she hadn't actually asked me what my name was, it took me a minute to realize she wanted to know. Oh, my name's Joel. Joe? No, Joel, with an L, like Billy Joel, only it's my first name. My last name is Teague. Oh, okay, cool. I don't know anyone with that name, except, Billy Joel, but I don't actually know him. Baby ran her fingers through her hair. Mine's Nicole. Nicole Palmer. Not Nikki? God, no. I hate being called Nikki. Actually, I prefer baby. Okay. She turned a page in a copy of Mademoiselle, then suddenly folded it onto her lap. Oh, God. Our names rhyme. Nicole and Joel. Yeah, I said. And then, because a one-word response didn't feel like enough, I added, Joel and Nicole fell in a hole. What? You know, like Jack and Jill went up a hill. Oh, that's dumb. Baby sounded annoyed. I know. I'm an idiot, I admitted. I was just trying to lighten the mood. I returned to Liv Tyler, and Baby returned to Mademoiselle. Then what happened? She asked a minute later. I looked up from the magazine. What happened to what? To Joel and Nicole, after they fell in the hole. What happened then? Oh, I thought for a second. They met a troll? Baby nodded. And then? They chewed some skull? And then? They danced on a pole. Baby paused before adding, and ate Creole. I smiled. Out of a bowl. I thought Baby almost smiled back. With Dave Grohl. Damn, I said. I thought my skull line was as good as it could get, and then you whip out a Foo Fighters reference for the win. You mean I scored a goal? Baby really did smile then. One of her crescent smiles. It was quiet for another moment before I said, for the record, I do enjoy reading, and I've been to the bookstore around the corner lots of times. There's an old lady who works there who thinks my name is Jimmy. Seriously? Baby looked at me. Who's named fucking Jimmy north of the Mason-Dixon line? I know, right? Obviously, if my name were James, I'd only answer to Jamie, because that's a cool guy name. Obviously, I've never met a Jamie who wasn't cool, right? Baby took a deep breath and held it a while. I came here to get an abortion. I figured. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before you drove me here. I guess I should have in case you objected on moral grounds. I closed my magazine. What kind of morals would I have if I made a girl take a cab to her own abortion? A few seconds later, a door opened and a woman wearing pink scrubs and holding a clipboard appeared. Number 1742, she read, squinting through her glasses. Without another word to me, Baby grabbed her purse and stood up. I'll wait here, I said. She nodded, and I watched as she disappeared down the pink hallway. Chapter 6. Baby was quiet on the drive back from her appointment. In fact, she said nothing at all from the time she emerged until I asked her for directions to her house 3 songs into Monster. Just take me back to work, she insisted instead. This confused me. Isn't the whole point that you aren't supposed to drive after the procedure? Just take me back to the fucking video store, please. I did as I was told, and as I watched Baby peel out of the parking lot, I regretted not putting up a bigger fight about her driving. Because we paranoid people are also hyperbolic worst-case scenario people, for the next several hours, I worried that Baby had died in a car wreck on her way home. I pictured her car wrapped around a tree, a toxicology report revealing a large amount of anesthesia in her blood, and a crowd of mourners at her funeral lamenting, if only someone had been looking out for her. I thought about this obsessively until finally I said to hell with it and decided to drive to her house to make sure she'd gotten there alive. This was a difficult task because, as we've established, I didn't know where Baby lived. There were 10 Palmers in Royal Oak, according to the phone book. I drove by 5 of the addresses to no avail, but in the driveway of the 6th was a late 80s Accord with a Pearl Jam sticker in the back window, and I breathed a sigh of relief that I hadn't involuntarily manslaughtered Baby. Once I knew she'd made it home, I didn't think about her anymore that week. Maybe that sounds insensitive, but in group therapy, they teach you to compartmentalize people and their issues. You have to see the two things separately. For instance, someone might drop a bombshell secret on you one moment, then ask if you've seen the latest episode of Friends the next, and you want to be able to navigate both of those conversations simultaneously. It's surreal at first, don't get me wrong. I remember going to a session early on in my treatment where this kid Kyle revealed that his mom put window cleaner in his food because she liked the attention of having a child who was always sick. Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Look it up. All of us in the group thought it was so fucked up that we were crying buckets listening to him talk about what he'd been through. But then, like an hour later, we were all eating spaghetti together in the hospital cafeteria and talking about the MTV VMAs. I mean, this guy had just revealed this completely tragic and personal thing. And here we were eating pasta and discussing how Anthony Kiedis had presented the award for Video of the Year while pretending to give a blowjob to a banana. It didn't seem possible that both of those moments could happen in the same day or even that both things could exist on the same planet, but they did. And eventually I came to understand that MTV and child abuse were not mutually exclusive. Everyone was carrying around varying amounts of rainbows and shit with them wherever they went, and you couldn't always focus on the shit. All that is to say that instead of sitting around worrying about baby that week, I finished my economics and British lit credits and annihilated a frustrated Tim Moser in Tekken. He claimed he was off his game due to the new school year starting. Oh, and I also went to therapy. I told Dr. Singh about my work duties and assured him that my parents were giving me space. I didn't bring up baby or the abortion, though, because that was her business and not mine. I've got to say, I'm impressed with how well your job is going. His tone was congratulatory as he scribbled on his clipboard. I'm only a video store clerk. It's not like I cured cancer. Not yet, was his encouraging response. Then he pointed at the might have been poster. Saturday of Labor Day weekend, the Godfather and I were scheduled to work the morning shift together. We showed up at the same time, and she parked her silver Mercedes next to my LeBaron. She stepped out of the car, black clad from head to toe, and pulled her sunglasses off. 7, the Godfather said, pointing at my shirt. I looked down. I was wearing a rec league soccer jersey I'd gotten at a thrift store. Indeed, the number 7 was featured prominently on the front. Yep, I agreed, and then, not knowing what else to say, I added, "That's what number that is." The Godfather stared directly into my eyes. "It is a lucky number," she spoke crisply, overemphasizing each syllable like an academic who felt contractions were beneath her. "Okay, then," I said. She walked past me, and I followed her into work, my second impression of the Godfather just as intimidating as the first. We opened the store, and then I found a list of housekeeping chores Scarlett had left. Assuming business would be slow over the weekend since everyone usually headed up north to the lakes on holidays, I asked the Godfather. She was seated on a stool, filing her already perfect fingernails. "Which ones do you want to do?" "I do not do chores," was her answer. Not one to argue with terrifying women, I just said, "Alrighty," and got to work on the list. I spent the morning replacing light bulbs, assembling displays for the coming soon attractions, and cleaning out the storage closet, the last of which was a considerable job that kept me away from the Godfather for several hours, much to my relief. The storage closet was a closet in name only, considering it was almost the same size as the break room. It was the place where all the stock, candy, soda, etc., was kept, as well as a ton of other junk. Things like old movie displays, holiday decorations, office supplies, and a population of spiders. Organizing everything, except the spiders, was fairly simple, though. The biggest job turned out to be clearing out the endless piles of cardboard boxes that needed breaking down before they could go out for recycling. It was chump work, but I did it anyway. Halfway through the piles, I took a break, sat down on a step stool, and cracked open a completely unrefreshing room temperature Coke. It was then that I noticed my fingers were bleeding from 1,000 paper cuts, which is the kind of injury in line with flattening cardboard boxes with one's bare hands. I put the Coke down and held them out in front of me to get a better look. I used to have nice hands. When I was a kid, my mom was always saying God had wasted good fingernails on a boy. "It's all that jello you eat. It makes them grow in thick because it's made of horse hooves." I didn't fact check this, but I did eat a lot of jello and I did have nice nails, so it sounded legit to me. Crystal backed up this idea as well, about me having nice hands, that is, not about the jello. She loved my hands for some reason. She was always touching them, holding them, and asking to give me manicures. I let her a few times. It was always like that with us, from the first time she visited me, the night after the kiln incident. After all the excitement I'd caused with the burning of the mail, everyone in the Teague house went to bed early. I couldn't have been asleep for long when noise coming from my closet woke me up. It was the kind of noise most kids attributed to monsters, ghosts, or that fucking it clown, but since I'd stopped being scared of pretend things after the bad thing that happened, I was more curious than afraid. I was happy and somehow not surprised to see the girl from the kiln when I opened the door. She was standing on her tiptoes, rummaging through an old metal lunchbox full of baseball cards that I kept on a high shelf. She had no signs of burns on her. She wasn't sooty either. She was fresh and clean, with her hair teased high and lots of pink makeup around her eyes. "I'm so glad it's you," I exclaimed excitedly. "Of course it's me," she replied. "I'm the one who saw you in the kiln today," I told her, unsure if she recognized me. "I know." She kept rummaging. "Why were you in there?" "I was looking for my shoebox. Thanks for finding it," she said. "Now, if I could just find my list." "Oh!" I ran back to my bed and pulled the stationery out from under my pillow. "Is this what you're looking for?" She stopped digging through the baseball cards. "Oh, thank God!" she mouthed before plucking it from my hands and wrapping both arms around me. She was wearing the dress from the shoebox. Her hair smelled like bubble gum and baby powder. "Thank you, Joel. Thank you so much." "You're welcome." I didn't remember telling her my name, but I must have said it. I was positive she hadn't told me hers, though, so I asked her. "That's exactly why I need this." She pointed to the list of names written on the paper. "Help me out, kiddo. I need to find a good fit." "You don't already have a name?" "Well, I did, but it was the wrong name." She smiled. "Do you ever feel like you have the wrong name, Joel?" "No, I like my name. It's like Billy Joel, only my first name is Joel and my last name is Teague. I was almost Gabrielle, though. The doctor thought I was going to be a girl." "That's pretty. Much prettier than my name." The girl sat down cross-legged on my closet floor, and I crawled into her lap. "Which of these do you like for me?" She held up the list. I read it over again. "Well, Christine is the name of that car that kills people. You might get made fun of for that," I warned her. I'd seen the Stephen King movie the summer before and hated the name ever since. "That's a really good point, kiddo." She laughed through her nose. "It's off the table." "And I don't like the name Gina because of that Bon Jovi song," I confessed. "Really? You don't like Livin' on a Prayer? That's my favorite song," she said, and then she started to sing it. "I knew someone else who used to sing it all the time," I interrupted. "It got annoying." She laughed again and mussed my hair. "All right, enough with the names you hate. Which names do you like?" "Well, I like Ricky, but people might call you Hickey Ricky." She smiled again. "Then scratch that one, too." She pointed at the first name on the list. "What do you think of Brienne?" I didn't say anything. Of all the names, that one made me the most uncomfortable. "Joel, do you like the name Brienne?" "That's not fair." "Why not?" "I already know someone who kind of has that name, and I don't want to know another one." "You don't think it would help you to have a friend named Brienne?" "Nope." "Then my name won't be Brienne," she promised. This made me feel better. "So that leaves us with Carol, Belinda, Tara, and Crystal." "My favorite is Crystal," I said, turning to look at her. "Crystals are pretty, so that one sounds the prettiest." "Hi, my name is Crystal," she practiced. "You can call me Crystal." "Nice to meet you. I'm Crystal." She grinned. "I think we have a winner." I smiled, but then I was suddenly nervous. "We're moving to Michigan in a few days. Can you come too?" "That depends." She patted the floor next to us, and I moved out of her lap. Crystal refolded the list and stood up. From the shelf above my clothing rack, she pulled down her shoebox and exchanged the list for the nail polish. "Do you really want me to stick around?" She shook the bottle, then sat back down beside me and began to paint her fingernails. The shade was Emerald City, I could see from the cap. "Because if you do, then I'll come." But if it'll be too hard, I'll stay here. She pursed her lips and blew the polish dry. I want you to come. I'm tired of playing by myself. Crystal reached for my hand. Would you look at these nails? She rubbed my thumbnail with her fingers. They're like seashells. Learn to love that about yourself, okay? Not everyone has seashell fingernails, but you do. Then she placed her hand palm to palm with mine so that our outstretched fingers lined up. People don't understand me, Joel. If I'm always hanging around you, they might not understand you either. I fanned my fingers out and pulled them in a few times, forcing her to do the same. Well, I just won't tell anyone about you then. Crystal looked at me. Her eyes were green. I'm really good at hiding. She took a dab of polish and painted the nail of my index finger. I smiled back. Michigan won't be as scary now. By the time the storage closet was clean, I was not. I was sweaty and covered in the dirt and ink that always accompany old cardboard boxes. I washed up in the bathroom as best I could before heading back out to the register. I'd been gone so long that there'd apparently been a shift change. Baby was now standing in the place I'd last seen the Godfather. I smiled, genuinely happy to see her. How's it going? Her eyes narrowed. Is that blood? I looked down at my jersey and noticed several rusty smudge marks from where I must have wiped my paper-cut hands. Damn it, I showed her my fingers. I was breaking down cardboard. You didn't use the box cutter? I stared at her. There's a box cutter? She shook her head at me. What size shirt do you wear? I told her medium, and she rummaged through a cabinet. I was tempted to fill the silence by asking her how she was feeling, but I wasn't sure if I was allowed to. Any version of "how are you" feels like overstepping when you're asking how a person's abortion recovery is going. Baby turned back around with a t-shirt in her hands. Movie studios are always sending us free stuff. She opened the cabinet door wider, and I could see boxes labeled promotional merchandise. It's usually just pens and magnets, but sometimes we get shirts with movie posters printed on them. She unfolded one and held it out. The only medium we have left is for Reality Bites. What's that about? You haven't seen it? Baby unfolded the shirt and showed me a picture of Winona Ryder standing between two dudes. It's about a girl in a love triangle with a successful dork and a hot slacker. She pointed at the different characters as she described them. Guess which one she chooses? I considered Winona's options. Ethan Hawke? Yep, hot slacker. Baby tossed the shirt at me. I swear, there's a guy like that in every movie nowadays, and he always gets the girl. It's an epidemic. An epidemic of hot slackers? I held the shirt up to my chest. It seemed like it would fit. That sounds serious. Baby frowned. It's a bigger problem than you think, Solo. These movies glorify these dumbasses. Attractive, unmotivated underachievers and the girls who save them. That's the basic plot of every film of our generation. It's ridiculous, she ranted. Not every lazy jerk-off out there is actually a brilliant, tortured artist with limitless potential. Some guys really are just losers, and it shouldn't be on women to fix that. So it's a shitty movie? No, it's good. It would just be a ton better if Winona Ryder chose herself at the end instead. She ran her hand through her hair. You should watch it, though. I doubt you'll devolve into a slacker just from watching Ethan Hawke act like one, especially since you seem to be light years more mature than most guys. Light years more mature than most guys. I wasn't sure what I'd done to deserve this compliment. Though if Indy was any indication of what most guys were like to Baby, the bar was probably pretty low. But whatever. Such praise was hard to come by for guys like me, so I wasn't going to question it. In fact, I considered having the words embroidered on a pillow. Maybe I'll rent it sometime, I told Baby. Then I went to change. After this, Baby kept to herself most of that afternoon. I worked on assembling a display for multiplicity in the break room, but then a thunderstorm rolled in and the store got busy. Baby and I hopped on side-by-side registers to keep the lines down. At some point during the rush, a man dropped 3 tags onto the counter in front of me, then thumbed through his wallet in search of his membership card. He was maybe in his early 40s with olive skin and dark hair graying at the temples. He had a generic familiarity about him. "Hey, how are you tonight?" he asked me. "Good, yourself?" "Good." He pointed at Baby. "Hey, was that you who called my house about late fees a while back?" Baby barely paused in waiting on her own customer to answer him. "Probably. You do always have late fees, Mr. Schwartz." He nodded and turned to me. "One of the pitfalls of working the graveyard shift is that it's hard to keep your days straight." "I'll bet." I retrieved his selections from the shelves and typed his account number into the computer. When I hit enter, the screen flashed an error message, so I keyed it in again. Baby glanced at my screen. "Oh, yeah, I forgot. Your wife kicked you off her account." Mr. Schwartz grinned. "Are you serious? I thought she was joking about that." He laughed. "What happens now? You have to cut up my card and I'm banned from the store forever?" "Sola will take care of you," Baby told him, handing me a new membership form. "You can open up a new account," I confirmed. He looked at my name tag. "That's Han Solo, right?" he asked, as if there were other Solos out there. "I love Star Wars. Great choice." "Thanks, Mr. Schwartz." "Call me Mark," he insisted. "How long have you worked here?" "Just a couple of weeks," I answered as I copied Mark Schwartz's address from his driver's license onto the rental contract. "I'll need to see a second form of ID, too." "Right," Mark said, reaching into his back pocket. "Where'd you work before this? I think I've seen you around." "This is actually my first job." "Oh, hmm." He handed me a business card. "Will this work? It's all I've got on me." "Sure," I said, glancing at it. There was a familiar logo on the card, a profile outline of a human head with a drawing of a band-aid where the brain would be. Below it, I read, Dr. Mark J. Schwartz, Director of Pediatric Psychiatry, Weller Clausen Mental Health Specialists. Oh, shit. I hadn't recognized Dr. Schwartz. This was understandable considering all the other times I'd seen him. He'd had a mustache, glasses, and was wearing a white lab coat. I handed back the card. "Something wrong?" Mark asked. "Nope." I quickly scanned his videos. "First rental on a new account is free. It'll be $5.25 for the other two." He handed me a $10 bill and I counted back his change. "Due back tomorrow by 7." I slid the cassettes across the counter. His face changed when he recognized me. Maybe he didn't know exactly who I was, but I could tell he knew how he knew me. "Sorry," he whispered, and then he raised his finger and thumb to his mouth and pretended to zip it closed. There were more subtle ways to be subtle about this. Still, I was grateful he hadn't said something like, "So, is that imaginary friend of yours still causing you trouble?" He picked up the tapes and started for the door. "See you later, baby. Don't let anyone put you in any corners, okay?" He glanced back at me. "Good to know you, Solo." It had never occurred to me that I might run into people like Dr. Schwartz in the real world, but it probably should have. Between hospital staff and fellow patients, there were likely 100 people in the area who could have outed me as not normal, thanks to the sloppy way Mark had handled our encounter, possibly 101. I glanced over at Baby. She didn't seem to have noticed anything. The bullet seemingly dodged. I exhaled the breath I'd been holding. My tabula rasa was still intact. Later, as I was about to clock out, I saw a video had been left on the counter. I was picking it up to scan it back in before I left when I noticed a post-it note stuck on the case. "Let me know what you think. Baby." I peeled off the note. It was Reality Bites. "It's due tomorrow by 7. Baby reappeared at the counter. "Don't think I won't charge you a late fee because I will." I smiled at her. "Consider it a thank you gift," she said, "for the ride and, all those dope rhymes you made up while we were waiting for my appointment." Baby got serious then. "For real, thanks." I could tell the gesture was meant to close the conversation about our time at the clinic, not open a new one, so I nodded and held up the video. "Hot slackers, here I come." It was probably the most awkward thing I could have said, but whatever. I was light years more mature than most guys, so it was fine. Plus, it made Baby laugh, which was always a victory. I watched the movie later that night, carefully analyzing the plot in light of Baby's review. I liked it. It had wit and heart, and unlike Baby, I wasn't bothered that Winona ended up with Ethan. I guess maybe I'm just a sucker for a happy ending. Chapter 7. What's your sign, Hannibal? Poppins asked. Capricorn. She turned a page in her magazine and began to read. A new season brings with it a potential romance. Poppins raised her eyebrows. Autumnal earth tones are your power colors, so be prepared to get noticed. Additionally, you'll want to invest in a new exercise routine this month to maintain that beach body you worked so hard for. Why not try Tai Bo? I did work damn hard for this. Hannibal patted his round stomach. It would be a shame to see it go to waste. A loud sigh redirected the room's attention to Baby. How long do we have to wait? She demanded, her eyes fixed on the clock. It was 10 after 9 in the morning on the last Sunday in September, and the entire Royo Video staff, minus Scarlett, was waiting in the break room before the store officially opened for the mandatory staff meeting that was supposed to have started at 8:45. How inconsiderate is Scarlett to bail on a meeting she called? Like the rest of us don't have anything better to do. All around the room, heads nodded. Baby had said aloud what most of us were thinking. This was the first time I had been with everyone I worked with, again, minus Scarlett, at the same time. It reminded me of group therapy, honestly. A ragtag bunch sitting around a table, waiting for the person in charge to show up. Doctors were always running late to those meetings, too. I guess the more important you think you are, the less punctual you have to be. The same narrative that emerged in those situations seemed to be happening here. When a doctor was more than 10 minutes late, the person least comfortable with silence would attempt to entertain the rest of us to pass the time. In this case, it was Poppins with the horoscopes. The second personality to emerge in these situations was usually the most indignant, so it didn't surprise me in the least when Baby started complaining. She drummed her fingers on the table impatiently. Maybe someone should check the door to make sure she's not outside trying to push when she should pull. I'm sure she'll be here in a minute, Poppins said. What's your sign, Baby? I don't have one. Of course you do. Everyone has a sign. When's your birthday? September 11th. Poppins frowned. Come on. I'm just trying to kill time until Scarlett gets here. Baby refused to play along. I don't want to kill time, Poppins. At the moment, I only want to kill Scarlett. Poppins ignored her. What about you, the Godfather? When's your birthday? That is a personal question, was her reply. She was putting on lipstick while looking in a small mirror. Red lipstick, I'd recently learned, was the only exception the Godfather made to her all-black motif. She made a point to reapply it continuously and seemed to relish telling all who asked, and those who didn't, that her preferred shade was called Kiss of Death. Poppins sighed. Seriously, what's wrong with you guys? Doesn't anyone want to know their horoscope? She glanced hopefully at Dirty Harry. Which horoscope symbol looks like a 69? He asked her. That one is Cancer, Poppins confirmed after consulting the magazine. Cool. I'll take that one. You don't get to pick your zodiac sign. You just get assigned the one you're born under, Poppins explained. When's your birthday? I just had it. It was September 17th. Oh, you're Virgo the Virgin then. She took a breath to read his horoscope. Nope. He shook his head. Her magazine into the center of the table. Fine. We'll just sit here silently staring at each other until Scarlett decides to show up. I'm a Taurus, I told her, scooting the magazine back her way, and I'm dying to know what's awaiting me in October. Poppins smiled gratefully, and Baby rolled her eyes. A few weeks had passed since Baby had introduced me to Reality Bites. Since then, she'd also insisted I watch Mallrats and Clerks, I think to drive home her point about slackers. This was followed by What's Eating Gilbert Grape for the same reason, but in a more dramatic setting. I liked all the movies Baby suggested, and I liked discussing them with her afterward, which had become our thing. I liked having a thing with Baby, and not just because she thought I was normal. It wasn't a secret that Baby didn't like many people. At least, that was the way she acted at work. Aside from Scarlett, who reigned supreme on her shit list, Baby didn't seem to hate any of our coworkers. She just didn't like them. The fact that we got along seemed like a rarity, and rare things always feel valuable. Taurus, Poppins said, picking up the magazine. She cleared her throat. New opportunities are afoot, though things could get complicated when a blast from the past re enters the scene. Remember, old haunts seem to resurface this time of year, especially ones that were never fully laid to rest. She interrupted herself. Wow, easy on the Halloween imagery, teen. She continued. Try to skimp on desserts this month. Tauruses tend to pack on the pounds this time of year, and the holidays are right around the corner. You can come to aerobics with me, my friend, Hannibal offered. Thanks. The back doorbell sounded, and moments later, Scarlett made her entrance, breezing into the room with all the casualness of a punctual boss. When she noticed our glares, she glanced at the clock. Didn't I say 9:30? Baby held up the meeting memo. 8:45, she read with as much hostility as could be packed into 4 syllables. Oh, my bad. Scarlett shrugged. Anyway, here you go. She distributed a paper to each of us. What's this? Poppins asked. Some decisions have been made, Scarlett explained, to account for my new college schedule. Everyone stared at her. You got into college? Baby asked on behalf of everyone. Scarlett ignored this condescension the way only a girl who was completely confident could. Yes, beauty college. I'm going to be an aesthetician. There was a pause in the room. What is that? Like a doctor who fixes ugly people? Hannibal asked. Scarlett thought for a second before answering. Yes. She smiled, pleased with herself. Anyway, I'm cutting back my hours so I can go to class, so there have to be some changes. All eyes returned to the paper, the following month's schedule, and there was a short moment of silence before the yelling began. You've got to be kidding me, Baby seethed. Solo is a shift manager now? What? I asked. Poppins pointed to my name on the schedule. Next to it, the letters SM were written so small I probably wouldn't have noticed them. What does that mean? It means you just got a promotion. You know, the thing it takes most people more than 6 weeks at a job to earn. Baby used aggressive air quotes. Oh. Seriously, what gives? Hannibal demanded. This isn't cool. I've worked here for 3 years and never gotten a promotion. Same here, Hannibal, Baby pointed out. This is unfair, Poppins joined the charge. I mean, no offense, Solo, but I still have to remind you to assess rewind fees. You shouldn't be in charge. That happened one time, I defended myself, then felt stupid for doing so. I honestly understood why everyone was so pissed about this, even though I still didn't really know what a shift manager was. This is an outrage, the Godfather joined in, but it seemed she wasn't really affected by the news. Is that it? Is this meeting adjourned? Dirty Harry put his hands behind his head and leaned back in his chair. I couldn't care less who's manager. I already make more per hour than most of you since my parents owned the place. This comment incited more rage. What the hell? Baby looked like she might explode. So what? I'm their son, Dirty shot back, as though this were a legitimate reason someone should be paid more than their peers. Everyone, just shut up and listen. Scarlett attempted to take charge. Baby closed her mouth, but probably only out of curiosity, not because she respected her authority. Okay, first of all, this was not my decision. It was my parents'. So don't shoot the messenger. Second of all, let me just say something about Solo. She smiled and put her hand on my shoulder. My eyes widened. I didn't know what Scarlett was going to say, but I had a hunch whatever it was wouldn't make this decision any more popular. Since he started working here, the entire store has been spotless. It's the cleanest it's ever been. There are no more piles of unfiled papers lying around. And have you guys seen the storage closet? You can eat off the floor in there. You're kidding, right? Baby glowered. You're promoting him for being a neat freak? No, for his work ethic. It was Scarlett's turn for finger quotes, though it was clear she didn't understand how they worked. He shows initiative. He's not lazy like a lot of people. She then proceeded to list more exemplary things I'd accomplished in my short tenure that had made me seem like the ideal employee, but that I'd actually only done to keep my mind from idling toward Crazy Town. Normally, I think this sort of recognition would have felt good, especially coming from Scarlett. I mean, I had gone above and beyond the low expectations for a video clerk, and truth be told, the store did look amazing. It was just hard to be proud of anything in a moment when such accolades were inciting a mutiny. I still call bullshit on this, Baby said. Solo doesn't deserve a promotion. Even though I agreed, it felt shitty to hear Baby say it. If you think that, then you must not know him very well, Scarlett said in my defense. Not only is he a great worker, he's also a survivor. He beat childhood anemia, which is more than I can say for any of you. There was a brief, quiet moment where everyone tried to connect the revelation about my past health issue to the subject at hand. What's anemia? Dirty Harry finally asked. It's like. It was at this moment that it became clear Scarlett didn't know what it was. A very serious condition, and Solo beat it because he's strong and doesn't give up. She looked at me and smiled, which normally would have been awesome, but at the moment made everything worse. Anemia is just low blood iron, and it's not that serious, an exasperated Baby explained to everyone. Then to recap, she added, Solo gets to be shift manager because he had to take vitamins as a kid? Yeah, that's fair. Scarlett blew off her point. Whatever. Solo works hard, Baby. So do I, Baby asserted. I've been working hard for 3 years longer than he has. Scarlett scoffed. Hardly. It was only one word, but it was a loaded one. The rest of the staff eased off as Baby stood up. What's that supposed to mean? Scarlett remained unfazed. All I'm saying is that if you'd put as much effort into your job as you did trying to get into Indiana Jones's pants, you could have already been promoted and spared us this hissy fit. The room felt the lowness of this blow, and everyone's eyes widened. The two girls were locked in a stare down that eventually ended with Baby muttering, "Fuck this," and storming out of the room. I stood up to follow her, but Scarlett stopped me. Just let her go, Solo. She'll be fine. That was a really shitty thing to say, I told her. I didn't know how much truth there was to Scarlett's accusation, but that didn't matter. It was cruel. Scarlett cocked her head at me and said innocently, Listen, I know you're just trying to be a good guy, but honestly, she needed to hear it. The truth hurts, Solo. From the parking lot behind the store, tires squealed, sounding Baby's exit. I looked around the room. For some reason, no one else seemed as ready as I was to jump to Baby's defense, and that lessened my resolve. Ultimately, I sat back down. The meeting continued for another 20 minutes, but I was too upset to listen. This was the first time I'd seen Baby and Scarlett together, and it surprised me that the animosity between them was a two-way street. I figured most people talk smack about their bosses, but Scarlett humiliating Baby in front of everyone felt much more personal. I was finding Scarlett significantly less hot by the time I followed her into her office to discuss my new position, which was probably something we should have done
So, are
before
you
she gave it to me
excited?
publicly. Scarlett asked, handing me a form to sign. Should I be? Yeah, she said. It's $10 an hour. I clenched my teeth to keep my jaw from dropping. I currently made minimum wage, which was less than half that. My mother had been decorating cakes at the Farmer Jack bakery for the last 6 years, and I was pretty sure she only made 12. What exactly do I have to do for a job that pays that much? Not much more than you're already doing, honestly. She shrugged. You've proven how valuable you are, and I'm not just talking about cleaning out the closets. I signed the form accepting my raise and handed it back to her. Yeah? Scarlett sat in a cleared off spot on her desk. Sure, I meant what I said about the store looking great. But also, my parents credit you with my decision to go back to school. What? Why? When you said it wasn't too late for me to be what I might have been, it really made me think, she explained. I decided you were right. I stared at her like a dumbass. You're serious? That's why you're going back to school? It was the push I needed. My parents have wanted me to do something like this ever since high school. She squeezed my arm. The promotion is their way of saying thanks. I couldn't believe this. I also told Devin that he's on thin ice, Scarlett went on. Mom and Dad are happy about that, too. They've always thought I could do better than him. A thought occurred to me. Wait a minute. Did I get this promotion for my work ethic or because your parents think I'm some sort of good influence on you? Can it be both? She asked. Give yourself some credit, Solo. You're good at giving advice. You're really put together for someone in high school. Mom says overcoming childhood diseases makes people better at living life. She shrugged. Maybe if I'd had cancer as a kid, I'd be a lawyer or something by now. Each of those statements was more ironic than the last. Scarlett read my face and frowned. I thought you'd be more excited. What gives? It's great, really, I assured her. I'm just surprised. And, everyone hates me now, so that's going to take some getting used to. She waved away my concern. If anyone gives you shit, fire them. You can do that now. That's sure to win them over, I commented, but then Scarlett put her hand on mine, and I worried less about things. I hope it counts for something that I don't hate you, she said in a low voice. Don't forget that it's never too late for you to become what you might have been too. I knew I should have stayed mad at her for what she'd said to Baby, but Scarlett was kryptonite to my righteous indignation. It was impossible to be angry when all I could think about was what it wasn't too late to become with Scarlett. It counts for more than it probably should, I admitted, and then I left. Chapter 8. I went home to tell my parents the good news about my promotion. They'd be shocked as I was, no doubt, but ultimately proud, because when your son's a guy like me, you don't question silver linings. They're so few and far between that you just let yourself enjoy them. I knew I'd have some time at home alone before I saw them, though, because Mom and Dad were always busy on Sunday mornings. Mom went to church, Catholic Mass, followed by lunch with Aunt Denise someplace with a salad bar and popcorn shrimp. Dad's version of church was an hour or two at the nearest AA meeting and all you can eat pancakes at Maple Mabel's, followed by bowling or darts with some people he just referred to as the guys I work with at Chrysler. Now, before you go assuming, I should say that my dad wasn't an alcoholic. That's not me being naive or anything either. I mean, he drank beer, but he'd have like a few watching a Tigers game on TV one day, and then none for 6 months after that. Alcohol had never been his thing or his escape, not even after the bad thing that happened or all I had put him through since. He explained to me once that he went to AA because that was the only place he could find real people. No one there pretended that their lives weren't screwed up. He never felt judged, not for the bad thing that happened or for what I went through because of it, and he'd never found a church he could say the same about. Neither Mom nor Dad invited me along on Sunday mornings, which was fine because I understood this was their time. When you were the parent of a kid as screwed up as I was, time away from me was imperative for your own mental health. I was in the living room, working on homework and waiting for their return, when I heard the distinct reverberations of a familiar guitar intro, followed by a singer loudly demanding, "What's the frequency, Kenneth?" I got up and went to the front porch. A black Accord was parked on my street a few houses down. I walked over and leaned in the open passenger window. This is a great song. You seem to think so, Baby said. She appeared to be less angry than when she'd stormed out of work. Not much less, but some. In all fairness, you've only ridden with me once, so your knowledge of my musical tastes is limited. Baby smirked.
Yeah, but then later that day, you drove down my street blaring it out your windows like the alternative ice cream trucks, so it seems like a pattern. I froze. I didn't know she'd seen and heard me checking up on her. It had been weeks ago, and she'd never brought it up. Sorry about that. For what? Stalking me? I wasn't stalking. I was concerned. I wanted to make sure you made it home okay. Of course you did. Baby ran her hand through her hair. Since you're such a goddamn perfect, upstanding citizen and all, what are you talking about? Baby stared at me, straight faced. You stayed with me while I puked in the parking lot. You chauffeured me to get an abortion. Of course you're going to check up on me. That's who you are, Solo. You're the hero, and I'm forever the weak little damsel in distress. She made a disgusted face. No one had ever called me a hero before, non sarcastically at least, but I refused to ignore Baby's bigger point. I don't see you that way at all. Whatever. It feels accurate lately. And God, now you're my fucking boss, too. Baby put her head on the steering wheel. This can't get worse. Congratulations accepted, I told her. Thanks for believing in me. Baby groaned. Then she looked at me and asked, Want to go for a ride? The invitation both surprised and excited me. It wasn't every day, or any day, that I got invited to hang out with someone other than my parents. Seriously? I asked, but I was already getting into the car before she could renege on the offer. Baby put the Accord in drive, and away we went. So, how'd you know where I live? Did you look up all the Teagues in the phone book and drive by their houses until you found my car in a driveway? I asked her. Baby huffed a laugh. No. I got your address off your rental account at work. She paused. Wait, is that how you found my house? You really are a stalker after all. I realized too late how not normal my method sounded out loud. A hero does what he has to do when a damsel is in distress, was how I played it off. Baby shot me a dirty look, and then What's the Frequency, Kenneth faded out, and the second track on Monster started to play. I changed the subject. Oh, you have this CD too? She narrowed her eyes. You mean until right now you thought What's the Frequency, Kenneth just happened to be playing on the radio at the exact moment I parked in front of your house? She scoffed. Seriously, Solo, the universe would not orchestrate such a convenience for you, even if you are like the Doogie Howser of the video store corporate ladder. I laughed. Honestly, I don't even know what a shift manager does. I'll probably get demoted in no time. Whatever. Scarlett had that job before she was manager, and if she can do it, anyone can. Once her parents fired Indy, they didn't trust anyone else to be in charge, so they just eliminated the shift manager position altogether, Baby explained. Until now, apparently. Am I supposed to know why Indy got fired? I asked. Because I don't. Baby steered the car with her knees while she put her hair up into a ponytail. It's not a secret or anything. Indy did something colossally stupid. She paused. You know that FBI warning that plays at the beginning of videos? The one that warns against duplicating and redistributing movies at the risk of 5 years in prison or a $250,000 fine? She asked me. This title card was at the beginning of every movie ever rented, so yes, I was familiar with it. Sure. Turns out that's a real threat. Indy was dubbing new releases and selling them. Eventually, someone narked on him to the cops. He got arrested at the store. She stopped at a red light and looked at me. It was pretty dramatic. Having first met the guy in a back alley parking lot in the middle of the night, I was less surprised than someone else might have been that he was this kind of criminal. It sounds like it. Obviously, he got fired. There were supposed to be court appearances, too. But then he up and joined the army, and the charges somehow got dropped. So is that what broke you guys up? My question hung in the air for a minute, and I wondered if I'd crossed the line. Eventually, though, she answered. Indy wasn't really ever my boyfriend. I mean, obviously we were together, just not in any official capacity. It wasn't like what Scarlett accused me of, though. I didn't just throw myself at him. She flipped the turn signal. Baby didn't necessarily sound over it, but she did sound finished talking about it. So, when do I get to hear about your sordid past, Mr. Childhood Anemia Video Store Prodigy? You must have one. I turned my eyes to the road. Must I? Sure, she insisted. Everyone does. I thought for a minute. Well, I did run a speakeasy in Detroit during Prohibition, but there's a gag order on the case, so I can't say much. Baby rolled her eyes but also smiled, so it felt like a win. Who says stuff like that? People with something wrong with them say stuff like that all the time. It's how they avoid talking about what is wrong. So, where are we going? I asked, veering the subject away from me. I'm hungry, she said, and then she turned the music up. After a few more miles, Baby pulled into the shared driveway of an Applebee's and Headlights, a little place known as Hooters but with cars. To my surprise, she parked next to the front door of the latter. You like boobs, right? I shot her a look. Is that why we're here? No, we're here to eat. Why? I told you, I'm hungry. She got out of the car. I hesitantly followed her. For the record, I've never been here, I felt the need to clarify. Really? I come here all the time, she said, and held the door open for me. It was true that I'd never been to Headlights, but I'd heard a lot about it. Even having spent the better part of my post-pubescent life in a psych hospital, its reputation had reached me. The building used to be a full-service filling station in the 50s. It was then left vacant for decades until someone had turned it into a bar and wings place. The new owner kept the mechanic vibe, gas pumps, toolboxes, stacks of tires for decoration, but cleaned it up nice. Still, everyone knew that the true draw of the restaurant was the waitresses, hot women who dress like pinup models from the calendars you'd see hanging in old garages. A restaurant like that could probably work anywhere in the world, but since Detroit was Motor City, a place where women and cars were lusted after equally, Headlights was practically a landmark. I won't pretend I was against eating at a place like this because, truth be told, I'd been wanting to see it for myself for years. I just figured that when I finally did, I'd be with my guy friends, assuming I eventually made some, and not a female coworker. I sat in the foyer while Baby talked to the hostess, a woman dressed like Rosie the Riveter, if Rosie the Riveter had been an enthusiastic proponent of cleavage. The ambience of the restaurant was less skeezy than I'd expected. There were neon signs and old car advertisements on the walls. A jukebox shaped like the grill of a '57 Chevy was pumping out a Bob Seger song. I thought the place was pretty cool, except for the Bob Seger song, and I wasn't even a car guy. Baby took a seat next to me. They're getting my table ready. You have a table here? This is practically the only place I'll eat. Baby stretched her legs out over the bench seat in the waiting area like she owned the joint. I asked for the manager so I could tell her about your promotion. We'll see about getting some waitress to sit on your lap since you're such an important guy. You did what now? I stared at Baby, dumbfounded. Please tell me you're kidding. Baby smiled, crescent and all. Here she comes. A woman appeared next to the hostess stand. She was tall and thin and wore a low-cut jumpsuit made to look like mechanics' coveralls. She made eye contact with Baby and walked over to us. Hey, Nikki. The woman was older than us for sure, but not old. She had dark hair and eyes and wore makeup like a model. A name patch stitched onto her suit read Cat, Manager. How'd your meeting go this morning? Bimbo Barbie pissed me off, so I left early, Baby explained to the woman she clearly knew on more than a customer level. You shouldn't call her that, it's Catty, was Cat's reply. Whatever. You just want me to be nice to Scarlett so you can borrow her clothes. Baby rolled her eyes. Can we eat? Of course. Cat nodded and smiled a crescent smile of her own. Aren't you going to introduce me first? Solo, this is Cat. Cat, Solo. Baby muttered. Is our table ready? Cat gave Baby a look, then turned to me. I swear I taught her better than that. She extended her hand to me. I'm Cat, Nikki's mom. I must have blinked 5 times before this sank in. Nikki's mom equals Baby's mom. Cat was Baby's mother.
Hi, I'm Joel. Joel Teague. I work with Baby. Nikki. I pointed at Baby. Her. He's my boss, Baby informed her. This appeared to confuse Kat. I thought Bimbo Barbie was your boss? As of this morning, they both are. Baby's smile was plastic. Kat looked at me and I said, Please don't make the waitress sit on my lap, because I'm a grade A moron. Ignore him. He has low iron in his blood, Baby said, then repeated, Is our table ready? Should be by now. Kat brushed a strand of Baby's hair that had escaped her ponytail out of her face. Have a seat and I'll bring some wings and fries out. And Cokes, Baby added. Kat nodded and walked toward the kitchen. I followed Baby to a booth just past the jukebox. So I guess I'm meeting your mom today, I said along the way. The things I do to eat for free, was Baby's reply. I guess now is when you say how hot she is and how she looks young enough to be my sister. I wasn't going to say any of that. I was thinking it, sure, but I never would have said it. She had me when she was 16. Baby clicked her tongue. I'm a bastard. Never even met the guy who knocked her up. She said this like she thought it might shock me, but it didn't. After years in and out of the psych ward, I was hard to scandalize. She seems pretty cool, though. She's Scarlet, fast forward a few years, was Baby's response. You know, she's worked here since I was 2.5. Can you imagine still working at Royo Video 15 years from now? The mere thought makes me itch. She must like it, though, right? I asked as we sat down. I guess. She makes good money. Of course, that's mainly because she's hot and has a nice rack. That won't last forever. There is literally no right way to respond when someone makes this observation about her own mother, so I let her keep talking. I guess I shouldn't knock it, though. Her boobs are going to put me through college. She took down her hair and ran her hand through it. What schools are you applying to, Solo? I haven't really thought about it. Baby arched her eyebrows. Aren't you a senior? A waitress set 2 cups of soda and 2 straws on our table. I tore off the paper and dropped the straw into my drink and let it bob up and down a few times before answering her. Basically. What? The anemia thing put you behind in school? Maybe. So, like, were you hospitalized? Yep. What was that like? Sucked. So then what happened? You missed too much school and got held back? Had to quit to get your GED? I took a drink. I'd never had to navigate a conversation about this topic with someone who didn't know what was wrong with me. I was answering all her questions honestly, but I still felt like a liar. I'm on track to graduate in May. I just don't know what happens after that. Well, you won't get into college if you don't apply anywhere, she pointed out. I sipped my soda. Where do you want to go? Baby looked away. The plan was Sarah Lawrence. You ever heard of it? I hadn't. It's in New York, she informed me. I've never lived outside of Michigan. Have you? I paused. I used to live in Virginia, I said, and it felt really weird to reveal this. It was information I usually didn't share with people, both because no one other than my shrinks asked me personal stuff and because the answer felt lacking in context. Baby didn't know about the bad thing that happened or what was wrong with me, and my life in Virginia was impossible to talk about without those 2 things. I've never even been to Virginia, was her reply, and somehow I was relieved, as though she would have automatically known my whole history if she'd ever traveled within Virginia state lines. Do you want to go to college back there? No, I answered immediately. I'll probably just stick around here. I'd never considered going away to college, probably because I knew how my parents would react if I tried. And I'll probably get stuck around here. She frowned. This sounded like a loaded statement, but before she could elaborate, Kat brought out our food. So, Joel, she said, easing into the seat next to me and poaching a fry from my plate, tell me about yourself. Baby shot her a look. He's not going to tip you, so you don't have to flirt with him. Who's flirting? Kat held up her hand and pointed at a ring. I'm an engaged woman. Don't remind me, Baby said. Kat propped her head up with her hand. Did Nikki mention I'm marrying Bob? He owns the restaurant. Congratulations. It only took 10 years to get him to leave his wife for you, Baby added. Kat shook her head but seemed unfazed by her daughter. I'm sure you're aware of Nicole's sense of humor, so I won't bother explaining how none of that is true. She took a drink of Baby's soda. So tell me about this promotion, Joel. Are they finally filling the spot left by that last guy? The one who got arrested? I don't remember his name. I don't really know much about it, but I guess it's Indiana Jones's old job. Baby sighed impatiently, but Kat ignored her. That's right, Indiana Jones. She sipped from Baby's cup again. So what's your name at work? Han Solo. She laughed. Does every guy name himself after Harrison Ford? Until that moment, I hadn't made the connection. Or is it just the cute ones? Called cute in an endearing way by psych nurses? It didn't bother me that Kat had just referred to me as such. However, it struck a raw nerve with Baby. Mom, I didn't bring him here so you could hit on him, Baby yelled at Kat. All right, hon, I'll leave you two alone. Kat winked at me and touched Baby's cheek. I'll be around if you need anything. She stood up and walked over to another table, put her hands on her hips, and started chatting up two guys in business suits. She's so embarrassing, Baby said once Kat had left. She seems cool to me, I said, biting into a wing. Of course she does. Baby narrowed her eyes. Come on, I'll bet she's a fun mom. Yeah, super fun. Baby rolled her eyes. I was the only kindergartner whose mother wasn't old enough to drink, and I'll be the only senior with a mom who could still get voted prom queen. I'm living every girl's dream. I could have responded to this with something negative about my mother as a way of guilting Baby into appreciating how good she had it. But therapy had taught me that interrupting someone's pity party to throw one for yourself didn't help anyone appreciate anything, so I just kept eating and let Baby talk. I have to be in the wedding. Like, I have to wear a bridesmaid's dress and walk down the aisle in front of everyone. The guy she's marrying has been divorced for like 5 seconds, and he's 12 years older than Kat, so basically she's his midlife crisis. Baby took a drink. Also, his last name has 10 letters and only one vowel. Shabilsky. It bugs me. Yeah, never trust a guy with a really high consonant-to-vowel ratio, I agreed. She half smiled. Teague's got what? Like 4 vowels and 1 syllable? What does that say about you? I'm highly trustworthy, I concluded, based on the logic we're making up. On the jukebox, Journey's Don't Stop Believin' faded out, and a new song started to play. When I heard the first note, I almost choked on my chicken wing. Baby noticed. Something wrong? No. I shook my head, but it was an obvious lie. Seriously, what's up? My heart was starting to race. Nothing. Just, did you see who played this song? No, Baby answered. Why? I looked around the room as the musical intro built. Do you see a girl anywhere? Baby hesitated, then quickly scanned the room. Could you be any more vague? What does she look like? Headlights was busy, but most of the people there were men and much older than I was. I couldn't see the entire restaurant from our booth, though, so I stood up for a better view. She's not here, I told myself. It's a popular song. Anyone could have played it, not just her. But then, just as Bon Jovi belted out the first line of Livin' on a Prayer, my eyes found a brunette standing next to a table with her back to me, her hair pulled into a bun on the top of her head, and my heart stopped. It was her. I'll be right back, I told Baby over my shoulder, and I made a beeline for Crystal. I couldn't sleep. It was too cold. It was my first winter in Michigan, or at least it would be in about a month. Technically, it was still fall, but it had already snowed. My parents had given me the upstairs bedroom. Heat rises, they told me. You'll have the warmest room in the house. Not true. I pulled my comforter over my head and shivered. I could have put on a pair of sweatpants, but it would have taken forever to regain the heat loss of getting out of bed now, even if I returned in warmer clothes. I decided to try sleeping with the blanket over my head to warm me up, but a few seconds later, I shivered again. This time, though, it was because I was scared. "Hey," a voice whispered. "Hey, Joel." Terrified, I lay completely still. "Hey, kiddo, it's Crystal. Scooch over." I pulled the covers down. Crystal! There she was, next to my bed. "Hi, Joel." She hugged me. "I've missed you so much." I hadn't seen her since the move. I thought she'd stayed behind after all. "What took you so long to get here?" I demanded, hugging her back. "I didn't think you were coming." "I said I would, didn't I?" She pulled away and tousled my hair. "Did you get bigger while I was away?" "Probably," I told her. "It's been forever." "I know, I'm sorry. I'm here now, though." She smiled. A weight was lifting off of me. Michigan had been so lonely. I'd been feeling quiet, and kids think that means you're a snob, even if you're really just sad. "I saved some room for your stuff," I informed her. "Come on, I'll show you." I got out of bed, and Crystal followed me to my closet. I pushed some hanging clothes out of the way and revealed a drawer that was built into the wall. "Your stuff should be safe in here." "You're so thoughtful," she said, smiling at me. I pulled the drawer open. "Your shoebox is already in here, and I got you some makeup and earrings." "Really?" She peered inside. "Where did you find those things?" "I bought them with my allowance." Crystal tensed. "Do your parents know?" "They don't," I assured her. "I ride my bike to the store alone, and I tell the cashiers the stuff is for my girlfriend." Crystal's eyes narrowed. "Girlfriend? Is that how you think of me?" "Ew, no." She hesitated. "Well, then, how do you think of me?" I considered this. "I'm not really sure," I admitted. Then I tried to put into words something I'd been trying to figure out since the last time I saw her. "I think of you as mine, I guess." "Yours?" "Yeah. Like people always say my cousin or my friend. I don't really know what you are, but it feels like you're my something." She looked like she didn't know what to say, so I changed the subject. "I was going to buy you another tape," I informed her, "but I'm not going to waste my money on Bon Jovi, so you're going to have to tell me another band you like." "But Bon Jovi is my favorite," Crystal laughed. She took my hand and rubbed my thumbnail. "I'm so glad you're here," I told her. It felt good to say it. "I missed you." "I missed you every single day," she told me. "You should get some sleep." We closed the drawer and tiptoed out of the closet. Then Crystal climbed into bed with me, and together we went right to sleep. I stormed across the restaurant and swung Crystal around by her elbow. "What are you doing here?" My resolve instantly faded. The woman staring bewilderedly back at me was not Crystal. "Excuse me, honey?" She was just a waitress taking the order of two men sitting in a booth. "Do you know this guy, Tiffany?" one of them asked her. The other one stood up so we were eye to eye and glared at me. "I'm sorry. I thought she was someone else." I apologized to the man, then to the waitress. "I'm sorry." She forced a smile to diffuse the situation. "It happens all the time. I just have one of those faces," she told me, knowing very well that I hadn't identified her by her face. Then she squeezed the biceps of the standing man and said, "I know who I want around if I'm ever in real trouble." They exchanged flirty smiles, and he returned to his seat. I started backing away from their table. Bon Jovi was still screaming his lungs out behind me. I searched the entire restaurant, looking under tables, behind columns, in the bathroom, but I couldn't find Crystal anywhere. She was gone. Or, I tried telling myself, she was never there to begin with. Just like she wasn't in the Royo Video parking lot that night I'd met Indy. Or, according to many doctors, just like she wasn't anywhere because she didn't really exist. It was a good thing I didn't find her, I reminded myself. If she were there, it would mean there was something wrong with me again, and I was really enjoying life as a normal person. Normal life trumped life with Crystal. It had to. I returned to the table where Baby was sitting. She stared at me. I took a drink of soda. What were you saying? Baby didn't blink for a solid minute. What the literal fuck was that all about, Solo? I tried to shrug her off. I thought I saw a girl I knew. Who? It's complicated. Baby did not like this answer. I'm starting to think you're complicated. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't argue with that. And as much as I didn't want it to be true, I was pretty sure I'd just fucked up my tabula rasa. Baby and I finished our meal in silence, and then Michael Stipes sang us all the way back to my house without interruption. I spent the entire ride searching for a way to explain my behavior to Baby without having to tell her about what was wrong with me. I'm sorry if that was weird for you at the restaurant, I said as she pulled up in front of my house. I wouldn't call my past sordid, but there was a girl in it. She's not anymore,
She stopped the
and
car
sometimes
and killed
that's
the
hard
radio.
for me. It feels like there's a lot missing from that story. I stared at her. I didn't know what to say. Well, aren't you going to fill me in? No, I said flatly. I'm not. Baby's eyes widened. She hadn't been expecting that answer, I guess. Seriously, Solo? You already know a lot of personal stuff about me, and I know dick about you. That's not fair. How are we supposed to be friends if I don't know anything about you? I didn't really have a defense for this. The thing was, I completely understood why she was getting pissed. But what she couldn't understand was that what was wrong with me was not your run-of-the-mill secret. If Baby knew the truth, she probably wouldn't talk to me ever again. There are certain kinds of crazy that normal people want nothing to do with, and what was wrong with me scored way off the chart. I was finally normal. I was trying out life, and I was getting good at it. I had spent the last 9 years wading through the bad thing that happened, and I'd finally laid it to rest. I was the Doogie Howser of the video store corporate ladder, damn it. No one knew about what was wrong with me, and it had to stay that way. I don't have anything to say. Baby pressed a button on her door, and mine unlocked. Then neither do I. She nodded at my house. Go take an iron pill, Solo. I got out of the car and walked toward the house. By the time I reached my front door, she'd already driven away. Chapter 9. My parents were downright giddy about my promotion. Like, I'm pretty sure my dad teared up when I told him. Mom said something to the effect of, I knew you could do it, which I doubted was true, but whatever. They were happy, and I was happy they were happy, so it was a real kumbaya moment for the Teague family. My shrink was happy too, and okayed me to go a few weeks without seeing him while I adjusted to my new responsibilities. He did warn me not to get too caught up in the corporate world and forget to take care of my mental health, though. On the way out of the office, I looked at the might have been poster and smiled. So everything was peachy keen for me at home for the first time in a long while, and I gotta say, that felt pretty damn good. It turned out that everyone at work got over their righteous indignation about my promotion pretty quickly, except for Baby, but we'll get to that. Especially when they realized I was a fairly decent dude to work for. Like Scarlett had predicted, not much really changed around Royo Video. I mean, I guess I was technically now required to do most of the heavy lifting I'd already been doing, but that was fine by me. As you know, I liked busy work. It turned out that I also enjoyed interviewing people for my old job, which is something Scarlett and I did the week after my promotion kicked in. Conducting interviews was a my how the tables have turned situation for me, because when you think about it, a job interview is more or less just a mental health evaluation. Truth be told, what an employer is really trying to find out during a job interview is how likely the candidate is to blow up the building. Having had my mental stability assessed on many occasions, I felt up to the task of weeding out any unstable applicants. Fortunately, it seemed no obvious psychopaths had applied for the video clerk job, and Scarlett and I narrowed it down to 3 young hopefuls, each of them seemingly normal. We ended up going with a guy named Andres who wanted to be called Maverick, Tom Cruise's character from Top Gun, for those of you playing along at home. He'd actually worked at a blockbuster before, which gave him a clear advantage over the other candidates, neither of whom had experience in the field of video rental. Truthfully, though, it was pretty obvious what gave him an edge with Scarlett. Maverick was tall, tan, and looked like a J. Crew model. Scarlett took the lead during the interview. So, why'd you quit your last video store job? I just worked there the summers I stayed with my grandma in Puerto Rico, answered the future Maverick. She jotted down a note on his application. I didn't even know they had blockbusters in Mexico. Maverick glanced from Scarlett to me, and because I felt obligated to let him know that at least one of his potential bosses knew as much, I interjected, Puerto Rico is not part of Mexico, Scarlett. She was unfazed by this correction. Oh, does that mean you don't speak Mexican then? We sometimes get customers who do, and it'd be nice if we had someone who could talk to them. Maverick looked at me again, and I shook my head apologetically. Eres pendeja, he answered with a smile. That means yes, I speak Mexican. I could tell that wasn't really what it meant. I also had a feeling he would fit in at Royo Video just fine, especially with Baby. I asked Baby to show Maverick the ropes like she'd done for me, which in retrospect was probably not the best way to broach that subject. Why? So he can be my boss in a week too? She asked. What's my incentive to train anyone ever again, Solo? She had a valid point, but I chose not to acknowledge it. Don't you want to make your future bosses look good? Was my answer instead, and let me tell you, Baby did not appreciate that joke. In fact, after that day at Headlights, Baby didn't seem to appreciate me much at all. She started to treat me the way she did everyone else, and I hadn't realized just how differently that was until I'd lost her favor. Baby no longer rented movies for us to discuss. We no longer discussed anything at all, really. She was quieter altogether post Headlights, withdrawn even, to use a therapy term. She came to work, did her job, and left. Other than that, I didn't see or hear from her. Well, I guess I can't say I didn't hear from her. There was one thing I heard about very loudly. It was a payday in October, and everyone stopped by the store to grab their checks. This week, though, in the envelopes along with our paychecks was a memo about the trick-or-treat event that the Royal Oak Chamber of Commerce was putting on the Saturday before Halloween, an event that suddenly mandated our participation. We have to wear costumes? Hannibal asked. Yes, it's absolutely required, Scarlett informed him a little too excitedly. We're all going to dress up as the characters whose names we go by at work. My parents are positive that customers will love this idea. Hannibal looked confused. Your parents legit want me to come to work as a serial killer who eats people? Well, it is Halloween, was her answer. It'll be fun. I approve, the Godfather said, but likely only because she dressed like a gangster every day and would have to put zero effort into her costume. I only have a week to put together a Mary Poppins costume? Poppins sighed, but it was clear she loved the idea. This should be interesting. Dirty Harry was less enthused. If Mom wants me to do this, she'd better make my Bigfoot costume. Otherwise, forget it. What do you need a Bigfoot costume for? Hannibal asked, which was the same thing I was wondering. Haven't you seen Harry and the Hendersons? Was Dirty's condescending response. Dirty Harry is Bigfoot. I have seen Harry and the Hendersons, but I've also seen Dirty Harry, Hannibal explained slowly. Only one of those movies has a character named Dirty Harry in it, my friend, and it's not the one with the Sasquatch. Dirty Harry is a badass cop from the 70s. Maverick, who was only 1 week into his job and already aware of what a dipshit Scarlett's little brother was, piggybacked off what Hannibal had said. Literally everyone knows that. Whatever. No, he's not, Dirty argued. Yes, he is, Poppins, the Godfather, and I all confirmed in unison. Fine, so what if he is? Who fucking cares? Dirty decided. The point is, my mom better make me a Bigfoot costume. Oh my god, you're such a moron, Scarlet muttered. Oh, come on. Like you knew who Dirty Harry was? He replied. And don't pretend this whole costume thing wasn't your idea. I heard you begging Mom to do it because you wanted to wear some slutty dress you found at the Halloween store at the mall. Scarlet glared at her brother, which made it pretty obvious he was telling the truth. Shut up, Scott. This is what we're doing, and it's not up for discussion. At this, we accepted our Halloween costume fate, and everyone left or went back to work while Dirty presumably ran home to complain to his mommy. Baby was the only one who stayed put, willing to fight the battle. This is fucking ridiculous, and I'm not doing it. Scarlet ignored her indignation and started to walk away. Yes, you are. Baby stepped in front of her. Dressing up for Halloween is against my religion, so I'm not going to. Scarlet folded her arms across her chest. Whatever, baby. You don't even have a religion. You don't know that. Fine. What religion are you? Scarlet demanded. I don't have to answer that, Baby responded. It's an illegal question. No, it's not. Have you ever heard of the Civil Rights Act? Baby asked, knowing for certain that Scarlet hadn't. I could sue you for asking me that. Scarlet rolled her eyes before looking at me. I looked at Baby and then back at Scarlet. How? You're her boss too, she reminded me. Tell her she has to wear what we tell her to. Baby's eyes widened. Mine did too. I honestly don't think we can tell her that, I said in a lowered voice. I think Baby's right about it being illegal. Scarlet looked at me innocently. So you're taking her side? Then she leaned in close to me and whispered in my ear, Come on, Solo. This really means a lot to me. Have I ever told you how amazing Scarlet smelled? I mean, I'm pretty sure I have, but it bears repeating. And did I mention she was wearing a plaid skirt that day? Like the Catholic school uniform kind, only way shorter? I looked at Scarlet and then at Baby. Finally, I said, and I get it if you hate me for it. Come on, Baby. What's the big deal? The look on her face said Judas, but her mouth said, You can both go to hell. She turned on her heel and stomped off down the hallway and out the door. Scarlet bounced up and down, gloating. This is going to be so much fun! Honestly, I'm with Baby on this one, I revealed, albeit too late to score any points with Baby. I don't really want to dress up either. Trust me, it's going to be great. I can't wait to see what a hot Han Solo you make. She winked at me. And I think you'll really like my costume, too. I suddenly remembered how Baby had described Vivian Lee on the Gone with the Wind poster. Well, I guess if it's going to be good for business. Scarlet beamed before walking away. Oh, trust me, it'll be an unforgettable day. Chapter 10. Our basement was of the unfinished storage room variety, lit only by the gloom of unshaded light bulbs. It was always cold, dank, and inhabited by hosts of centipedes. I avoided the basement at all costs, but the atmosphere I'm describing wasn't the only reason why. Mostly, I stayed out because that was the place we hid the tangible reminders of life before the bad thing that happened, and obviously it was hard to think about that. But there was other stuff in the basement too. A lot of Mom and Dad's old junk had been in our Virginia attic for years before the move, and when we schlepped it up to Michigan, it stayed in boxes. I'm talking about things like high school yearbooks, old clothes, and records. You know, the stuff destined for a garage sale. Also, I hoped, the stuff destined to become a Han Solo Halloween costume. Han Solo's wardrobe was neither flashy nor complicated for the most part. Pants, jackets, vests, all in regular men's clothing colors. If the Force was with me on this, I would have what I needed and be back upstairs in no time. I avoided the boxes labeled bat and sifted through polyester shirts, bell bottoms, and one unfortunate ruffled cummerbund. Seriously, Dad? Located in boxes labeled Craig's clothes. I managed to rummage up an old fishing vest, navy slacks, and a cream colored button down shirt with a butterfly collar, which was really all I needed to make my costume. As I was returning what I didn't need to the boxes, I noticed another stack labeled toys shoved over in the corner. Suddenly, I remembered the blaster. We'd had the official Star Wars licensed one back in Virginia. I could picture it perfectly. Black molded plastic with a yellow drill like twisting mechanism inside. It was my most treasured toy from all my childhood. I had no idea if we still had it, but if we did, it would make the perfect accessory for a Han Solo costume. I removed the lid from the first box of toys and began searching. It contained only Masters of the Universe action figures and the Fireball Island board game. The second box was full of G.I. Joes and Transformers. I resisted the impulse to reminisce about these toys, lest doing so bring up other memories too. Plus, I was freezing and had already killed 4 centipedes. My blaster hopes fading fast, I tried the last toys box. I knew it was a long shot that my mom would have held on to anything to do with Star Wars. Stay tuned for more on that. So I wasn't surprised when the box was filled with other things. I was, however, surprised by what those things were. Dolls, purses, a toy ceramic tea set, Wonder Woman posters. I had no memory of any of this stuff. I looked inside the box again. These things couldn't have belonged to my mother. I mean, the dolls seemed old, I guess, but not like my mom old. The purses could have been hers, but I wasn't convinced they were. It was weird. As far as I could tell, these boxes had been in the basement unopened like the others since Virginia. The only girl cousins I had were born in Virginia after that, so it wasn't like these things could have been theirs. I was stumped. Until I wasn't. Crystal. These were Crystal's things. It made sense, and it didn't. I mean, who else could it all have belonged to? But also, everything that Crystal had owned was stuff I bought for her, and I'd sure as hell never seen any of this before. Then I remembered the shoebox. It had just appeared one day, too. I hadn't had anything to do with it. Maybe that was happening again. About 6 months after Crystal arrived in Michigan, Mom went through my room and discovered Crystal's cash in my closet. I had barely walked through the door after school that day before the shit hit the fan. "What the hell is this, Joel?" Mom demanded as I stood in the doorway, my hand still on the knob. She held up Crystal's green dress. She was crying. The entire scene caught me off guard. "Did you go through my closet?" "I absolutely did," Mom said. "I found your jewelry and makeup, too." She puffed on her cigarette and wiped a tear away with the back of her hand. "So you're into this? This is what you do when you're alone in your room?" I knew enough to be alarmed by my mom's tone, even though I didn't know exactly why she was reacting so strongly. "What do you mean?" "You wear these things!" She was yelling now. "You pretend to be a girl!" The accusation was so ludicrous, I actually laughed. "No, why would I do that?" "Stop lying!" my mother screamed, and she threw the dress at me. I dropped my backpack and caught it. "You have to tell me the truth! I won't be lied to about this!" "God, Mom, I'm not dressing up like a girl. Calm down." My confusion about the accusation gave way to anger. "Why are you going through my things anyway?" "So they are yours?" "No, but they were in my room." "Don't lie to me. I know what you do. I know you paint your fingernails. Your dad told me to leave you alone about it, that it's just a phase, that you're just trying to cope with everything. But now I see what's happening. You're sick, Joel. Something's the matter with you. Something deep inside of you is seriously screwed up." She sobbed uncontrollably. I was shocked. I couldn't believe she was saying these things. I didn't think moms were allowed to say those kinds of things to their own kids. "There's nothing wrong with me," I yelled back at her. "I am just a normal kid. I swear, Mom." "Normal boys don't hide makeup and jewelry in their closets, Joel," she screamed at me. "Normal boys hide the goddamn Victoria's Secret catalog." Hot tears sprung into my eyes. "Leave me alone," I growled at her. "Just leave me the hell alone." I took Crystal's dress and stormed outside, got on my bike, and rode away as fast as I could. I was so angry, the angriest I had ever been in my entire life. I rode fast and far, so far that I didn't know exactly where I was when I finally stopped a long time later. I had ended up at a park somewhere, with a playground and benches and a bridge overlooking a pond. I threw my bike down on the ground and ran toward the water. It was April, I think. Still cold, though. The world was only half thawed from the longest winter I'd ever known. The playground was empty, and I was alone. I walked along the water's edge, my shoes sinking into the muddy shoreline. With each step, I felt water seep into my shoes. "You're a son of a bitch, Mom," I muttered under my breath. "You're the one who screwed up, not me." I picked up a stone and threw it into the water. Then I did it again, and again. By the time I was done, I must have thrown 50 rocks into that pond. I might have thrown 50 more if I hadn't seen something splashing around in the water. I was near the bridge, and I ran halfway across for a closer look. The commotion stopped, and I could see something floating on the surface of the water. It looked like seaweed at first, or pondweed if there's a difference. But on second glance, it seemed to be moving. I peered down into the water and saw Crystal's face staring back at me. Her eyes were open and a small trail of bubbles leaked from one nostril. She was squirming as if she was stuck, unable to come up for air. "Hey!" I yelled to her, my heart racing. "Hey, I see you!" I dropped the rocks and banged my hands on the railing to keep her attention. "Crystal, I'm coming! Hang on!" I pulled off my jacket and shoes and jumped off the bridge feet first into the pond. The water was freezing and made my entire body seize. The splash stirred up a murky cloud from the pond floor, making it difficult to see. My eyes burned as I attempted to locate Crystal under the water, but I kept them open anyway. I had to find her. Minutes that felt like hours ticked by with no sign of her, and then finally I came up for air, and I caught a blurry glimpse of Crystal, not in the water, but sitting up on the bridge with her legs dangling over, dry as a bone in her green dress. I was so relieved, I started to cry. Exhausted, I struggled to shore and ran to the bridge, shivering and sobbing all the way. "What's wrong, Joel?" was Crystal's concerned greeting when I'd sloshed my way over to her. It took me forever to catch my breath. "I thought you were drowning," I finally managed to get out. "I was so worried." She touched my face. "I'm right here, Joel. I didn't think I'd ever see you again." I was crying so hard that I don't know how she understood me, but she did. "I'm sorry you were scared. Thank you for wanting to help me, Joel." Crystal put her arm around me and squeezed. Then she rubbed her finger over my thumbnail in a circular motion and whispered, "Seashells." This calmed me down. "My mom found your things," I confessed. "She was really mad." Crystal stared into the water and nodded. "Did you tell her they were mine?" "Of course not," I scoffed. "I don't think she's going to give them back, though." "That's okay," she smiled. "I've still got my dress." I tried to smile back, but my teeth were chattering too hard. Crystal stood up. "You need to go home, Joel. I know you probably don't want to, but things will be worse if you don't." "What am I supposed to tell my mom?" I asked. "She doesn't believe me that the makeup and jewelry aren't mine, even though I'm telling her the truth." Crystal chewed thoughtfully on her lower lip. "That doesn't surprise me." She looked away. Sometimes, when the truth is hard to accept, people prefer a lie.
So, what am I supposed to say? Should I tell her I bought all those things for her? That I wanted it to be a surprise and she ruined it? I asked. That might make her feel bad, which is fine. She deserves to feel bad about all this. Just tell her whatever it takes to protect yourself, Joel, was Crystal's advice. She sounded really sad when she said it. I stood up and hugged her for a long time. Eventually, Crystal made me go home, so I got on my bike and started riding back the way I'd come. I didn't exactly remember how I'd gotten there, but I knew I'd find my way somehow. Within minutes, a police car drove up beside me, and the officer rolled down the window. "Are you Joel Teague?" he asked me. I nodded. He put the car in park and adjusted his hat. "Let me give you a lift home, son. Your parents are awful worried about you." I took the box of dolls and things down the street to the parking lot of a liquor store. The dumpster behind it was always left open. I tossed the box in and walked back home. Chapter 11. The day of the Royal Oak trick-or-treat, I opened the store. The official start time for the event was 2 o'clock, so I'm not sure why I went to work at 9 in the morning dressed as Han Solo, but that's what I did. Baby, who was opening too, brought her costume to work in a bag like a normal person. She had curled her hair and pinned it up so that it looked something like Jennifer Grey's on the Dirty Dancing VHS cover, my only point of reference, but other than that, she still looked like regular Baby. You know, I had to fucking watch Dirty Dancing, was the first thing out of her mouth that morning. She was standing behind the counter, opening bags of candy for the trick-or-treaters and emptying them into a giant pumpkin-shaped dish. You could have just looked at the VHS box to find out how Baby dressed, I suggested, though admittedly this was a pointless thing to say after the fact. She glared at me. "I did, dickhead, but I was hoping the movie contained long scenes of Baby wearing pajamas so I'd have an excuse not to dress up." "Did it?" "No," she mumbled. "But there was one part where she carried a watermelon for no goddamn reason." She made a face. "Oh, and a botched abortion. So, that was great." "Seriously?" "Yes, seriously. But don't worry, boss. I watched it anyway. I didn't want to disobey your orders." She saluted me. "I'll be dressed in my costume at 1400 hours." I felt like shit. "Come on, baby," I sighed. "You know it's not like that." "It's exactly like that," she snapped back. It's such a disappointment how damn typical you turned out to be, Solo. You fawn all over Boobs McGee like every other guy in the world. I thought you were better than that." She opened another bag of candy with such force that pieces flew everywhere. "You have to know the only reason you got shift manager over me is that I don't have a dick she can tease, right?" This struck a raw nerve with me. So what? So what if I'm like every other guy? I am totally cool with being just like every other guy, baby. It was basically my dream come true, actually. Baby didn't disguise her disgust. "Why couldn't you just cut me some slack on this one thing?" She went to run her fingers through her hair, then remembered the curls and stopped. "Why couldn't you trust that I had a good reason for not wanting to dress up?" "I don't know," I said. "I guess because I didn't think it was a big deal." "But I did," she argued. "That should have been enough." The front door opened, cutting our conversation short. Some kids ran past the counter and straight for the Halloween movie display. "They have it in, Mom," the boy said, snatching a tag and jumping up and down excitedly. "They have It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown." "Good morning," Baby smiled at the parents as they passed the counter. "Welcome to Royal Video. Let us know if there's anything we can help you find." "Thanks," the dad said. Then he pointed at me. "Hey, nice costume. May the force be with you." I smiled and for some reason replied with, "And also with you." When they were out of earshot, Baby turned back to me and muttered, "I don't want a single apology from you today. Remember that. Remember that whatever happens, you could have prevented it. So apologies will not be fucking accepted." She shoved the bowl of candy into my arms and stomped off. I had no idea what this warning meant, but it echoed in my head throughout the morning.
Baby didn't strike me as someone who made empty threats. So, in whatever way a guy could be sorry for forcing a girl to wear a dirty dancing costume, I fully expected to be it come 2 o'clock. In anticipation of the trick or treat, people flooded downtown Royal Oak early that day, and the store stayed steadily busy, too busy for me to tell Baby about the second and third and fourth thoughts I was having about siding with Scarlett. I should have fought for an exception for Baby so she didn't have to dress up. She shouldn't have had to give me a reason. Now that I was away from the kryptonite of Scarlett's miniskirt, it was clear that I'd been a total ass. I wanted to make it right. "Looking good, my friend," Hannibal greeted me at the start of his shift. I glanced up from my register. "Thanks," I said. Then I tried to think of a compliment to pay him back. He was wearing an orange prison jumpsuit and a hockey mask cut in half horizontally so that it resembled the thing Hannibal Lecter wore to keep him from biting people. "You look appropriately creepy." "Mission accomplished," was his reply. Poppins showed up a few minutes later wearing a white button-down shirt with a red bow tie. Her bowler hat had a feather in it, and she carried an umbrella. "Do I look practically perfect in every way?" she asked me. "Sure," I humored her. "Practically." Minutes later, Maverick and the Godfather came down the hallway together, both having put forth considerable effort on their costumes, too. I mean, the Godfather wasn't dressed much differently than she usually was, but she had added a black bow tie and a rose pinned to her blazer. Her hair was slicked back into a bun like Lilith's from Frasier, who also happened to be someone I found very intimidating. Maverick had on a fairly accurate bomber jacket complete with Air Force patches. But really, on any given day, the guy looked enough like a movie star that he could pull off dressing like Tom Cruise unironically. Baby returned from her break shortly after everyone else arrived, then left again almost immediately to put her costume on. I caught up to her alone in the hallway. "Hey, baby, I've been thinking you should go home sick." She folded her arms across her chest. "Why's that?" "If you go home, you don't have to wear a costume. And you won't get any shit from Scarlett about it because I can tell her you had it with you and you were going to wear it, but then you started throwing up, so you had to leave." She looked somewhat amused by this suggestion. "So it's okay to lie to Scarlett to get me out of doing this, but it's not okay for me to have a perfectly legitimate yet private reason to not participate?" "At this moment, yes," I told her. "I'm just trying to give you an out, baby." I looked down at her shoes. They were Converse. Green. "Just take it, okay?" She waited a minute before saying, "Okay. Okay? Yeah. Okay." I breathed a sigh of relief. "Are we good?" "Yeah, Solo. We're good." Baby forced a non-crescent smile with no satisfying corners and went into the storage closet. I felt better after this, and with the problem solved, I went back to work. Kids in costumes had begun trickling into the store, and Poppins was standing near the front door doling out suckers and candy bars. "Form a line, spit spot," she said in a British accent as I retook my place at the register. "And mind your manners, we are not a codfish." Baseball players, fairies, firefighters, and generic monsters fell in line and held out their bags and pillowcases to receive their treats. With all the extra foot traffic in the store, movies were flying off the shelves, so I wasn't really involved in all the Halloween action. I had to admit, though, that seeing all the kids dressed up made me smile. I hadn't been trick-or-treating since coming to Michigan. After the move, I didn't have anyone to go with, and that's not the kind of thing a kid wants to do alone. I'd been on autopilot for several customers in a row, scanning their membership cards, retrieving their movies, collecting their money, when the name of a customer popped up on my computer screen and caught my attention. "Jana Schwartz," I read aloud. "As in Mark Schwartz's wife?" "Yes," she confirmed, handing me a tag. "Though I'd better not have any late fees on there. My husband shouldn't be renting on my account anymore." "You don't," I said, and I stepped over to the shelf to find her movie, and he's not. I didn't know if Dr. Schwartz had told his wife about me, but I recognized that the potential was there. I mean, it's not like I was so noteworthy a fellow that I thought everyone talked about me, but in fairness to Mark, If I had been the doctor who'd had to deal with me after my psych hospital lover attempted death by floor cleaner, I probably would have mentioned it to my wife. And then if I'd run into me years later renting out videos to people like a regular Joe Schmo, I might have also mentioned that to her in a where are they now type follow up. Just in case Jana knew anything about what was wrong with me, I decided to act extra normal around her. Here you go, the truth about cats and dogs. I scanned the barcode on the VHS. You know, 'tis the season to rent something scarier than a rom-com, don't you think? Okay, so maybe 'tis the season wasn't super normal, but I gave myself points for effort. She grinned. You're right. I just need a little fun today. Although this is fun, Jana admitted, looking around the room. I know, right? I nodded, making a cool guy face. I dig the whole vibe. Me too, she agreed casually, and I decided that if she knew anything about me, Jana was good at hiding it. See that little girl dressed as a pumpkin over there? She pointed toward the door. I saw a flash of orange disappear behind a rack. Yeah, is she yours? Oh, no, Jana said quickly. No, I just thought her costume was adorable. I don't have any children. Oh, my bad. I just assumed she was a mom. All grown up women I knew were moms. Don't worry about it. You didn't know. Know what? I asked. Never mind. She picked up her movie. Thanks for this, and nice costume. It's clever, you all dressing as yourselves. How fun. Thanks, I said, no longer making my cool guy face. Evidently, the more normal I tried to be, the more awkward I made things for everyone else. Bring it back tomorrow by 7. I know you don't want a late fee. Jana nodded and exited the store. It seemed pointless to try to put tags out with kids blocking all the aisles, so I pulled the Godfather off the floor and put her on my register. I wanted to catch Scarlett before she realized that Baby had gone home, but I hadn't seen her come in yet. I went to the office to check for her. No Scarlett there. I grabbed a few more bags of candy to refill Poppin's bucket and went back out. It was then that I ran into Scarlett in the hallway. Literally. Sorry, I apologized automatically before taking a step back. I didn't immediately recognize the person I'd collided with as Scarlett because of the wig she was wearing. And also the lingerie. I'm not exactly sure how to describe what Scarlett was wearing, but I'm fairly certain it wasn't an accurate representation of anything featured in Gone with the Wind, unless Gone with the Wind was a cleverly disguised Civil War era porno. She had a green and white floppy hat tied under her chin. Her wig was dark brown and curly. My vocabulary is limited when it comes to fashion, so I'm just going to call everything Scarlett had on from the neck down my wildest fantasy come true. I mean, her outfit was a cross between a bathing suit and whatever ballerinas wear. Her pantyhose, I do know what those are, were white, but they stopped at her thighs and were attached to the rest of the ensemble with belty things. She also wore high heels, really tall ones that made her tower over me. In summary, Scarlett looked like a giant layer cake of sex, which is the best kind of cake there is. She recovered from our collision by holding onto my biceps. I know I could have said arm there, but just let me have this one, to steady herself. Hey, Solo, look at you, she said, but by the way she propped a hand on her hip, I could tell what she really meant was, look at me. And I was looking at her, believe me. How are everyone else's costumes? She asked, peeking around me. Nothing like yours, I wanted to say, but instead I said, fine. Yeah? She asked, then looked directly at me. Babies too? Oh, yeah, about Baby, I said, trying to snap out of my sexy cake fantasy. I sent her home. She was really sick. Scarlett's face fell. Are you serious? She faked sick to get out of wearing a costume? How pathetic. No, it was legit, and she didn't want to go. I practically had to force her to leave. Next to us, the storage closet door suddenly opened. Dream on, Solo, Baby said casually as she entered the hallway. Like you could force me to do anything. If Scarlett's costume had surprised me, then you could have colored me fucking shocked by Baby's. She was wearing white sneakers, not the shocking part, a pair of jean shorts that ended just above her knees, not the shocking part, and a cropped white shirt, not the shocking part either. On her bare, exposed, and very round stomach, Baby had painted a large green watermelon. I dropped the bags of candy. Baby was pregnant. Still. Okay, time out for a second. I know you probably saw this coming. I mean, there were definite signs that Baby hadn't gone through with the abortion. But before you go feeling all high and mighty, just remember that I'm the one telling this story, so it's me you have to thank for those clues. Real life doesn't have a narrator conveniently dropping hints here and there. If that were the case, then maybe the bad thing might not have happened and what was wrong with me may never have been. Present day doesn't have the one linear event at a time luxury that the past does when we retell it. That's why hindsight is 2020, why the future is foggy, and why I was blindsided by Baby's revelation. Okay? Good. Time in. What is that? Scarlett pointed accusingly at Baby's middle. I got fat. Baby shrugged. I should have thrown up more. Scarlett stared at her. You look pregnant. Baby began a condescending slow clap. You're a regular Sherlock Holmes, you know that, Scarlett? Baby, was the only word I could say. Baby. She turned to me. I'm sorry, are you saying my name? Or are you talking about the baby? She pointed at her stomach. Then she pretended to laugh. Just kidding, Solo. You don't even know how long I've been waiting to make that joke. Oh, wait, I could probably tell you. She pretended to count on her fingers. About 22 weeks. Stop playing around, baby, Scarlett insisted. Don't you know how serious being pregnant is? Baby laughed harder. I do. The gravity of the situation sank in about 4 months ago when I pissed on a stick and it turned blue. Baby, I am so sorry, I told her. It all made sense now why she didn't want to wear a costume. I felt like such an asshole. She held up her hand. I told you not to apologize. I nodded. She had. Scarlett looked at me wide-eyed. So it's yours? For a moment, I'd forgotten she was even there, which again tells you just how shocked I was, considering a sexy layer cake is not something easily pushed from the mind. I looked from Scarlett to Baby and back again, and I had no idea what to say. I mean, obviously I knew the baby wasn't mine, but for whatever reason, I was ready to claim paternity right then and there if that's what Baby wanted. But she didn't. It's not his, God, Scarlett. No. So by all means, you can continue to toy with both Solo's dick and head all you want with no fear of a baby cramping your style. She picked up the bags of candy I'd dropped. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get to work. Baby turned on her heel and walked away. Do you think we should do something? Scarlett asked me. Like what? I don't know. Stop her from telling people? Why? I asked. She is pregnant, Scarlett. It can't stay a secret forever. Scarlett shifted her weight. Well, it's not like she's going to keep it, right? What's the point of telling anyone if you're not keeping it? How should I know if she's keeping it? I found out about this at the same time you did. She shouldn't keep it, Scarlett immediately decided. Baby would be a terrible mother. I glanced at her, then down the hallway toward Baby. Why would you say that? We both watched as she stepped behind the counter and took over a register. What? Do you think I'm wrong? Baby asked me back. I don't know. What makes someone a good mother? My eyes were still fixed on Baby. Not being in high school, for starters. A distraught Poppins approached Baby at the counter. I could read her lips. Is that real? As she pointed to Baby's midsection. Baby's not going to be in high school forever, I reminded Scarlett. So you think she should keep it? Her tone was incredulous. From behind us, the back door opened and shut, and Dirty Harry stamped his time card. What's up, bitches? He said, interrupting our conversation. We turned around, and I instantly wanted to punch him in the throat. Dirty Harry was dressed as neither Bigfoot nor a 70s cop. He was instead dressed head to toe in Nike, just like every other day. "Where the fuck is your costume?" I demanded, glaring at him. I didn't wear one," he answered. "Why the hell not?" He shrugged a shoulder. "I don't know. Didn't feel like it." "Come on, Scott," Scarlett scolded him. "Everyone was supposed to dress up." He narrowed his eyes at his sister as though she was the one in the wrong. "So? I didn't want to. Dressing up is gay." Dirty looked at me and indicated my costume. "No offense or anything." "None taken," was what I said before I said, "You're fired." He paused a beat before laughing. "You're funny." Then he tried to push by me. I blocked him. "I know. I'm a panic," I agreed. "You're still fired." Dirty's and Scarlett's eyes grew wide. "What?" they both said. I glanced back down the hallway where I saw Baby reaching for a movie behind the counter. When she stretched, her watermelon looked even more pronounced. "You were told to wear a costume for this shift, and you didn't do it, so you're fired." Dirty smirked at me. "You can't be serious." "I'm so serious." He looked to Scarlett. "Your sister already made it clear that I have this authority. As shift manager, I can fire people for insubordination." I used this word because I doubted Dirty Harry knew what it meant, and therefore he wouldn't be able to argue against it. "So you can leave now. I'll have your last paycheck mailed to your house." "Dude, your authority doesn't apply to me. In case you forgot, my parents own this place," he explained before laughing again. "I could fire you if I wanted to." From out in the store, we heard Hannibal exclaim, "Holy shit, are you pregnant?" Scarlett's head turned toward the noise and she frowned. She turned her attention back to her brother. "No, you can't, Scott," Scarlett said. "Solo's right. You're fired." She snatched his keychain out of his hand and slid the store key off the ring. "Go home." She tossed the rest back at him. Dirty's face screwed up into a pout. "Whatever. I didn't want to work today anyway." He stomped toward the door. Then he yelled back, "When I tell Mom and Dad about this, they're going to fire you." He pointed at me. "And you're going to be in huge trouble." He pointed at Scarlett. "Dumb whore." Before I could choke him to death, Scarlett took off her shoe and chucked it at the back of his head so hard it almost knocked him down. "Hey!" He rubbed the point of impact on his skull. Instead of retaliating, though, he picked up the shoe and ran out the back door with it. "Damn it!" Scarlett tried balancing on her remaining high heel, but quickly gave up and took it off. "Guess I'm going barefoot today." "I'm sorry I didn't run that by you first," I said, though to be honest, I wasn't at all sorry. It's just that... Scarlett held up her hand. "My brother's a spoiled little ass clown, and my parents know it. They're not going to care that you fired him. They'll probably want to promote you again, actually." Still, I shrugged. "I didn't mean to start all that with him." "I don't care," Scarlett sighed. "But I'd better give my parents a heads up about what happened so they'll be on my side before he goes crying to them." She gave one more backward glance toward Baby before carrying her remaining shoe into the office and shutting the door. Once she'd left, I let my mind catch up with everything that had happened in the last 10 minutes. Baby was pregnant, and I'd practically forced her to tell the whole world about it. I'd violated her privacy and her trust. It made me sick to my stomach, really. What an asshole I'd been to her by demanding she wear that goddamn costume. There were still tons of kids in the store. Down the hallway, I zeroed in on a kid dressed as Batman. He was sitting on the floor, blocking the aisle as he spread out his candy. A much smaller Robin plopped down next to him a minute later and did the same thing. Batman opened a fun-sized Kit Kat, broke it in half, and gave a piece to Robin. Robin in turn picked out a handful from his pile and dumped it into Batman's bucket. The name Jordan L. was written in marker on one of the buckets. The same lettering appeared on the other bucket, which said Derek L. I didn't notice any parents near them, but the kids didn't seem to mind being alone. I mean, they weren't alone, really. They were together. Together, eating fistfuls of Halloween candy without a care in the world. "Solo, are you okay?" Poppin snapped her fingers at me. I jumped. I hadn't noticed her come into the hallway. "Yeah, why?" "Because," she looked concerned. You're crying. What? No, I'm not. I touched my face. My cheeks were wet. I saw you from the registers, she informed me. What's wrong? I could feel it now. The sinus pressure, the runny nose, the thick throat. God damn it. I was crying. Why was I crying? How did I not know I was crying? It's allergies, I lied. I have a nougat allergy and I accidentally ate a Snickers. The words just tumbled out of my mouth. Poppin's eyes got big. Oh no. Do you need to go to the hospital? I don't even really know what nougat is. I didn't know people could be allergic to it. Neither did I. I'll be fine. I just need to go home and take my medicine, I told her and headed toward the back door. Let me drive you, she insisted. I'll be fine. Tell Scarlett I got sick, will you? I made it out the back lot and drove down the street until I couldn't hold it back anymore. I parked along some neighborhood side road and sobbed my face off for a long, long time, feeling a lot of unmedicated feelings while Michael Stipe screamed, "What's the frequency, Kenneth?" into the void. Chapter 12. I woke up the next morning with a hangover. Not the kind you get from a night well drunk, but the kind you, or at least I, get from crying too much. Do you want to go to AA with me today? My dad joked at breakfast when he saw how terrible I looked. I don't know if he really thought I'd been out drinking or not. I'd been home and in bed by 5:30 the night before, though, so if he did, he probably thought I was a lightweight. Can you turn the TV down? Was all I said when my mother offered me breakfast. Mom punched the remote a few times. Are you sick? She held her hand to my forehead. You're not warm. I just don't feel good, I told them. So I heard. Mom handed me a post-it note with a phone number scrawled on it. A girl from work called here last night. She was worried about you. She said her name was Mary Poppins. I thought it was a prank call. Thanks. I stuck the note on the table. So that's really her name? Mom lit a cigarette, set it in an ashtray, and sipped her coffee. Who would do that to a child? No, that's just her work name. I folded my arms and rested my head on them. I don't know her real name. There are work names at this job of yours? My dad asked after taking a bite of toast. What do they call you there? Boss, I said, not really wanting to get into it. Like Bruce Springsteen? Mom puffed on her cigarette. No, Maureen, my dad corrected her. He meant that they call him boss because he's the manager, remember? Oh, she shook her head. I don't think that's what your dad meant, Joel. Dad looked back down at his newspaper. He knows that. He's just being a smart aleck. Sounds like they go by movie
that's
character
clever.
names there. Mom started scratching my head. So who are you, Joel? Superman? I didn't answer, but I scooted closer so she could reach me better. My mom had the longest fingernails, and I loved it when she did this. She had nice hands, too. I'll bet they call you Ferris Bueller, my dad guessed. Or maybe Marty McFly? Since I figured they weren't going to drop the subject, I went ahead and told the truth. I'm Han Solo, actually. My mom pulled her hand away like I'd just bitten her. Really, Joel? Why? My dad was disappointed, too. Nobody needs that reminder, son. It's the name they assigned me, I lied. I didn't have a choice. Mom sighed and looked at Dad. You'd think they would have let him pick something else, considering. Her lips thinned into a straight line. Though she wasn't talking to me, I still addressed her comment. Well, they might have if I'd said something. I just didn't think it was a good idea to air all my dirty laundry straight out of the gate. Besides, it's not like you guys have to call me that, so what does it matter? None of us need reminders, Joel, especially you, Mom repeated and ground out her cigarette in the ashtray. I'm going to church. She stood up, grabbed her purse, and walked out the side door. I've got to get going too. My dad stood up and went to the fridge, then set something on the table. I opened one eye to see a can of Miller Lite next to me. Hair of the dog. He kissed my head. Don't tell your mother. I won't. Dad left, but moments later he opened the front door again and tossed something onto the couch. There was a package for you on the porch, Joel, he said, and then he was gone again. I put the beer back into the fridge before retrieving my mail. I tore open the envelope and out slid a VHS tape in a plastic case. There was a note stuck to it. You owe me this, baby. The movie was Dirty Dancing. For the first time that morning, I smiled. Chapter 13. As it turned out, Scarlett's parents were cool about Dirty Harry, and his firing was ruled fair. However, they got him a job at the pizza place next door since they owned that too, so I'm not sure any lessons were learned. When the rest of the staff caught wind of why Dirty Harry had been let go, everyone except for Baby thought I was a hard ass for firing a guy for not wearing a Halloween costume. I know you really did it for me, Baby said a few days later. Yep, I admitted, and because he was a prick. She smiled crescently. Normally, I wouldn't want any favors, but Dirty was a jerk-off, so this time it's fine. Also, don't hire anyone to replace him, because I want his hours. Baby considered my penance paid after this, and it seemed we were back on the friend track again. I think it also helped matters that I watched Dirty Dancing and found it every bit as torturous as she'd warned me it would be. In general, Baby was more relaxed now that her secret was out. As someone who hid a lot of shit from people, I can tell you it's pretty taxing to pretend nothing is going on when something is. Even though she didn't discuss her pregnancy much, or really at all, I think she was relieved that everyone knew, and once the initial buzz about it died down, nobody really even brought it up. Except for Scarlett. You know, don't you? She asked me every day. You know whether or not she's keeping it. I don't know anything, I responded honestly every time. Why does it matter to you so much anyway? It doesn't. I just want to know, was the contradiction she always answered me with. I didn't know what to make of this obsession Scarlett had with Baby's situation, but then it came to light that she was on the rocks with Devin, so I figured she was just fixated on Baby's issues to avoid her own. My mom was the one who told me about their breakup. You need to call your cousin, she instructed me one Sunday in November after popcorn shrimping with Aunt Denise. He's had his heart broken by that Jessica person. It took me a second to remember who she was talking about. I looked up from the sandwich I was making. What happened? I told Denise that girl was trouble, Mom said, slipping out of her coat. You should see her, that one. She dresses like a prostitute. I do see her, Mom. I work with Jessica. It felt really strange to call Scarlett that. She nodded. Then you know what I'm saying. I resumed sandwich making and tried to downplay just how interested I was in this news. Do you know why they broke up? Mom lit a cigarette. Denise said Jessica just packed up all her stuff and moved out last night while Devin was having dinner with her and Uncle Jim. She ashed into the sink. You should steer clear of that girl, Joel. Denise says she's got a few screws loose. My mother was always quick to point out the crazy in other people. Don't we all? I asked, taking a bite of my sandwich. Mom gave me a look. Call your cousin. He could use a friend right now. All right. But I didn't call Devin. I did, however, pop over to the video store after I ate my sandwich. Maybe you think I was trying to be a good guy, that I wanted to check in on Scarlett to see how she was doing. Or maybe you think I went there out of pure self-interest, to use Scarlett's vulnerability to my advantage. Honestly, I don't know which of these motivations was closer to the truth, but it ended up not mattering because Scarlett wasn't there. Baby was, though, and she was instantly suspicious of why I'd come. What are you doing here? She demanded when I emerged from the hallway. She was putting tags out while Maverick waited on a customer. I work here, was my answer. Not today, she pointed out. Are you turning into one of those lame bosses who spends all his days off at work because he has no life? Probably, I told her. Then it occurred to me to say, actually, I just came to rent a movie. Oh, Baby said. Then she walked over to the counter, grabbed something, and came back. I already took the liberty of doing that for you. She pulled a Post-it note off a video and handed it to me. I was happy to be resuming this part of our friendship. I enjoyed Baby's taste in movies. At least I did until I read this title. Pretty in Pink? I raised my eyebrows. Come on, baby. Wasn't Dirty Dancing punishment enough? It's not like that, she assured me. This is John Hughes. So? She gave me a look. So? It's a classic. A definite must see. I don't know about that, I told her. It has the words pretty and pink in the title, and those words clearly point to this being a chick flick. Since when do you discriminate against chick flicks? She demanded, crossing her arms. Every movie I've ever rented for you has technically been a chick flick, and you've never said boo about it. That's what I mean. I need a little variety, I explained. When are you going to give me something with explosions and a high body count? Or at the very least, a bikini beach scene? Gross. Your chauvinism is showing, Solo. Cut me some slack. A lot of perfectly fine gentlemen have never seen this movie, I bet. Then, to prove my point, I called over to Maverick. Hey, Mav, have you seen Pretty in Pink? He made a J. Crew face and said, Of course, it's John Hughes. Well, that backfired, Baby noted. Can you just pick an action movie for me? I handed her back the video. Okay, fine. She thought for a sec. There actually is an action movie I want to see, but it's only playing in theaters. Well, I can't rent that, I said. She looked at the clock. Do you maybe want to go? To the movies? I clarified. Like, together? Baby rolled her eyes. No, Solo. I thought we'd see the same film, but in different movie theaters, and then meet up after to discuss it. Of course, together. Now I looked at the clock. When? She shrugged. I'll call and check the times. Okay, I said, the idea quickly growing on me. I hadn't been to the movies in a long time, and I hadn't been with a friend since my Cub Scout troop saw Goonies when I was 6. You're sure you want to go? She asked as she dialed the number. I've got nothing better to do, I assured her. I'm one of those lame bosses who doesn't have a life outside of my job. Baby smiled. I've heard that about you. It turned out the movie Baby wanted to see was playing at the main art theater just down the street half an hour after her shift ended. We decided to walk there because it was a nice day and Baby wasn't in the mood for REM, which she was sure I'd force her to listen to if we drove. She got the tickets, and I got popcorn and drinks, and we met back up in line for the ticket taker. Theater 2, enjoy the show, he said to us, ripping our tickets in half and handing them back to Baby. Thanks, I said to him, and I asked Baby, so what are we seeing? She pointed up at a marquee above Theater 2. The sign read, William Shakespeare's Romeo plus Juliet. Are you kidding me right now? This is your action movie? I felt completely duped. Baby ate a handful of popcorn. Chill out, Solo. The play is full of violence and murder. Didn't you read it in 9th grade like everyone else? I hadn't read it, actually. Tutor Tim had suggested I read Julius Caesar for my Shakespeare credit instead. Fine, I'll watch it, I relented quickly. I wasn't going to let this ruin my first social outing since the disaster that was headlined. I'll be so pissed at you. I followed Baby into the theater, and she chose our seats. The room was surprisingly full for a movie adaptation of a play kids are forced to read. It seemed to be mostly couples, which made sense since chick flicks are typically date movies. What do you think of Tybalt? Baby asked me. What's a Tybalt? Juliet's cousin, she informed me. Oh, that Tybalt. I pretended to think about it. He's swell. I meant the name, for the baby, she clarified, if it's a boy. Oh, I said, and the question suddenly felt heavy. Well, it's not very common, so he'd never find one of those pre-made license plates for his bike if that's a deciding factor for you. She didn't seem to be listening to me. Instead, Baby ran her hand through her hair and stared at the blank screen in front of us. I mean, I haven't decided what I'm doing or anything. She started tapping her foot, and it made a sticky peeling off a dirty movie theater floor noise whenever she lifted it. But either way, the kid needs to have a name, right? Since I'm the one giving birth, I feel entitled to pick it. I considered this logic. That's fair. What if it's a girl, though? No clue, Baby admitted. Not Juliet? Are you kidding me? She made a face. She's not exactly a role model, Solo. Though I guess maybe Tybalt isn't really either since he kills Romeo's best friend. She shrugged. I really hope this baby doesn't turn out to be a murderer. Most mothers probably hope for that, I said. Baby paused, then mumbled, Mother. The lights dimmed then, and the previews began. As I just explained, I had never read Romeo and Juliet, though I had an idea of what it was about due to the fact that everyone else in the world had read it, and the story had unavoidably seeped into the culture. Here's what I knew. Forbidden love between enemies. Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Everyone dies. That's it. Turned out there was a lot more to the story, like when the gangs blew up the gas station. Okay, so maybe that wasn't how the original play went, but it's how the Baz Luhrmann adaptation started out, and it honestly hooked me. It didn't even matter that the actors were speaking in the original Shakespearean language. The action was solid. There were fight scenes and acid tripping scenes and drag queens and explosions. And sure, the whole love story thing, but the majority of the movie didn't feel chick flicky at all. I ended up getting really into the story. In fact, I was totally invested right up until the priest guy, Friar Lawrence, got involved. Here's where it would have been to my advantage to have read the play beforehand, because had I known how that goddamn story ended, I would have known I couldn't handle it. You might be thinking, what do you mean you didn't know how the play ends? You just said that you know everyone dies. And yeah, I knew they died. I was aware this wasn't a happily ever after scenario. I didn't know how they died, though, and that really does make a difference here. I started getting nervous when the friar gave Juliet the drugs to fake her own death. That was a shady thing to do, and there were about 1 billion different ways it could have ended badly. So when, surprise, it did, I started to lose it a little bit. I'm sure you know how the story plays out, but since I didn't, I was barely holding it together by the end of the movie when Romeo and Juliet off themselves. Wow, was Baby's first word as the credits started to roll. That was incredible. I didn't say anything. The director definitely took some liberties, but it worked. She took a drink of soda, and it made that the cup is basically empty noise. She shook the ice around and attempted another sip before saying, Did you like it, Solo? Not really, I muttered. Really? Why not? It was terrible. Those are strong words. She arched one eyebrow. Is this the first movie we're going to disagree about? I can't believe they make kids read that in school. It's fucking irresponsible. Baby put down her cup. What do you mean? I forced my voice to remain steady. It's about kids killing themselves, and it's a romance. That's a really mixed message. It's a tragedy, Solo. The play is called The Tragedy of Romeo and Juliet. It's not like it's called Teenage Relationships 101. It's not a how-to guide. It's a love story that promotes suicide. It's garbage. Baby laughed through her nose. Just because there's suicide in the story doesn't mean it's an endorsement for suicide. She ran her fingers through her hair. If that were the case, then the movie would also be endorsing incest, since Lady Capulet makes out with her nephew. I couldn't let it go. Why didn't they just run away together? Isn't that a better ending? Baby sucked more air through her straw. Maybe, but I think the whole point is that when they kill themselves, the feud between their families finally ends. Oh, well, great. There's a bright side to suicide. That's what the kids need to hear. Killing yourself will solve everyone's problems. Baby stood up to leave. Okay, calm down, Solo. I get it. I'm sorry you didn't like the movie. She sighed in exasperation. You don't have to lose your mind over it. I probably should have taken a deep breath, or counted to 10, or done something else to calm down. But the movie had triggered something in me that had been lying dormant for a long time, and now that it was awake, I couldn't force it back to sleep. A Radiohead song was playing over the credits. I instantly hated it. I hated everything. The music, the movie, William Shakespeare, everything. I was mad. Unmedicated, I don't know what to do with all this rage, Mad. And because I was so enraged, and because I wasn't on any medication that would mellow me out, I did something really stupid. I punched a chair. Now, in all my years as a crazy person, I'd never hit anything. Not a person, not a wall, not even a pillow, like my doctors suggested I do to get aggression out. I just wasn't a violent person, and it had never crossed my mind that I might feel better if I just threw a few punches. But for some reason, in that movie theater, that's what I did. I balled my hand into a fist, and as hard as I could, I punched the back of the empty seat in front of me. The chair back was made of flexible plastic, which absorbed the force of the blow pretty easily. I mean, I didn't break it into shards or leave a dent in it or wreak any sort of satisfying damage whatsoever. I just punched the chair and then sat there like nothing had happened. Baby's eyes got huge. What the fuck was that? I didn't know, so I said, I don't know. No, she challenged me. I think you do. I just really didn't like the movie. No, that's bullshit, she said, just like Headlights was bullshit. Baby looked at me. We've hung out twice now, and both times you've majorly freaked out and then pretended everything was cool right afterward when it's clearly not. What's going on? I'm anemic. She groaned in frustration. God, I can't do this with you. It's just too hard. Baby grabbed her purse. What? Where are you going? If you can't be real with me now after everything you know about me and my life and my shit, then I'm out of here, Solo. I refuse to be in a completely one-sided friendship, especially right now, she pointed at her stomach. And especially with someone who's crazy, she pointed at me. And then Baby stomped out of the theater. I didn't chase after her. Maybe I should have, but I didn't know what to say. Instead, I stayed in the theater alone and let the credits finish rolling, unsure which hurt worse, my hand or the truth. Chapter 14. Have a seat, Joel. You're looking well. Thanks. So let me see. It's been a while since our last session. How are things going? Good. School's good. That's great news. Still think you'll graduate in the spring? Yes. Have you decided what comes after that? I don't really know. Maybe college? We'll see. Fine, fine. How's your mood been? Scale of 1 to 10. Um, I think about a 7, I guess. A 7. Last time you said 8. Have you noticed a change? Oh, no. I wasn't thinking about what I said last time. All right. Can you think of any reason why you might be a 7 now instead of an 8? I don't know. Like I said, I wasn't thinking about last time. Okay. Do you want me to prescribe you another antidepressant? No, I'm good. I mean, I did say 7. 7 is still pretty good. It's not like I said 3 or anything. But you also didn't say 8. Okay, got it. Next time, before I answer this question, I'll ask what I said the previous time and factor it in. Let's just move on, shall we? How is the new promotion going at work? It's going. I got to fire someone. That was pretty cool. Oh? That sounds like it could have been a stressful situation. No, I mean, the kid was a real punk. He had it coming,
Very
so it wasn't
assertive
that
of
big
you.
of a deal, to be honest.
Yeah, well, that's why they pay me the big bucks, I guess. Has the promotion created any waves for you socially? You mentioned last time that you thought that might be a possibility. I mean, not really. Seems like everyone came around okay. Does that mean you're making friends? I don't know. Some, I guess. Perhaps that should be our next goal. You want me to set a goal to make a friend? That sounds like a pep talk you'd give a preschooler, Doc. In this regard, there are a lot of similarities between you and a young child, Joel, and that's not meant to be offensive. By nature, what you've gone through has caused you to build up walls to protect yourself from others, which is a stumbling block in terms of forming healthy relationships. Do you have any potential friendships you'd like to foster? Yeah, I guess maybe. One. Male, female?
She's a girl. Are the two of you sleeping together? What? No, of course not. That wasn't meant to be intrusive, Joel. It's just that you have a history of casual sex, so I thought it was an important question to ask. Yeah, well, it's not like that. So tell me about her. What do you want to know? Why her? What makes this girl the one friend you're interested in pursuing? Oh, I don't know. She's interesting, I guess. Care to elaborate? Hmm. She swears a lot. Is she trustworthy? Yeah, I'd say so. Good, good. So have you told this girl anything about what you've been through? Fuck no. That was a strong reaction. Sorry. I mean, no. Just regular no. Why not? Are you serious? You seriously don't know why I wouldn't tell people that I've been in and out of the loony bin for the last few years? Of course, I understand why you wouldn't announce the details of what you've gone through to the entire world, Joel. But you have to know that it's going to come up eventually as you work on building healthy relationships. No, I don't really think it has to. I like being a tabula rasa. A blank slate? Yeah, you've heard of it? Sure. I like having a fresh start. I like that no one knows anything about me. I see. How does this girl feel about that? How does she feel about not knowing how crazy I used to be? I would imagine she feels pretty good about that, considering ignorance is bliss and all. All right, but when the two of you talk, does she ask you anything personal? Or is she the type of person who's only into talking about herself? No, she's asked some things. I just didn't answer her. And she's okay with that? Not so much, I guess. But that's only because she doesn't know what she doesn't know. If she knew, she'd wish she didn't. So really, I'm doing her a favor. Let me ask you something. Has she shared any private details of her life with you? Yeah. Do you wish you didn't know what you know? Or are those things partly what makes this person so interesting to you? What's your point? My point is that I think you've misunderstood the whole blank slate idea. We're all in a sort of transient state of impression with one another, not in a fixed, permanently blank one. Blank slates get filled up rather quickly as we get to know a person, whether they tell us truths about themselves or not. When there are gaps in the factual information, our minds tend to fill them in with assumptions until we have a clear picture. Does that make sense? Yeah, like jumping to conclusions. Exactly. Which brings me to my point with this girl. Joel, what you've been through doesn't define who you are, but it has certainly shaped it, and that's not something you're going to be able to hide for the rest of your life, nor should you necessarily. Which is why I want to encourage you to open yourself up to the right person, of course. And I'm not saying this girl has to be that person, but it sounds like maybe she could be. What would I even say? Do I have to tell her everything? You don't have to do anything. But if you want to experience healthy intimacy in relationships, you're going to have to be emotionally vulnerable with someone at some point. What if I don't want to? I would challenge you on that. I believe that you do want meaningful relationships. It's what you've always wanted. I think that's why you ended up here in the first place. To build a meaningful relationship with you? No, because the only meaningful relationship you had was with someone who didn't really exist. Oh, yeah, that. That hole in your life, that crystal filled, is still there. And if you don't fill it with real flesh and blood friends, I fear you may turn to other things. Other things like what? Needle drugs? Or prostitutes? Or illegal organized dog fighting? I guess the world is my oyster, so I could try them all out and see what feels the most me. Joel, yeah? Be serious, please. Okay. Just think about sharing what you've been through, okay? Fine. Fine, you'll do it, or fine, you're willing to think about it. Fine, I'll think about it. Maybe. It's a goal. Part 2. Chapter 15. Generally speaking, I'm not a fan of November. It's cold. It's gray. There's too much football happening. Calendar-wise, it's as far as possible from the next time I actually want to be outside again. November is always when I realize I've lost my windshield scraper and that I still don't own a good winter coat. It also marks the beginning of the worst time of the year for me, the holidays. I know I'm in the minority here, and you're probably a huge fan of the holidays, but cut me some slack. Historically, nothing has highlighted the bad thing that happened more than the holiday season. Before the bad thing, the Teagues were a jolly, happy bunch this time of year, just like everyone else. Back in Virginia, we did a traditional Thanksgiving meal at my dad's parents' house, complete with tree trimming, itchy sweaters, and an annual photo with the grandparents. Then, a few weeks later, we'd do it all over again on Christmas Eve. But then the bad thing happened, and we moved to Michigan, away from how things used to be. Now we just go to Aunt Denise and Uncle Jim's for Thanksgiving and Christmas Eve, where we don't participate much beyond just showing up. This particular Thanksgiving, Dad was in a pair of holey sweatpants in front of the TV, while Mom was browsing Black Friday ads in her robe, chain smoking cigarettes until 5 minutes before we had to leave. At the last possible second, Dad threw on real pants while Mom put on a turtleneck, and then, with a Sara Lee pumpkin pie in hand, we headed out the door as a family. Because I'd never followed through on my mom's wishes and checked in on Devin, Thanksgiving marked the first time I'd be seeing my cousin since he and Scarlett had split up. As penance for disregarding her demands, Mom made me promise to be especially nice while he was in mourning over losing the hottest girl on the planet. I added that part. So I was all geared up to pretend to care, but then we arrived and he was hanging ornaments on the Christmas tree with a bouncy little brunette, and I decided that all bets were off. Tracy was her name, and aerobics instructing was her game. She was smiley and polite in the way a new girlfriend probably always is. I didn't know if she'd had anything to do with the breakup, but judging by how comfortable they were together, it seemed possible. I found myself glaring at them over a dish of candied yams for most of the meal. I mean, after a breakup with a girl like Scarlett, I wouldn't have faulted the guy for a rebound fling or a dabble in some unhealthy coping mechanisms, but this felt different. Tracy and Devin were all handholdy and cuddly, and for some reason, it gave me the overwhelming urge to kick him in the nuts. Sometime after the pie was served, Devin noticed there were people other than Tracy in the room and finally acknowledged me.
Hey, dude, how's it hanging, bruh?
However you imagine the biggest jock you know talking is exactly how he said this.
How's your blood disease?
Great, I said. And then, because I knew he knew nothing about anemia, I added, the transplant was a success. Tracy smiled sympathetically at me, and I presumed that meant she was as dumb as Devin.
That's great, man.
He asked Tracy, or Babe, as he called her, to grab him another slice of pie from the kitchen. When she was gone, he changed the subject.
So you're still working with Jess, right?
Yep.
How's she
He
been
glanced
doing?
in Tracy's direction. She's fantastic, I lied. She's loving her new digs. After Scarlett officially moved out of Devin's place, she moved into the apartment above the video store, which was previously a real estate office but had a kitchenette and a working shower.
Good for her.
He said, but I couldn't tell if he meant it.
She ever mentioned me?
No, I lied again. She's been really focused on beauty school.
Oh. Do you know if she's seeing anyone new yet?
I've seen her with a few guys lately. I was on a roll.
Really?
He looked confused, which, to be fair, was how Devin usually looked.
Well, tell her I said hey.
I lied one last time. Will do. Just like when Indiana Jones asked about Baby, It didn't seem right to update Devin on his ex, especially since he'd replaced Scarlett like a roll of paper towels. The truth was that she'd been going through a rough patch since their breakup. Permit me to illustrate. One day, the week before Thanksgiving, I walked into work to the sound of shouting. The noise was coming from the storage closet, so the yelling was muffled, but the words were clear enough that I could still make them out. "For the last time, it's none of your business, Scarlett," Baby screamed. "Now leave me the hell alone." "How can you even consider keeping it?" Scarlett shouted back. "There's no way you can raise a kid, baby. You would ruin the poor thing's life, not to mention yours." I bolted for the closet and pushed the door open. Inside, I found a red-faced Scarlett, scowling and cross-armed, glaring at a fist-clenched Baby who appeared to be 2 seconds away from murdering in the first degree. "What the hell is going on in here?" I asked. No one acknowledged me. "You're too young. You'd be a terrible mother." Scarlett pointed a finger at Baby, and the force with which she extended her arm almost knocked her off balance. Now that the door was no longer muting her voice, it was evident that Scarlett's speech was slurred. Baby looked at me. "Solo, you'd better get Bimbo Barbie out of here before I give her a black eye." I wouldn't have put it past Baby, pregnant or not, to punch Scarlett, so I did as I was told. "Scarlett, can I see you in the office for a second?" "No!" she yelled. "This is my store. I was here first. Make Baby leave." Baby shrugged at me. "But boss, you assigned me to take inventory today, and you know how I live to serve you." I stood between the two of them. "Please, Baby, can you just give us a minute?" Baby chucked her clipboard onto a shelf and stormed out of the closet. Once the door had been properly slammed, I asked Scarlett, "What was that all about?" "Her!" Scarlett yelled, pointing at the door with the exaggerated gesture of someone 3 sheets to the wind. She took a drink from a Coke bottle I was positive was not filled exclusively with soda and set it on a shelf. "Why are you so hung up on Baby being pregnant?" I subtly moved the Coke bottle out of her reach. "I don't want to talk about it." She pouted and hoisted herself onto a stack of candy bar boxes. "I'm asking you to reconsider." "I don't want to," she said in the same way a kid might refuse to eat vegetables. "I want to do this." Scarlett grabbed my belt loop and pulled me close enough that she could wrap her legs around my waist, and before I knew it, her tongue was in my mouth. Okay, so of the many, many fantasies I'd had about Scarlett, it's possible that a few of them had started out just like this: alone in the storage closet, aggressive her coming on to an unsuspecting me. I mean, you can probably see the appeal of such a scenario, right? But when you added Scarlett being drunk and acting like a 4-year-old, suddenly things weren't so sexy. "Hey, come on." I gently pulled away. "Not like this." "It's fine. Me and Devin broke up." She squeezed her legs tighter around me and pushed her mouth onto mine again. Her lip gloss tasted like strawberries, and it took every ounce of restraint I had to resist her. "I know. You guys just broke up, which is on the list of reasons why this isn't a good idea right now." I moved her hands off me, laid them at her sides, and wriggled free of her legs. Scarlett laughed. "Do you seriously think I give a shit about Devin after everything that happened?" She pulled me close again. "Come on, Solo. Let's make a baby." "Whoa, whoa, whoa." I put my hands up like stop signs and backed clear to the other end of the closet. I'm not sure there are any words in the English language more terrifying to a 17-year-old male than those, even when they're said by someone who, primal instinct-wise, is the perfect mating specimen. I'm going to assume that's the alcohol talking, Scarlett, because that's the worst idea anyone has ever had. "Why?" She seemed offended. "Baby's having one." "It's not a competition, Scarlett." She looked like she might cry. "I hate Devin. I hate his stupid face." "That's okay. His face is really stupid. You can hate him all you want." I was super relieved the conversation was circling back to my cousin. You just can't scream at baby because of it." Scarlett started drunk girl crying then, which in my opinion is the worst kind of crying. I'm not trying to sound insensitive. I know Scarlett was upset, and I of all people know the importance of letting your emotions out. But being a dude around a crying drunk girl is a precarious situation, because no matter how you handle things, you're not going to make anything better because alcohol voids rational thinking, and there's actually a lot you can do to make things worse, e.g., agreeing to make a baby with Scarlett. I didn't know what to say to her, so once again I blurted out the first thing that popped into my head. "I know things are hard right now, but the only way to truly get over something is to go through it." I'd borrowed these words from a poster that hung just outside my room in the Weller-Clawson Mental Health Facility, featuring a giant boulder with a hole carved out of its center. The picture was real, taken at some national park or something. The rock was on a pathway, and there were silhouetted people walking through the hole. I hadn't thought about that picture in a long time, though if I'm being honest, it was the only motivational poster that had ever made sense to me. And kudos to my subconscious, because of all the places my brain could have gone, from Garfield to Charlie Brown to all the philosophical comic strip characters in between, this particular poster's advice was actually applicable to the situation at hand. Scarlett, however, wasn't in the mood for my advice. "Will you just go now, Solo?" Yep, I was relieved to have an out. And then, because it was true, I said, "I'm sorry you're in pain." I left her then and went to check on Baby. She and Maverick were standing behind the counter scanning in returns. "Hey, are you okay?" "Peachy keen, Jelly Bean," she said, but she didn't seem to mean it. What was that all about? What set Scarlett off? It beats me, Solo. One minute I'm counting boxes of Junior Mints, and the next minute she's going all psycho hose beast on me. "I'm gonna go put tags out," Maverick offered. He seemed eager to get away from the conversation. Baby ran her fingers through her hair. "Seriously, Solo, Scarlett just stormed into the closet and demanded to know if I'm keeping the baby. When I wouldn't answer her, she started giving me a million reasons not to keep it, like I would be the world's worst mother or something." Baby was angry, noticeably more so than usual. "Why does she even care what I do? How does this involve her at all?" She folded her arms. "You know, I hadn't decided what I was going to do with the baby, but now I'm thinking I may raise it just to spite her. Then when I do such a fucking bang-up job that my kid wins the Nobel Peace Prize, I can tell her to shut her stupid mouth." "I hear that revenge is a popular reason people choose to become parents," I said, "for those willing to play the long game." She ignored my comment. "Scarlett's lost her mind," Baby asserted. "Maverick said she was drinking all day in her office. I guess she tried to throw herself at him earlier." For some ridiculous reason, it stung to hear that I wasn't Scarlett's first seduction attempt of the day. She did? He turned her down, though, thank God. I glanced over at J. Crew. Good for him, I said, both because it was the right thing to have done and because I hoped it meant he wasn't interested in Scarlett like that. Not that we were competing for her, but I'm just saying that if we were, I'd lose. "By the way, I shouldn't need to tell you that it's a big fat no-no for my boss to harass me for being pregnant," Baby stated. "The ACLU would eat this shit up. I could sue." "Are you gonna?" She made a face and shrugged. Just then, there was a loud crash from the hallway, followed by a scream. I did an about face, and both Maverick and I arrived back at the storage closet at the same time. He opened the door to reveal a huge pile of knocked over 2-liter soda bottles and overturned boxes of candy. Somewhere under the mess, Scarlett yelled, "A little help here!" Together, we unburied her, and Maverick lifted her from the floor. "What happened?" he asked as he carried her into the store. "Are you okay?" "I was just sitting there, and then the room started moving," she explained. "And then I was on the floor." Maverick gave her a once-over. "Does anything hurt?" "My hand," Scarlett complained, her eyes half closed. I don't feel good. Maverick sat her on the counter and she almost slumped over. Oh, crap, you're bleeding. He pointed to her palm. Probably got cut by the soda crates. Some of them have jagged. Scarlett took one look at her injury and threw up all over Maverick. Baby took one look at Maverick covered in vomit and ran back to the bathroom. All of us then heard the familiar sound of her puking her guts out. Sorry, Scarlett said before falling over on the counter. Maverick and I stared at each other, blinking in silence. I need to change my clothes, he finally said. You got this? He pointed at Scarlett. No, I didn't got this. I still hadn't even really figured out what this was. The 10 minutes since I'd gotten to work felt like a scene from Melrose Place. Mom watched it, okay? Played in fast forward. Still, I said, sure. And then I watched as Maverick hightailed it out the back door, dry heaving all the way. I tapped Scarlett's cheek. Hey, you have to wake up. She groaned but didn't rouse. I rolled up my sleeves and took a look at her hand. I couldn't tell how deep the cut actually was, but I assumed she needed more medical attention than I could administer. Hey, Scarlett, come on, wake up. I need to get you to a doctor. What kind of doctor? She mumbled. What? I was trying to remember how much blood someone needed to lose before a tourniquet was necessary, while also assessing how much blood Scarlett was losing, while also trying to remember what a tourniquet was. I don't know, just the regular kind. I'm a doctor, a voice behind me said. What's going on? It hadn't occurred to me that anyone else was in the store while all this was going on, so when I looked over my shoulder and saw Mark Schwartz standing there with 2 movie tags in one hand and a box of microwave popcorn in the other, I was really confused. Just a few minutes earlier, I had been driving to work, listening to REM like any other day, and now here I was standing over a barely conscious and bleeding Scarlett with my former therapist from the psych hospital. I'd had dreams about talking dinosaurs that had seemed more plausible. I meant a regular medical doctor, not a shrink. I indicated the blood. Mark was unfazed. Clinical psychiatrists are MDs, Joel, he informed me. Do you have a first aid kit? I grabbed one from the cabinet next to the promotional t-shirts and handed it to Mark. He pulled out a pair of latex gloves and suggested I temporarily close up the store until he had the situation under control, so I locked the front door and flipped over the "Will Return At" sign before rejoining him. We carried Scarlett to the break room and set her on the table. Mark drenched some gauze pads with antiseptic. How'd this happen? He asked calmly while pressing them into her palm. I explained in as few words as possible. She on anything? Street drugs? Prescription pills? What's her story? I think she's just drunk. Was she at a party or something? Mark reached for another gauze pad. She's going through a breakup, I said, not wanting to get into it. Okay. He nodded. Do you have any super glue? Super glue? It's legit, I promise. Having recently cleaned out the storage closet, I knew for a fact that there was super glue among the random office supplies. Trusting Mark that it was a valid solution for Scarlett's bleeding hand, because why not? This was probably a dream anyway. I went to retrieve it. By the time I got back, Baby had joined Mark in the break room. Hey, boss man, you're going to have to go out there and clean up the puke if you want me to go back to work. Baby was peering over Mark's shoulder at Scarlett's hand, looking as pale as she had the day I'd met her. Otherwise, I'm going to continue throwing up all night, and I can't promise I'll always make it to the bathroom. I sighed and handed Mark the glue. Thanks, Joel, he said. You'll want to use something with bleach to sanitize the area, and make sure you wear gloves. Of course, I knew all this, but I didn't remind him that in terms of cleaning up other people's bodily fluids, this wasn't my maiden voyage. It took me a while, I'll spare you the details, but when I was finished, I found Baby standing outside of the break room. She looked more distraught than she had when I left, so I assumed something else had happened. Scarlett barf again? No, she said distantly. I'm just thinking. I wanted to know what about, but I'd surrendered the right to ask Baby personal questions that day at the movies, so instead I said, "It's all clean out there. You can go back to work if you want, or home if you need to. It's a weird day." "Oh, no, it's fine. I'll go back to work in a minute." "Are you sure? You seem off." "Like you said," she barely looked at me. "It's a weird day." Baby brushed past me and headed toward the store. I might have followed her, but then Mark called for me from inside the break room. Scarlett was sleeping on the couch, a trash can on the floor by her head. Mark sat in the chair next to her, writing something. "Hey, Joel." He didn't look up from his paper, but indicated Scarlett. "Can you tell me her name?" "It's Scarlett," I said. "Wait, is this for like a medical form or something? Because then it's Jessica." "It's not official. I just didn't know what to call her. Maybe you don't either?" "She goes by Scarlett here, as in Scarlett O'Hara," I told him. "Oh, yeah, the movie names." Mark continued scribbling doctor scrawl for a few lines before saying, "That's why I didn't put two and two together the first time I saw you here. I'm better with names than faces. Or names and faces together, at least, so it didn't register right away who you were. But don't worry, I remember you very well, Joel. I don't want you thinking you're forgettable." "Thanks," I told him. "I mean, I guess it actually would have been better if you didn't remember, though, right? It's pretty obvious how messed up I was if you can still pick me out of a lineup years later." He gave me one of those "I didn't mean it that way" looks. "In my line of work, every patient is equally unforgettable and completely routine simultaneously." Mark kept writing. "So, how have you been these last couple of years?" "Well, not in a psych hospital, so I dare say pretty good." He laughed. "That's what I remember the most about you. Your sense of humor." Mark smiled, then clicked his pen closed. He gave me the paper, which included a list of warning signs for alcohol poisoning. He was confident Scarlett was fine, though, and some instructions for how she would take care of her hand. Then he handed me his business card. "I know you said she doesn't need a shrink, but just in case she wants to know who the quack was who glued her shut, I thought she should have this." "Thanks." "It's really good to run into you now and then," he said. "You take care, Joel." "Yeah, you too." He left me to rent the movies he'd come in for. I pulled out a blanket from the dresser drawer and draped it over Scarlett. She was breathing heavy sleep breaths with her mouth open. Her hand was wrapped in a bandage and resting over her eyes, like she was shielding them from the light. I flipped one of the switches to dim the room, then read Mark's instructions for Scarlett. Beneath them on the page was this note: "I hear you've hit a rough patch. Should you ever want to talk to a professional about what's going on, feel free to call my office. If not, I'm happy you've got some good people at work looking out for you." I smiled. Maverick returned a bit later, and he and I took turns babysitting Scarlett and restacking the soda bottles in the storage closet. She woke up on her own before closing time, and Maverick offered to drive her to a girlfriend's house for the night so she wouldn't be alone. She assured him she was done throwing up, but he made her take a trash bag with her in his car anyway. I helped buckle her in and then watched them drive away. One of the things I'd learned from therapy was that for most people who have something wrong with them, rock bottom is unavoidable. Until the cost of not dealing with your shit is greater than the cost of dealing with it, it's easier to just kick that can down the road until the sidewalk ends and you crash land at the bottom of a pit and have no choice but to start the long, hard crawl back out. Another thing therapy teaches you is that most of the time, rock bottom is not at the end of a free fall. It's not like you're just walking along one day and the ground opens up and swallows you. The descent
I
is
guess it's more
usually
like
subtler than
quicksand.
that, and you're not usually alone in it when you notice that you're stuck. Most of the time, there are people along the edge, throwing you vines and shit, trying to pull you out before you sink all the way to the bottom. Sometimes those people even come waist deep into the quicksand themselves trying to save you, and in some cases, when you flail around, you end up dragging them under with you. In the time leading up to the bad thing that happened, I didn't notice the quicksand my family was standing in. If I had, You can be damn sure I'd have gone under trying to stop it. I'm not saying that Scarlet was in quicksand. Maybe she was, but maybe she just got drunk to blow off some steam and things got out of hand. If she was headed toward rock bottom, though, Devon was probably at least part of the reason she was sinking. Which was why, at Thanksgiving, while he was talking to our dads about what a crappy season the Lions were having, I walked over to Tracy and warned her that her boyfriend was being treated for several venereal diseases. Chapter 16. Here's a tip. If you want to make your coworkers miserable around the holidays, one surefire way to do so is by forcing them to participate in something called Secret Santa. Secret Santa, for those of you lucky enough not to know, is a Christmas workplace tradition in which people are randomly assigned to buy gifts for one another, regardless of whether they know each other at all outside of work. At least that was the gist of Poppin's explanation at the December staff meeting. We'll be hanging stockings in the break room, one for each of us. Between now and the 23rd, you must leave 3 presents in your person's stocking, 2 small gifts and 1 larger gift that costs no more than $25 total, she explained proudly. Any questions? Yes, Baby said, annoyed. What if we don't want to play? Poppins exchanged a look with Scarlet, who answered the question for her. Too bad. I asked for help planning a holiday activity this year, and Poppins was the only one who volunteered an idea. So if you don't like it, deal with it. Poppins smiled. Any other questions? Wait a second, Baby continued. You mean to tell me that I'm being forced by my employer to spend my hard-earned dollars on Christmas gifts for a person I may or may not even like? She looked around the room. No offense, you guys, but I have more pressing financial obligations right now than buying one of you a bunch of crap. Baby rested her hand on her stomach, which was unmistakably protruding by now. Sometime in the past few weeks, Baby had popped, her word, and could no longer easily hide her pregnancy under her clothes. She had taken all the XLs from the promotional shirt shelf to serve as maternity clothes, and that particular day she was endorsing Black Sheep, a film starring Chris Farley and David Spade. Scarlet wouldn't look at Baby. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Things between Baby and Scarlet had remained tense after their blowout in the storage closet. I was hoping time would heal whatever wound was there, but so far that didn't seem to be happening. This time I intervened on behalf of Baby, like I should have done when she was protesting dressing up for the trick-or-treat. Hold on. $25 is the maximum, right? You don't have to spend that much, you just can't go over that amount. Poppins considered this. Yeah, I guess so. Though it doesn't really seem fair if everyone gets $25 worth of gifts except for the person who has Baby as their secret Santa.
Honestly, I don't really want to drop $25 on any of you guys either, Hannibal spoke up. Not to be a dick, but my mom started making me pay rent, so I don't have much spare cash these days.
Poppin's face fell. Come on, you guys. It's Christmas. Does the gift have to be physical in nature? The Godfather asked. What if we wanted to give someone, like, a favor? Favors have no monetary value per se, but they can be worth a lot. She pulled out her mirror compact and checked her lipstick. Priceless, even. I guess you wouldn't have to buy all the gifts, Poppins conceded. As long as people still put thought into them, I think it's fine. The staff seemed to have run out of complaints, so we had no choice but to start drawing names. Poppins held up a bowl and tossed some slips of paper inside. Who wants to pick first? Maverick, being the good sport he was, raised his hand. He reached into the bowl and pulled out a piece of paper, then smiled and leaned back in his seat. Oh, I forgot. If you get your own name, you have to draw again, Poppins said. Maverick's smile turned into a frown. He put the paper back in the bowl and drew again. I didn't know whose name to hope for. In the past 8 years, I'd bought a total of 5 presents for people, and 4 of those were bottles of White Shoulders perfume for my mom. The 5th gift is a longer story that I'll tell you about later. I decided to hope I drew a guy's name, because I could likely just shove a couple of issues of Rolling Stone or Maxim in Hannibal's or Maverick's stocking and be all set, whereas I wouldn't know where to begin coming up with a present for someone like, say, Poppins. Poppins seemed like she was going to put all sorts of effort into the gifts she bought, and in return would have really high expectations for her Secret Santa. Drawing her name would be the worst case scenario then, since I would almost certainly be a huge disappointment to her. When it was my turn, I reached into the bowl and had mixed feelings about pulling out the Godfather's name. Part of the fun is trying to figure out who everyone's Secret Santas are, Poppins reminded us after all the names were distributed. So remember, don't tell anyone who you have until it's over. No sooner had she finished saying this than Baby tapped my shoulder and asked, "Who'd you get?" This surprised me. Not that Baby wanted to break Poppin's stupid rule, but that she was initiating conversation. I mean, it wasn't like we weren't on speaking terms, but Baby had stated her position at the movies the day I'd punched the chair, and apart from the night of Scarlett's drunken escapades, she'd kept her distance. Though just because we weren't hanging out, it didn't mean I wasn't thinking about Baby. I was also thinking a lot about what my shrink had said, and I knew he was right. I needed a friend. So much about what was wrong with me was due to being too damn lonely for too damn long. My problem was not in acknowledging that I wanted an emotionally intimate relationship with Baby, though. My problem was that every time I thought about telling her about my past, I imagined her whipping out a black marker and writing "nut job" on my tabula rasa in the same slanted handwriting with which she'd written "solo" on my name tag the day we met, then telling me to fuck off forever. I waited for the room to clear out, then showed Baby my Secret Santa paper. Her mouth dropped open. "I can't believe you fucking told me. You never tell me anything, Solo." This stung a little. It was meant to. "Who'd you get?" I asked her back. She smirked. "Like I'm going to tell you." "Does that mean you picked my name? Because I'm really hard to shop for." "What do you get for the guy who has everything? Besides this, I guess." She opened her purse and pulled out a pinkish envelope. "What's this? A Christmas card?" "Just open it." I tore open the envelope and took out a thick card with 2 cartoon mountain lions wearing formal attire embossed on it. Below the apparent male was the name Bob, and below the female was the name Cat. "Those are bobcats on their wedding invitations, because they are Bob and Cat, and they call themselves Bobcat." Baby shook her head. "It's the worst thing I've ever seen in my whole life." I pointed at the artwork. "Are you kidding? This is awesome." I read the card. They were getting married on Valentine's Day. "Don't feel like you have to come." Baby ran her hand through her hair. "I mean, you're invited, obviously. But seriously, I get it if you don't want to attend a wedding for 2 people you don't know who call themselves Bobcat. I wouldn't even be going if I didn't have to." "Are you sure they want me there?" I asked her. "I only met Kat that one time. Is it weird for me to come?" Baby fidgeted. "No. I mean, not if you're there with me." "Oh," I said. "I'd be coming as your guest?" "You don't have to. It's just that I'll be bored as hell if I don't bring anyone," she said quickly. "And it's not like people will be lined up to spend Valentine's Day with all this." She pointed at her stomach. It felt like Baby was offering me an olive branch, and "How
I
are things
wasn't
going
about
with
to
the
ignore
pregnancy
it.
anyway?"
I never heard how your mom took the news. Baby sighed. "I guess the one upside of your mom having you when she was a teenager is that she can't really judge you for getting knocked up in high school." "Look at you, finding the silver lining," I joked. Baby rolled her eyes. "Kat asked me if it was your kid. I told her no, obviously. She seemed kind of disappointed."
Please tell your mom that I'm flattered. Gross. Baby made a face. Anyway, she knows the truth, and she didn't kick me out or murder me when I told her, so I guess things are still good between us. I'm glad, I said. Then, because I had to know, I asked, does the invitation mean that things are good between us too? Baby shrugged. We weren't really ever not good, Solo. I mean, you and that chair at the movie theater seem to have some unresolved issues, but I guess we're fine. This was a relief. You're sure? Baby nodded. Yeah, I know you're not going to tell me things about you, so I decided not to care. Oh, it surprised me that this hurt to hear, but it really did. Okay. Baby must have been able to tell. I'm not trying to be a bitch, Solo. I'm just over it. She leveled with me. Clearly, you don't want me to know your shit. I get it. I wish you didn't know mine either, but whatever. Besides, if you tell me the truth behind why you freaked out at headlights, I'll probably want to tell you more of my junk. And then you'll tell me more, and then we'll have this weird, obligatory, codependent need to tell each other everything. And then what? She paused. What if one of us majorly pisses off the other one someday and we're not friends anymore? I don't want to have an enemy who's armed with my deepest, darkest secrets. It's too big of a risk. I could totally follow this logic. In fact, it was a good defense against everything my doctor had said to me about vulnerable relationships. Still, though, hearing Baby say all of it bothered me. She continued, I don't want to stop hanging out with you, Solo. We'll just keep all our problems to ourselves and stick to talking about superficial stuff. Like movies. I still have a lot to teach you on that front anyway. I forced a smile, but I wasn't happy. I was realizing too late how much I didn't want to be just superficial with Baby. All right, then. I put the invitation in my pocket. Tell Bobcat I'll be attending the wedding. I'll buy them a toaster. Baby nodded, but she didn't smile back. Perfect. Chapter 17. A tube of Chanel Kiss of Death lipstick from the makeup counter at Hudson's cost $28. I didn't even care that it was more than the total amount I was supposed to spend on The Godfather, or that the middle-aged clown-faced woman who sold it to me asked if I wanted to wear it out of the store. It was December 22nd, and I'd put off buying my final Secret Santa gift until the very last minute. This was the one thing I knew the Godfather would like, and since I'd half-assed her other two presents, I needed to finish strong. As anticipated, Secret Santa had been a nightmare for me. When it was time for the first round of presents to be put into the stockings, I realized I'd completely forgotten about it, so I grabbed a package of peanut M&Ms from the storage closet as my feeble offering. Little did I know, the Godfather had a nut allergy. I'm not amused, she announced to everyone that payday at check pickup. Know that there will be consequences for any further attempts on my life. The second time, I didn't do much better. I ended up giving her the Subway Club card I had in my wallet, which entitled her to a free 6-inch turkey sub with the purchase of a medium drink. Turned out the Godfather was a vegetarian. My Secret Santa is my sworn enemy, she said before throwing my gift in the garbage. Strike two. As if I didn't feel bad enough, whoever drew my name turned out to be a magi of a gift giver. My first present was a miniature Han Solo stuck in carbonite attached to a keychain. It came to me intricately wrapped in one of those little It's Probably Jewelry boxes with a lot of curled ribbon on top. The second gift was a small but very detailed die-cast model of the Millennium Falcon. It was most definitely a collector's item and probably not very cheap. This box, too, looked like it had been wrapped by a goddamn professional and included a calligraphed name tag. All signs pointed to Poppins. I was even more relieved I hadn't drawn her name. I didn't really pay attention to what anyone else was getting in their stockings except for Baby, who was given a package of pacifiers and another of teething rings. But since Baby and I were only talking about superficial things now, I couldn't ask her how she felt about them, even though I really wanted to know. There was a lot more I wanted to know about Baby but couldn't ask. Like, had she decided if she was keeping the baby? Had she ever told Indy she hadn't gone through with the abortion? Or even had she heard back from any of the colleges she'd applied to? But instead, we spent most of our time together those few weeks ranking Jim Carrey films and arguing about whether Die Hard should be classified as a Christmas movie. Don't get me wrong, I was glad we were still friends. It just wasn't the kind of friendship that the doctor had literally ordered. The makeup lady insisted on gift wrapping the Godfather's lipstick, and then I made the trek back through the mall to J.C. Penney because that's where I had parked, because I didn't know they didn't sell Kiss of Death lipstick there, because I didn't know anything about Chanel, because why would I? With only 3 shopping days left until Christmas, the mall was packed. As I weaved through the crowd, I realized I'd never been to this mall at Christmas time. Mom's perfume was available for purchase at the drugstore down the street from my house, but I had purchased the one and only other gift I ever bought for someone here at the music store. You've probably already guessed that the gift was for Crystal. Before you say anything, I don't count the earrings or makeup or any of the other stuff I got for Crystal as gifts. Pretty much all she owned when she arrived from Virginia was the shoebox and the clothes on her back, so the things I got her from the drugstore were necessities. The real present I bought her was concert tickets for Bon Jovi's Keep the Faith tour, which was pretty awesome of me, if I do say so myself. Are you for real, Joel? Crystal's eyes widened, and she put her hand over her mouth. You're taking me to see Bon Jovi? Well, I'm not taking you because I like him, I told her. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she squealed. I seriously cannot wait. I'm going to wear my green dress. The show was at the Palace of Auburn Hills, which presented a challenge since it was about 16 miles farther than I was allowed to ride my bike, and there was no way my parents would have been cool with me going to a rock concert without an adult at 13 years old. Fortunately for me, Devin had just gotten his license and didn't ask a lot of questions. I gave him the allowance I'd been saving up to buy Crystal a t-shirt at the concert, and he dropped me off at the palace with a promise to pick me up at 10 when the nearby indoor batting cages closed. Just after Devin drove off, I met up with Crystal. She'd found her own way there and was wearing her dress without a coat even though it was barely March. She hugged me. I cannot believe I'm here, Joel. Can you believe we are going to be in the same room with John Bon Jovi and Richie Sambora? I can hardly contain myself, was my response, but honestly, I was just really happy that she was happy. The Jeff Healey Band was the opening act. Then Bon Jovi came out, and even from our seats, which were in the nosebleeds because that's all I could afford, it was a pretty cool entrance. There was smoke and lasers and explosions and really loud guitars. And then there was Crystal screaming her head off, loving every bit of it. I watched her more than I looked at the guys on stage. She seemed to know every word of every song they sang, and she jumped and sang all the lyrics, her brown curls bouncing like cartoon springs. It was one of the rare joys of my life, getting to see Crystal that night. There should be a word for what it's like to see someone you love loving something as much as Crystal loved Bon Jovi. It was a way better feeling, I think, than if I had loved them myself. I kept looking at my watch, careful not to miss my curfew with Devin. 5 minutes before 10, I told Crystal that I had to leave. You absolutely can't go before living on a prayer, she told me. You have to stay for that song because it's my favorite. I reluctantly promised. She asked so little of me that I wanted her to have what she wanted. And it wasn't her fault, I kept telling myself, that the band didn't play that song until the very end of the set at 11:15. This was the very best night I've ever had, Joel, Crystal told me when the lights went on. No one has ever done anything like this for me. Never. I didn't think anyone ever would. I should have given you more credit. I'm sorry. She hugged me and scratched my head with her Emerald City fingernails. I wish I had more time with you. Will I see you soon? Yes, she said, and then Crystal disappeared into the crowd. It was 1:45 when I finally found Devin standing under a streetlight just outside the arena. With him was my cross-looking Aunt Denise, a police officer, and my violently angry mother. The next day, I was sent to Weller Clawson. I don't know if this ever happens to you at the mall, but for the life of me, I couldn't remember where I had parked my damn car. I hadn't paid any attention to which department of JCPenney I'd entered through, so I had no idea which one I should exit from. Rather than walk around outside in the cold hoping to stumble upon my LeBaron, I meandered around the store, waiting for something to jog my memory so I could retrace my steps. Nothing looked familiar, though. Not the Levi's display by the women's department entrance or the mannequins wearing no fear shirts in the men's. I couldn't even remember if I'd passed a Salvation Army bell ringer outside, which shows you just how focused I'd been on lipstick. I was about to resign myself to taking up permanent residence at the mall when, out of the blue, I saw my dad standing at the jewelry counter. I did a double take to be sure it was him, but since hardly anyone else was still wearing members-only jackets in those days, I could easily confirm his identity even from a distance. It was weird seeing my dad at the mall, even beyond the coincidence of it. For starters, Dad simply did not shop. That was Mom's jurisdiction. He hated it so much that Mom even bought her own Christmas gifts so he didn't have to set foot in a store. He usually didn't even know what he'd gotten her until she showed him Christmas morning. Also, it was Sunday afternoon, which meant Dad should have been at Maple Mabel's. He never broke his routine unless he was sick, which he didn't appear to be now. But whatever. I was glad to see him since he would be able to drive me around the parking lot until I found my car. Dad! I called out, but my voice was swallowed up by the crowd between us. Dad was standing next to a short-haired blonde woman who was trying on a bracelet. I watched as she handed it to my dad, and then, in a move that it took my brain some time to process, she took his hand. I stopped walking toward them and stood in the middle of the aisle. Dad laced his fingers with the woman's. She smiled at him, and he leaned down and kissed her on the lips. What the fuck? As though feeling my eyes on him, my dad's head turned in my direction. I pushed my way through the crowd of shoppers to the nearest exit and ran out of the store.